Brady Bunch?
Do you think it's too bad our frames aren't exactly in the same spot for all of us, because then we could do that, like.
Right. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Welcome everybody. It's February 1, 2022. We've been in closed session and started at 4:30. We are now reconvening to open session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Absent. Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Any announcements from closed sessions, Mike?
No, Mayor.
Okay, entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember MD. Any objections? Okay, now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Let's all rise and salute the flag and take a few seconds of silence. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, folks. With that, I guess we'll go to announcements from the council members. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any announcements?
I do. Not this week, since today is the first Tuesday of the month. It won't be my usual community meetings, or the second Saturday of the month. So I'll be having my community meeting next week on Saturday, and that would be the 12th. And then I'll have probably my Zoom meeting, which I do online for community meeting, probably on Wednesday the 16th during that week. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, last Saturday I had a good time volunteering with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, cleaning the right-of-way on the Edison right-of-way in North Redondo. We had some good turnout, actually. There were some students from Adams that showed up, helping pick up, bless you, helping to pick up trash and do some weeding. So thanks, Jeff Rowe, for arranging this. He did a great job doing that. So I appreciate that. My next District 2 community meeting will be 2 weeks from tomorrow night, Wednesday, February the 16th, 6 to 7:30. There'll be a link soon on my page, the District 2 page on the redondo.org website. And finally, for anybody that's a liveaboard boater, we have a community meeting this Saturday at 3 p.m. at the King Harbor Yacht Club. You can write me and I'll give you more instructions on that. You can email me, todd.lowenstein@redondo.org. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
And thank you. District 3 community meeting will most likely be on Thursday, the 17th, starting at 6 p.m. Further details to follow. That's it.
Councilmember Obaji.
I do, yes. Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to thank Parks and Recs Commissioner Jeff Rowe for organizing that cleanup up here at the SCU right-of-way. Councilmember Lowenstein for coming and participating in the cleanup, and the South Bay Parkland Conservancy for sending all their volunteers to come and clean it. That was really wonderful. When I could not make it that morning, but when I got back home, I saw people walking back from Prairie Park with a trash bag and trash inside of it, as well as trash picker uppers. So I know that the reach extended far, and it shows how much we, the community, combined with our city staff, can do to uplift our community. So I thank you all. I'm proud to be representative of this community. In addition, I want to thank Public Works because they've made huge progress, incremental progress on removing those news racks from Artesia Boulevard. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember MD.
Happy Chinese New Year today. And so Year of the Tiger first of all. Had a great community meeting for District 5 and others last week. There was about 60 people that came. Hope to, now that the coronavirus is kind of staved off a little, hope to have a in-person meeting next time. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember MD. Today is the first day of Black History Month. So I wanted to call that out to everybody. You know, Black history in America is just so rich and something we really didn't learn much when I was growing up in school, but I'm really enjoying reading about it. So one person you guys might read about is a man by the name of Major Taylor. He was really the first Jackie Robinson way back around the turn of the century. Back in the 1890s, there were 5 million bicycles in America and like 200 cars. So we were a biking country back in the 1890s, and he was a major international star in the sport as an African-American. It's just a fascinating history. So I'd encourage anybody who's into that sort of thing to read about Major Taylor. Really a great story. So with that, we'll move on to our regular agenda. Order of agenda. Are there any changes anybody would like to make to our order of agenda or a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember MD to approve the agenda as is. Are there any objections? So ordered. With that is our first regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority of the year. So with that, I'd like to call to order a meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Nierenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Vice Chair Obaji,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Chairman Bren.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Order of agenda. Are there any objections to the order of agenda? Okay, so ordered. Blue folder items. Eleanor, do we have any blue folder items?
No, Mayor, we have no blue folder items for this.
Redondo Beach
agency.
Community Financing Authority. Consent calendar. Tonight we have 4 items on the consent calendar. We'll vote for these all at once. Any member of the public can comment on any of these items, or any member can pull any of these items for further discussion. Are there any members of our authority that would like to pull any item here out of the consent calendar? Okay, with that, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on any of the consent calendar items?
I have one person, I'm not sure, she has her hand up, so I'm going to go ahead and see if it's for the Community Financing Authority. So Heidi Anderson Swan.
Hello, this is not for the Finance Committee?
Okay, we'll
Is it
come.
on
Do you know which
N1?
item is for?
Oh, no, we're not doing N1 right now. We're doing.
Okay.
Okay, see you in a minute,
Okay, great. Thank you.
hopefully.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, do you have to read anything, Eleanor? I don't think.
No, not on this one.
On to public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is the Public Financing Authority. Anyone like to comment on anything that's not on the agenda for the Public Financing Authority?
At this point, no, Mayor.
Can I interrupt real quickly? I understand a number of people are having problems with e-comments right now, submitting them. I've had 3 people write me about it. So I don't know if we're having those issues, but you should be getting emails from them.
Okay,
So,
great. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, there are no ex parte communications, public hearings, old business, new members, any referrals to staff from our members? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Rundy, seconded by Councilmember Nierenheim, I believe. Any objections? Okay, we are adjourned from the Community Financing Authority. Thank you very much. Back to our regular City Council meeting. Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Nierenheim,
Still here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember MD,
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Team is all here. Blue folder items for the regular council meeting. Do we have blue folder items to add to the record?
Yes, Mayor. So for L2, which is the public hearing related to the sixth cycle 2021-2029 draft housing element of the general plan, we have public comments and revised housing element. For N1, which is the certification of the initiative for the cannabis, or adopt the ordinance or call an election, we have a PowerPoint presentation, an offer letter from the Economic Development Reform Coalition of Southern California, Redondo Beach. PD1, removal of Chris Boise from the GPAC. We have a letter to the City Council from Chris Boise. And that's it. That concludes it, Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
Motion to admit those items to the record.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember MD to admit those items to the record for the blue folder. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. On to our consent calendar. Tonight we have 15 items on consent calendar. We will vote on these all at once. Any member of the public can comment on any item. Any member of the council can remove any item from consent for further discussion. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any items you'd like to remove from the consent calendar?
I do not actually. No, I don't.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
H8, please.
H8?
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, I want to pull item H10 and item H13. So with that, are there any public comments on the consent calendar item, Eleanor, other than items H8, H10, or H13?
Let's see. I see no raised hands for the Zoom. No e-comments. Also, we've been getting e-comments like they're just flowing in. So definitely have them email me, eleanor.manzano@redondo.org, and we'll help them since I have staff here. So that's it. And then I do have, let me see, after you voted, I have a resolution to read.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar other than items H8, 10, and 13?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor.
Okay, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2202-002, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the adopted budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 to accept $117,123 in State Homeland Security Program SHSP grant funds. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Councilmember Lowenstein, item H8 you pulled in?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Ted, just wanted to bring this up. These are for the replacement of the railings down on the pier, and it's long overdue, but I appreciate you getting this on the agenda. And I'm wondering if you tell to us and let the public know a little bit about what is going to be happening, how soon it'll be happening, how often you'll do it, meaning how many railings you're going to replace it at each time, what you'll be doing to guard it, the railings, the edge, so that people don't fall accidentally, et cetera, et cetera. So could you do that?
Absolutely. And I may need Andy's help. Andy, I know you're on. Thank you, Councilman Lowenstein. Essentially, we've got several segments that are out there. At this point, we have been able to remove about a third and refinish about a third of all the railings that are out on the pier. Some adjacent to Kincaid's, those are the easiest ones to see, including the circle as you walk down towards the Pad 10 area. There were segments that were not refinished because those are beyond refinishing and they will need to be replaced. The remaining 2/3 of those, as you asked for them to be accelerated, about 123 rails are basically with your approval tonight, will be put out to bid. And Andy can help me with the actual bid opening date and the number of working days that are going to be coming up. But essentially about 50% of those rails are going to need replacement, and the remaining 50% are in good enough shape that they can be refinished. The refinish is going to be very similar to the ones that have already been done. And as we had done with the city staff portion of it, the contractor will be tasked to protect the area, whether they use wooden boards the way that we were able to bolt those in as a replacement, or some other means, but they will be responsible to make sure that those areas are protected for any of the pedestrians on the pier, etc. Andy, if you can help me with the anticipated bid opening date. I know we haven't actually authorized the bidding yet, but even the number of working days, which will dictate how much time the contractor will have. And I'm not certain that we actually stipulated the number of segments that they have to do per time, but we actually give them a number of working days, which Andy will share with us, to actually start and complete the project. So whether they're able to do 5, 10, 100 hypothetically, so long as they get them within the completion period, that's the requirement for them. Andy, any help that you can give?
Yeah, that's right. So we'll put this in the newspaper for advertisement a week from Thursday. We usually allow 30 days for bids to come back. So that's middle of March. And it takes us about 6 weeks to get it awarded and the contract executed. So I suspect we will start construction sometime before Memorial Day. And depending on how we want to work through the summer season, we may try and do some of it before and then wait till after the summer. We typically give the contractors a number of working days in the contract, and I'm trying to remember the specification. I think it was 90 working days in this case, but I can verify that for you soon. I just don't I'm working from home tonight, and I don't have that at my fingertips. We have not put into the specification the means and methods. In other words, how many he has to remove and replace at a given time. He will be required, as Ted mentioned, to provide temporary railings during the replacement periods. And about half of these are brand new construction, brand new built railing systems. So there will be literally no time where those railings are unprotected, because as soon as they finish a piece, they will bring it in, remove the old one, and install the new one right away. So only the ones that are taken out for refinishing will have a temporary railing in place. When our crews were doing it, I think we were taking 6 or 7 sections at a time, and that seemed to work pretty well. But a contractor may be able to move faster when he's got full crews dedicated to it.
And approximately how many will be needing complete replacement? Do you know yet?
It's about half, somewhere around 60 sections, I think. And,
right. It's about 61, Andy. So
61, okay. Yeah.
I think it was mentioned. Yeah, that's right. So this would complete all the railings replacement then? Have we ordered those railings that are going to be replaced?
No, that's part of the contractor's job. Whoever the low bid contractor is, he will, the ones that need replacement will actually be manufactured by the contractor. So he will come out, verify the measurements, and then go to work manufacturing those, welding the steel together, et cetera, coating them, bringing them onto site and installing them. So that's all part of his work.
So those could be, like you said, immediately replaced once they're manufactured.
Once they're manufactured, but supply chain issues being what they are right now, we can't really say. And even if we give a number of days in our specification, we may get some feedback that that's not realistic given the supply chain issues. We're just kind of waiting to see what we learn after we advertise.
Okay. Pending Mr. Abaji's comment, I'd like to make a motion to approve H8, please.
I'll second that.
Is there any public comment, Eleanor, on this issue?
Let's see, I have nobody has raised their hand. On anybody who has can speak on this, raise your hand, or if you're on a telephone, you can do *9 to raise hand. Because there's nobody in Zoom, and then we have no, sorry, I'm doing like 3 different things here. So there's no e-comments for H8.
Yeah, I just got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Director Saman, I just want to show this on the screen because in case the public, that there's a lot of people watching today, they might not realize the scope of the project, which is pretty significant and awesome. Is the funding for this out of general funds or is it out of Tideland funds? Do we know?
I believe this is all Tidelands funds.
Okay, cool. All right, well, that was it. That was my question. Thanks.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Anything to read there, Eleanor?
Not at this point. No, thank you. Nope.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I pulled item H10. H10 is an interagency agreement between us and the County of Los Angeles for the administration of the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. So I just wanted to explain this quickly for everybody because Redonna Beach has been doing so much to assist with the homeless. And I really want to highlight this as our ability to work with the LA County to address homelessness in Redondo Beach. Cameron, did you want to give us a brief on that?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. I'll just, say this is an agreement that we're really excited about because what it essentially does is it allows any participant in our housing program that has an emergency voucher to look for housing anywhere in Los Angeles County. Where previously they were limited only to the city of Redondo Beach, and that can be super, super competitive and really hard to find. So we are very, very excited about this. We're very hopeful that we'll be able to place a lot more program participants into housing with this agreement, and hope that you'll approve it.
Yeah, how much is in this, Cameron? How much money are we talking about?
I don't think it's at any cost to the city, but I do have our housing supervisor, Angelica Zavala, on the call as well. And I'll make sure that I'm not misspeaking here. So, Angelica?
Yeah, there was an actual amount in there, but yeah, go ahead, Angelica.
Well, so far we've been told that we're going to get about $419,000 per year. We have been issued 29 vouchers, granted 29 vouchers. So given that we house 29 families, that's how much we'll be getting.
Mm-hmm. And how will these get used?
LASA is referring families that are eligible for emergency housing vouchers. Contact the families, get all their documents, issue them vouchers, and they're on their way to find units.
So, what I see in the report are 29 emergency housing vouchers for a total of about $420,000. So, loss of the Los Angeles housing, I always forget what their acronym means. But anyway, it's the county agency that helps the homeless. Will be calling us with potential needs, people in need of housing, emergency housing.
Well, we get the referrals. So far, out of the 29, we've gotten 18 referrals, and we've been able to issue 10 vouchers.
Okay. All right. That's great. So it's already in place.
It's already in place. And like Cameron said, we're hopeful that with extending their search options, they'll be able to be housed.
And they're in Redondo Beach.
They're Redondo Beach vouchers, but they'll be able to use these vouchers in LA County if you approve this interagency agreement.
Okay, so they're issued by the Redondo Beach Housing Authority.
Exactly. We're issuing the vouchers.
Yeah, so Redondo Beach is unique in that we have a housing authority, i.e. Section 8 program, which, other than Torrance, we're the only city in the area that I know of that has such a program. So, I just wanted to highlight that, folks. This isn't anything controversial. It's a great thing. So just wanted to point out how much Redondo is doing in our housing authority and agency led by Angelica and Cameron Harding are doing this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So is there a motion to approve this or more discussion? Anybody want to talk about that?
Mayor, Relative to the folks that are in the pallet shelters currently, are they eligible to receive these vouchers to go to permanent housing, or are these going to be consumed by people who are already in Section 8 housing or in need of new Section 8 housing?
The people that get these vouchers are not on Section 8 housing just yet. Once we're able to lease them, then they belong to the program. My understanding is the people on the pallets have received some of these vouchers and some of them have been matched to our city. So some of our vouchers will be used towards the people that are living at the pellet shelter.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them, of the people in the pallet shelters do have those vouchers, but it will help being able to expand beyond Redondo.
Okay, thank you. Motion approved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Mayor.
Councilmember.
I have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any
Yeah,
public
Mayor.
comment?
Yeah,
Eleanor?
I have no public comments, this item for the record.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item H10. Item H10, let me navigate to our agenda here, folks. Give me a second.
H13?
I'm sorry, H13. I pulled item H13. H13 is a funding agreement with the Metropolitan Transportation Authority for the Redondo Beach Bicycle Transportation Plan Implementation Project. So this is something that got a lot of attention and a lot of discussion at our strategic plan. And I wanted to point out really some of the projects that this funding will provide, because there's a lot of discussion about projects that need to be executed on, and there is funding for it. So I guess maybe Ted, you could talk briefly about it. And I went back to the old report and saw the various projects that we were looking at. But yeah, Ted, did you want to touch on it real quick?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. This is one of the methods that we're actually implementing a lot of the bicycle master plan plans for facilities, whether they be class 2 or class 3. The class 2 is under this one, which has actually been designed. It's ready to go to Caltrans. There's just one minor thing that sort of delayed it, but it's ready to go to Caltrans. It does require, because it's federal money, it is funneled through Caltrans and will require an E76. If you remember some of the projects that we've dealt with Caltrans, that is a variable that's sort of out of our control and will take some time. But this particular project is actually going to be including parts of Torrance Boulevard, which have been implemented by us previously under a class 2 with a single bike lane. We'll be able to, as part of the Torrance Boulevard resurfacing project, implement a class 2 double line facility, which is, I think, what is desired to be out there. But that'll occur for the entire section of Torrance Boulevard between PCH and our east city limits. Lilienthal Bike Facility, and that's the segment between Fisk and Ripley. The only caveat there is that little segment around the school and the property there. We're working with the school district to see if we can get some roadway improvements to make that all a class 2 facility, but that will definitely become a class 2 facility. Avenue I between Catalina and Esplanade, that is going to be getting a class 2 facility, and that is part of this project as well. Nob Hill between Esplanade and PCH, that will get a class 2 facility. Nob Hill between PCH and Camino Real, that too will get a class 2 facility. A very small portion may wind up being a class 3 if we are unable to do some of the widening that's necessary there, but that's a very, very small segment of it. The balance of it, we've got it designed to be able to become a class 2 facility. PV Boulevard between Irina and Susanna, which is basically the city of Torrance limit. That is incorporated. There's several segments of class 3 where we know there isn't enough right of way to actually put in dedicated bike lanes, but we'll be able to upgrade the signage there and some sharrows to identify them as class 3 facilities. That's some of them. We'll probably give you a better rundown on the status of all of these other projects for bike lane upgrades when we come into the mid-year. I know that was a discussion item at the strategic plan, and we have been very actively working on a lot of the implementation of the bike facilities. Is that the question you were looking for, Mayor?
Yeah, exactly. And thank you, Ted, because it specifically addressed our bicycle master plan, which, as I said, had a lot of conversation. And the frustrating thing is that this monies were awarded back in 2009, 13 years ago or 12 years ago. So I guess I would just ask, when do you think these projects are going to get executed?
Yeah, I mean, first back to the 2009, and we tried to articulate that in the AR. Yes, Metro awarded that project or approved the project under the call for projects from 2009. And then less than a couple of years later, they said, well, we're not going to give you the money under the call. We want you to go and apply for the active transportation funding from the state, which paused the project for a good couple of years before Metro came back and decided, well, fine, you weren't awarded it under the ATP. We're going to go ahead and authorize the money like we did before. It used to take, because they don't have the call for projects any longer, from the time they approve the project, 5 years before funding becomes available for those projects. So there is a timeline that's built into a lot of those projects that makes it seem like it's that much more delayed, but in theory, even if you're approved today, you can't get the money until 5 years from today. At this point, like I said, these plans are ready to go to Caltrans. We'll go through the scrutiny and review by Caltrans, and once they give us through the E76, then we will come back to you, approve the plans and specs, and ask for the city clerk to authorize bidding on the project. And like we were talking with the rail, we'll put in a certain number of working days for the contractor to implement. I think that will be significantly long, but essentially that's the walkthrough of the process itself.
Why do these projects who aren't anywhere near PCH have to go through Caltrans?
Because of the funding mechanism. In this case, we have federal funds that have been awarded, and Caltrans, the state agency, is the manager of all of the funding that comes for transportation dollars from the federal government.
So do you expect it to take a long time for them to, approve these?
It shouldn't, but that's hopeful and wishful thinking on my part. You remember how long they delayed us on other projects that needed to go through their scrutiny in the past. This is a bike plan. This is not a roadway widening. It is not looking at, lane lines or lane dimensions that are standard versus exceptions and so on and so forth. Our consultant that's been working on this actively has been in communications with them. But until we submit, we really won't know. That's an unknown variable for me that I really can't answer.
Well, that is certainly eye into why these projects take so long and how they can get dragged out and how often getting them completed really is unknown. I mean, as long as Caltrans has it, I just kind of consider it it's unknown. Hopefully it'll drop sooner rather than later. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see if we've got any comments. Councilmember Narenhut.
Real quick, Mr. Saman, wanted to let you know, two questions. Well, one to let you know, and one question is what the bike lane has changed, if it has changed on Nob Hill. I've reached out to everyone I know of to get a hold of that church, and I can't get a hold of anyone there. I've tried 1,000 different ways. But is the bike lane you're planning there on Nob Hill still going to be the same as we discussed a few months ago? Andrew, I see your light just came on.
Yeah, Andy, can you help with that?
Yeah, so the plans we have now are to install a Class 2 bike lane east of PCH all the way to Julia. And the difference that we've made from what we originally planned to do with this call for project money was we're going to try and widen the portion of Nob Hill between Sapphire and Julia to accommodate Class 2 bike lanes in both directions there. If we're not able to widen, then we'll have to go with the Class 3 from that intersection and all the way eastbound up to Camino Real.
Okay, so it's the same as we talked about.
Yeah, we're in design. We're working on the design. It will be important for us to talk to the adjacent property owners at some point. We're not taking their land. It is our property. It's city property right away. So it's really just more courtesy notices. There is a big tree there that we're going to have some conversations about. We're going to have to move that. The homeowner there at the corner of, I think it's Juanita and Nob Hill, has got some historically important vegetation, maybe is the way to say it there, that we're going to have to work around. So there's a couple of complicating factors, but our hope is that we'll be able to get a design done that will allow us to widen 10 feet for that stretch of the roadway and install Class 2. So we'll have a good Class 2 facility all the way from the Alta Vista School and Park to the Esplanade. That's our hope.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I happen to be in Culver City today and really got to admire their bike lanes. I just want to share this so that we can, keep this in mind while we design. Is that while they haven't painted the entire bike lane green, they have at the intersection striped it green, and then it goes unstriped after it passes the intersection. And it really has a significant value, as you can see here. Significant value in letting the people who are making right turns, including myself in this instance, realize, hey, look over your shoulder for bicyclists. So I don't know if that's what you all have in mind for these bicycle lanes, but certainly I realize that green paint is expensive and its maintenance is expensive. To the extent we decided to deploy it, I encourage you to deploy it at the intersections, approaching intersections in stripes, because
that's a standard we're planning to adopt. We have it built into our Barrow Street design, which is currently out to bid. It's part of our Torrance Boulevard resurfacing project, and it will be on our Manhattan Beach Boulevard resurfacing project, as well as these in locations where it's appropriate on the Class 2 for this project as well.
All right, thank you, Engineer Winch. All right, thanks. That's it. I move to approve this.
Second.
Are there any public comments?
Okay, so none in Zoom. We have a couple of e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, submitted by Brianna Egan. It's good to see the city moving forward on funding and building more bike lanes in the city. After reviewing the documents in this item and the previous January 2021 item, I noticed that the bike lanes will be a Class 2 painted or 3 sharrows. Paint is not adequate protection for bicyclists from cars. Best practices for bike lanes that encourage use and mode shift are to add bollards and barriers that physically separate bike lanes from cars, such as Class 4 designs. Is there any way that these bike lanes projects can be amended to include physical barriers such as bollards, posts, or even planters and curbs? Perhaps reduce the number of signs, $51,625, and instead install posts and bollards? Signs won't save lives like physical protection would. The bike lane on Harbor Drive is an ideal example of this. It's a very popular and successful bikeway because it has physical protection and signaling that keep bicycles safe. You can see a wide range of ages of people enjoying this bike lane. When people feel safer, they choose to bike. When people don't feel safe, they resort to driving. We have to make bike riding safe to reduce VMT and emissions throughout the city and to reduce collisions and road deaths. Separated bike facilities are associated with lower fatalities and lower injuries for everyone on the road, drivers, pedestrians, cyclists. The planned projects for Catalina Avenue, Prospect Avenue, Palos Verdes Boulevard, Nob Hill, and Camino Real would be ideal places to implement Class 4 bikeway designs and would better facilitate people to travel to schools, restaurants, workplaces, and homes via bike. Hopefully some changes can be made to the project. Next comment is submitted by Grace Peng. Thank you for finally beginning to implement the 2011 SBBMP. However, I want to point out that in the intervening decade, the vehicle fleet has become much larger, heavier, and deadlier. The 85% rule has also increased the vehicle speeds outside of peak commute hours. The bike lanes that you are implementing are all Class 2 paint and Class 3 sharrows. None of them will protect me from cars and trucks. I ask you to put in meaningful protection. On-road bike lanes should be a Class 4 protected bike lanes. If we are to shift a substantial number of local trips out of cars, which we must for climate change, pollution, safety, public health, to save money on road maintenance or car ownership, to reduce parking competition, then we must give people safe ways to get around without a car. We should be able to safely walk and roll uncarred after dark, when the sun is low and when bars close. Paint will not protect us from deadly vehicles, but steel bollards and concrete will. That concludes the comments under e-comment for this item.
Thank you, Vicki. Andrew or Ted, can you guys address why we may put in a Class 2 or 3? So everybody knows Class 1 is a fully separated bike path like down on Harbor Drive. I don't know, maybe Andy, you can explain why, what the difference is between 2 and 3 and why we may opt to put in class 2, class 3 lanes instead of just waiting for the ability to put in class 1, which has the protection that they talk about.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. So class 1 are those like our bike path where it's totally separate from the roadway. Class 4, the protected ones like the Harbor Drive bikeway. And it's really, the issue is just competition for the real estate in the right of way. We have obviously sidewalk needs, parking needs, traffic lane needs, and to add the separation, vertical separation between a bike lane and the vehicle travel lanes just takes real estate, and we're not always able to accommodate that. So we do try and address that where we can. We studied that on Manhattan Beach Boulevard design, for instance, and are trying to apply that where we can on that roadway, especially because we have significant speed differences there on that roadway. The other locations in this particular project don't afford the room within the right-of-way to add the vertical separation, barricades, curbs, et cetera, that the 2 commenters requested. So for the time being, at least, until we make different decisions about how to use our right-of-way, we're trying to kind of shoehorn in these bike lanes along with all the other uses that are demanding the space in the right-of-way.
If I may, Mayor,
sure.
We know that the council's directive is to implement class 4 facilities wherever possible. Obviously, class 1 would be ideal, like it is on Harbor Drive, but class 4 we know is your preferred method. And like Andy mentioned, the real estate is really our biggest limiting factor. As we found out for Manhattan Beach Boulevard, for Borough, for Torrance Boulevard, and even Artesia, when the ACAP was presented to the council with those various options, times to get to that point, you need to either reduce medians or eliminate medians. You need to reduce or narrow down sidewalks areas in order to get to the real estate that's necessary. Or worse yet, you would actually need to get dedications or acquisition of property, which is quite significant and quite costly to get there. We know that that is the council's desire, and we explore every project with the objective to put in a class 4 facility if that real estate is available to us. But it scales down depending on what is actually available without actually having to reduce any of the travel lanes. That's the direction that we take with every project as we go through the exploration for it.
Oh, let's just jump right to the chase and look at Aviation Boulevard, because we've all been looking for ways to travel north-south in Redondo. I mean, if we just closed a lane of Aviation Boulevard and converted it all to a class 1 bike path, why don't we do that?
Just the sheer volume of traffic that you have on the roadway. You may wind up with congestion that goes beyond PCH if that happens.
Well, I'll point out they tried that down in Playa del Rey. They eliminated a lane on what's the street there? I guess part of it was Vista Del Mar, and part of it was what turns into Jefferson. They eliminated, in Culver, they eliminated a whole lane and did exactly that. The cars were backed up to Manhattan Beach. They were backed up to, the 405 freeway and beyond. And it was a huge outcry because they were trying to build a class 1 bike path and get people on their bikes. And the public was furious. And what was, maybe a half-hour commute turned into they didn't know. So I would just point out that we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of things we have to look at and consider. We can't just eliminate lanes on high traffic arterials that people use daily to get to work and back and do their errands. So it's not just a matter of the city setting a priority and saying, okay, well, we'll just close a lane on Aviation Boulevard and get everybody on their bikes, and we'll make traffic really, really bad, so they'll just be forced to get on their bikes. Well, the fact is the public isn't going to stand for that. They didn't stand for it there, and the whole thing had to be undone. It was a failed experiment. So we have to be careful when we talk about building bollards and in class 1 bike paths like we have down on Harbor Drive. That was a good place to do it, although I thought it should have been on the east side. But those are the kinds of things we have to look at before we start putting up bollards and barriers to protect cyclists. There's, the roads for a lot of different vehicles right now have to take a very careful approach when we decide to do that. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I wanted to actually see how you get Dr. Peng's comment, because I want people and Dr. Peng to realize that we have to make tough choices here. And your comment complains about the intervening decade, the vehicle fleet has become much larger, heavier, and deadlier. And I think larger is referring to the quantity of vehicles. Well, as we get to the next item, one of the next items on our agenda, that is one of the things that we're going to be deciding when we decide where we're going to put housing. How many cars are we going to add to the roads in Redondo Beach? So we have to make these decisions consistently. We cannot dump housing onto the west side of the city and expect that we're not going to increase the number of vehicles traveling through the city, as 96% of our people travel outside of the city to get to and from work. So I'll reconcile those two letters and comments a little more later, but just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I want to lend support to what Councilmember Obaji said about green paint. It really does make a difference in terms of people's awareness. What are the class, what's the class number for allowing to put green paint on, is it class 4 Sharrows, right? Is that correct, or is class 3 Sharrows?
Class 3 is Sharrows.
Okay.
So those are typically just the logo, the cyclist logo that goes on the street. We're trying to adopt a standard that has a green background with a white logo, just so that's a little more visible. And then it's the class 2 bike lanes where we'll do the green paint before and after the intersections and at conflict points with driveways and other unsignalized intersections and that kind of thing.
Would Grant be one of those streets that we could do that on?
Grant is a street that we did have some money available for green paint specifically, I think, from the budget motion. So that will be part of our design when we get to resurfacing Grant.
You have a lot of kids riding bikes from Adams to Washington to Murray. That's a great place to do it. Obviously, I don't know if Earl would qualify for that. That's a heavy bicycle route. It really does make a difference. I've seen it in other cities. I saw it in Miami. I've seen it in Santa Monica. We've seen it in a lot of places. It changes people's perception and awareness in a way that icons do not. So whatever we can do to do that, I think it's great that we're going to look at doing that. I think it's very helpful. So I'd lend support to that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Anecdotally, I agree that the green paint does set a whole different tone. It makes people aware that there could be bicyclists. I don't know if I've seen any data on that, but I would think that it would be supportive, but that would be more what I'd be interested in. And I have 3 points. The second point is I've spoken to Dr. Peng many times, and she means larger. She doesn't mean numerous. She means larger. And then number 3, a comment that the mayor made, and I'm sure he didn't mean it exactly, is there's no plans to take away a lane on aviation. When we were discussing that 3 city bike plan to put in a bike lane on aviation, we actually were very careful, all 3 councils, when we met. It was a 3 council meeting of Manhattan, Hermosa, and Redondo. None of us had the appetite to take away a lane, but there were many instances along aviation where we could have bicycling safely. It was just going to take a little bit of rearranging, but the lanes were not going to be eliminated. So the only reason why I mentioned that is because I know people have gotten that impression somehow, and I want to make sure that is very clear that no one intends to take a lane off of Aviation Boulevard.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was using as an extreme example.
I agree. I knew that's what you were doing. I just didn't want to perpetuate that.
Yeah, no, we're not taking. Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Councilwoman MD mentioned about the Tri-Cities meeting we had. And I would just say this, at some point, if we do want people to feel safer biking, then it really comes down to a matter of political will. Councilmember Obaji mentioned that we have to make hard choices here. And if it's really something that this council or a future council wants to do, then I think we just need to have those hard conversations and decide where can we do it most effectively, figure out how can we lobby for staff to ensure that whatever guidelines from the state may be getting in the way in terms of lane size or bike lane size are prohibiting us from being able to effectuate that throughout the city. We just have to be creative about how to do it. They've done it in European cities that have been around for centuries. A beach city can probably figure out a way to do it too. We just got to figure out how to do it, and we have to have the political will too. That's all.
Hey, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I meant to mention that we had talked about a pilot program to get students that are coming from the North Redondo Beach bike path, the right of way to Adams. We talked about this about two and a half years ago. Kind of failed after COVID. I'm hoping that we can maybe look at that again. I think it's a great way for kids to come to and from school. And, the other thing is, and we can try this in certain places, but for example, a street like Felton, we can make it one way. So there's room to put striping, and it wouldn't inconvenience people horribly. They just go around the block to go back to the beginning of the block. And it would make the street a lot safer in terms of for pedestrians and bicyclists. So I'm hoping we could look at that over the next few months, because I think that's a really good way of doing it. I know people talked about making Prospect bike friendly. That's another place that can be very controversial, but you have a lot of kids riding to the high school, or we hope we get a lot of kids riding to the high school and to Paris Middle School, and people flying down that street. So we have to make a hard decision there whether or not we want to put significant bike lanes there, because that would cause a lot of grief with people commuting as well. Major thoroughfare. So I hope we look at, we talk about safe routes to schools. I hope we can look at that for bicycles as well too. I don't think we've done quite as good of a job as we can do in that area. So thank you.
Okay, any more public comment, Eleanor?
Yeah, I have one more. The e-comment. I'll go ahead and read it. For your improvements to designate bike lanes, no matter what class of bike lanes, every little bit will help. Handscapes, actual lanes are ideal, but painted lanes are a big help. Laura Duke, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. I think there's a motion in a second, correct? May I do a roll call vote? Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. It was a good discussion. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for anybody to speak about anything that is not on our agenda. Everyone has 3 minutes. And Eleanor, do we have any takers on this item?
Okay, so anyone that's here for the public, yes, if you can raise your hand. Anybody on the phone, put *9 to raise your hand. Okay, first person is Holly Osborne.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Holly Osborne, District 5. As you know, I've been actively working on getting signatures for the zoning initiative. It states that city zoning laws will supersede state zoning laws if it passes on the November ballot. A large part of the work involved has been just informing people of some of these new zoning laws from Sacramento. The worst, as far as many of us are concerned, is SB 9. So many people have not even heard of SB 9 or what it can do to a single-family neighborhood by allowing R1 lots to be split and then 2 houses on each split. Let me just give you 2 quotes from people who came to a signature signing event in the TRW tract area this weekend. One man said, "I'm not doing this for myself. I won't see the destruction of the neighborhoods because it won't happen overnight. I am doing this for my kids." Another man said, Thank you for doing this. I am surprised every single person in this neighborhood is not down here to sign. Well, every person in the neighborhood does not know about it yet, but we are working on it. So that brings me to two requests I have. One, if you have an extensive email list of people in a neighborhood, especially North Redondo where I live, please share it with me if you can. I have an email list of about 100 names. Or at least let me send you an email message and you can forward it to your list. People in Torrance who are doing this have an email list of 400 names or more. And by the way, some groups in Torrance are holding regularly scheduled signature events, and the next one is this Saturday, 1:30 to 3:30 in Paradise Park. That is near Torrance Boulevard and Anza. Google it for exact directions. Again, that's Paradise Park, 1:30 to 3:30 Saturday. They collected over 200 signatures at their last event as they have several people working signature tables. And I would like to know, my second request is I would like to know who in South Redondo or anywhere else in Redondo is regularly scheduling sign-up events, just so we can share notes. That is all. Thank you.
Thanks for your work, Holly. This is all going on up in the Bay Area as well.
Next person is Andy Lesser.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. I just wanted to say Happy New Year to you all. And I wanted to compliment the Redondo Beach PD. There was an incident involving a violent assault in the vicinity of Pacific Coast Highway and Torrance Boulevard within the past week. And a helicopter was overhead and there were 2 containment areas set up. And the helicopter had to leave, but Redondo Beach PD maintained the containment areas and ultimately arrested the suspect. I believe it was a pretty violent assault. I have no other information, but congratulations and thanks to Redondo Beach Police. That's it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Andy. Lori Zaremski, I guess.
Yes.
Sorry, Ellen, I'm getting in your way there.
That's okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
So, good evening, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm wanting to speak about the possible overdevelopment of the Aes Site. This matter has been voted on by the citizens of Redondo Beach on multiple occasions, and clearly the will of the voters is to keep that area in the future available for open space and parkland and minimal residential development.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Lori, but I think this is really on our agenda. It's item L2, correct, Eleanor?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, Lori, you're going to have to hold your comment. It sounds like it's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Candace Nafisi and I reside in District 3. I engage in a weekly play date with my 2 sons after school at Dominguez Park. Each week, my family has witnessed individuals who are engaging in illegal acts in the bathroom and in their cars at the park. It's become such a problem that we're unable to allow our children to go in the bathroom alone. This park is a half a mile from 3 elementary schools, and the park is a love park for many families, dog parents, and Little League baseball families. But lately, families have shared how unsafe they feel due to the individuals who are lingering and engaging in illegal acts in the bathroom. Dominguez Park has some significant public safety issues. If possible, I would recommend public safety doing some public rounds in Dominguez bathrooms, especially between the hours of 3 and 6 p.m. at Dominguez Park. Lastly, I hope you continue moving forward with the upgrades of Dominguez Park. This park is in need of several upgrades that our community is patiently waiting on. Thank you for your consideration for this request.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there are none. That's it for Zoom, and we have no e-comments for Jay.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. All right, next up are 2 public hearings, L1, L2, and we'll hear any ex parte communications for both items at once. Councilmember Naranam.
I have nothing to report. Thank you. Oh, actually, for the first item, the second item, I spoke to you, staff, and members of the public.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, for both items, I spoke to the mayor and I've spoken to staff and the public.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, item 1, I haven't spoken about it with anyone. L2, I've spoken with staff, residents, and Councilwoman MD.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
L1, nobody. L2, the mayor, some staff, and some members of the public.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
For the first one, no one since the last time we had the first public hearing, and except that Garth from the Easy Reader and I exchanged voicemails but never connected. Second one, I spoke with staff, Councilman Horvath, and with Elliot Lewis.
Okay.
Owens Johnson's Fedco. Probably.
Okay, L1, I've spoken to many people all over the state, frankly. A lot of cities are looking at this exact thing. I've spoken with many members of the public here. I've spoken with our staff. And I don't remember speaking lately with council members about this. L2, likewise, been speaking with many other elected officials in California, many residents, our staff, council members, Narenheim, Lowenstein, Baji, and I think that's it.
Hcd.
Well, yeah, and Hcd. Thank you. I forgot about that. We had a phone call with Housing and Community Development, Robin Huntley. So, yeah, many people, many members of the public all over the state and in Redondo. Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing to consider extension of our interim urgency ordinance, amending the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for Senate Bill SB 9 by providing regulations related to urban lot splits.
Sorry.
Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any objections? Okay, the public hearing is open. Brandy Forbes, our Community Development Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. California Senate Bill 9, or SB 9, was signed into law by the governor this past September and became effective January 1st of this year. SB 9 requires ministerial approval of the subdivision of single-family zoned parcels into 2 approximately equal parcel sizes, and that it allows for the ministerial approval of development of 2 residential units in a single-family zone on a lot. And it could be a combination of both of those. The new law allows local agencies to adopt objective standards to govern these types of projects, yet imposes restrictions on what agencies can require, including limits to parking and setback. The City Council first discussed the possible objective standards to address SB 9 on November 16th of 2021, then again on December 14th. The City Council did adopt an urgency ordinance at the December 21st, 2021 meeting. And based on the prior City Council discussion and direction, the local regulations that were adopted include the following. For lot splits, it requires that only individual property owners can apply for an urban lot split, not corporations or corporate persons. The ordinance reiterates limits for sites with certain circumstances, such as wetlands, hazardous waste sites, local flood hazard areas. Lot splits are prohibited on historic properties or within a historic district. We specify in our urgency ordinance that the lot being split has not been previously split and that it may not be adjacent to a parcel that's been split by the same owner or person acting in concert with that same owner. The urgency ordinance limits the lot size of what's being split We require easements with public service providers for each resulting lot. So each lot has to have its own services, utilities. The ordinance mandates that each resulting lot must adjoin the public right-of-way with minimum frontage of at least 20 feet to ensure that a viable width of home can be built. There's a restriction on separate conveyance of dwelling units on the same lot, so no condominiums. And the regulations specify only residential use, so no short-term rentals, and that there has to be an affidavit of owner occupancy for one of the units. For the 2-unit developments, for both inland and coastal, similar to the lot splits, there's the requirement of only individual property owners can apply to do a 2-unit project, not corporations or corporate persons. We require that the lot on which the 2-unit project is proposed must have been legally subdivided. The ordinance sets limits for sites with certain circumstances similar to the lot splits, such as wetlands, hazardous waste sites, flood hazard areas. 2-unit projects are prohibited on historic properties or within historic districts. No more than 2 dwelling units of any kind may be built on a lot resulting from an urban lot split. If a project is on a site that was not an urban lot split, it would be limited to the 2 units plus an ADU or JADU as allowed by the state law. For lot coverage, outdoor living space and setbacks are to be followed to the extent feasible, such that 2 primary dwelling units on the lot at 800 square feet each are permitted. So you have to allow for up to 800 square feet each, but otherwise trying to implement our standards as to the extent possible to allow that. The urgency ordinance requires a new tree for each new unit or a fee in lieu. And the ordinance similarly requires tree replacement for mature trees or a fee in lieu. The regulations limit the floor area of the second primary unit to 800 square feet and the height of the second primary unit to 16 feet or 1 story. And the city requires parking as we're allowed to by SB 9. Each primary dwelling unit on a lot must have its own direct utility connections. All structures must comply with all current local building standards. The impact fees for additional primary dwelling units shall be charged and proportionally for ADUs or JADUs as allowed by the state. The ordinance requires that all other applicable standards apply to the extent that they don't conflict with state law, including affordable housing. So as we move forward to adopt our inclusionary housing ordinance, that will be effective. We limit separate conveyance of dwelling units on the same lot. So no condominiums, and that the residential use is allowed only and no short-term rentals. And then the affidavit of owner occupancy if it was formed by an urban lot split. So that's what the urgency ordinance has. And I know that's a lot of information, but we're at a public hearing and I want to make sure that the public understands what we did adopt in the urgency ordinance. When council adopted that back in December 21st, it was also referring this to the Planning Commission for their consideration of additional topics and to provide feedback and any recommended additions or revisions that the city should consider when implementing a permanent ordinance to address SB 9. Some of those topics include acknowledging that Redondo Beach is not dominated by single-family housing, so we want to just make sure that that's included in the whereases of any ordinances going forward. The Planning Commission will examine tree planting requirements to ensure that that requirement is adequate, incorporate applicable items of the Climate Action Plan, including requirements for cool roofs, solar panels, gray water systems, electric vehicle charging, and greenhouse gas emission reduction. The Planning Commission is to evaluate the individual ownership requirement to properly address corporations and to consider an option of requiring owner occupancy, not just addressing the intent to occupy, and see if we can do that. The Planning Commission, the City Council is asking the Planning Commission to consider a requirement that the design is not to encroach into the required front setback before exhausting the option to build in the rear and side setbacks first. And then reviewing objective standards of other municipalities as those are being adopted and seeing what's effective. And then again, evaluating that affordability requirement, just really exploring that more. So the Planning Commission is scheduled to have the first discussion of this on February 17th of 2022. And it's expected to continue. So there can be research. We still don't have direction from Hcd or any of the state or agencies on how this will be implemented. So we want to make sure there are guidelines that we need to follow. So we want to have that information as well. But once the Planning Commission has gone through a very thorough review, then on the adequacy of the standards and any additional standards to discuss, it'll come back to council. You will then finalize what will be in that ordinance, and then we can move forward with adopting the permanent ordinance. So right now, what this item is to provide for that time to do the research, the review, and the adoption of a permanent ordinance. It's just extending the urgency ordinance to give the city that time. It needs to be extended before the 45-day period, the initial 45-day expires, which is this Thursday or Friday. And that basically this agenda item provides for a public hearing to consider the extension of that urgency ordinance for an additional 22 months and 15 days. So that's what's before you, is to extend that. We went with the public hearing so that we could have that longer period to really evaluate the impacts and the different standards that the city should consider.
Okay, thank you, Brandy.
Yeah, and so the procedures are there in the agenda. To take testimony. I just provided my oral presentation and hear from the public, and then close the public hearing, deliberate, and then you can adopt that ordinance.
Thank you, Brandy. How long is this extension for again?
It extends it for a total of 2 years. So it'll extend, we've had the 45-day period, so it'll extend it for 22 months and 15 days.
Okay, and that should give us plenty of time to create a more, not an urgency ordinance, a real ordinance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of tying this to affordable housing. I mean, that was the whole point of SB 9. You read section 4 of SB 9, the legislature finds and declares that ensuring access to affordable housing is a matter of statewide concern. And yet here they write this bill that has no affordable housing component to it whatsoever. It's just a giant upzoning across the entire state. So just to put it in perspective, every single family home now in Redondo Beach, and in fact, anywhere in the entire state, can now build 4 units on that lot. So just stop for a second, especially if you live in a single family home, and look across the street, look next door, these nice single story, maybe even single family lots. If the owner wants to right now, as of January 1, can walk into the city and request that their single family lot gets split into 2. And then SB 9 requires ministerial approval, which means there will be no hearings. The planning director, that would be Brandy, is basically required to approve it ministerially. And then also in SB 9, that the single family homeowner can now build 2 units per new parcel. That would be 4 units on a single family lot everywhere in Redondo Beach, and in fact, the entire state of California. And the city can require no more than a 4-foot setback, side and rear. And minimum parking requirements to no minimum parking requirements on site. Where right now, what is our minimum parking requirements per unit, Brandy? Do you know offhand?
Yeah, for single family, it would be 2 enclosed parking spaces for new single family. We're only allowed to, for this particular, for the urban lot splits and the two development is to require one parking space per unit. And then there's also the waiver that if it's within a high quality transit area or a bus stop with a certain frequency of service, that we can't require that parking.
Yeah, within half a mile. You missed the half mile part. So
yeah,
if this single family home is within half a mile of a bus stop with a certain frequency or high quality transit corridor, the city cannot require any parking on site. Zero. So you think you got parking problems in your neighborhood? As the guy said who was signing the petition to Holly Osborne, he's doing this for his kids because here it comes, folks. So when your neighbor's house goes up for sale, it's very likely you won't get a new neighbor. You're going to get an LLC or some other financial institute you can't contact. They're going to pay cash and they'll be outbidding what would have been a new neighbor, and they'll be building a box. And there'll be no hearings. Don't come to the mayor or the city council. There'll be nothing we can do. Sacramento has stripped us of our local ability to control this with a lot of restrictions on what we can control. So, but the coup de grace is there's no affordable requirement here, and yet the bill says this was the point of it. So I really think it's fair for the city, and I know other cities will be implementing some sort of affordability requirement as these new boxes go up. So I guess that would be my comment, Brandy, is make sure the Planning Commission drills down and tries to consider how you could just draw some sort of nexus to affordable, because everybody I talked to wants to get more affordable housing, not just more market rate housing. Kind of wasn't the point. So there are affordability problems. Anyway, Councilmember MD.
So just to make it clear to everybody, we're not rehashing what we decided to do. We're just extending this ordinance so that the Planning Commission can take a look at it and then come back with their recommendations to us. And then that's when we can really get into the weeds as to after all the research is done, after planning has put in their opinion. So then that way we can really fully vet out a proper objective standards for Senate Bill 9. So there are things that some of you may agree with it, that what was written, and things that you don't agree with or you do agree with, but all that will be vetted out later. And so I'd be willing to just close the public hearing, but we need to hear from the public, right?
Yeah, it's a little early yet. Okay, no more hands up. Let's go to the public. Are there any public comments on this, Eleanor?
Okay, so anyone who wants to speak on L1, please raise your hand on Zoom, or *9 if you're on the phone. We do have one e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
Submitted by Peter Aziz. An objective standard, if you choose to challenge this bill, SB 9, is to say that bill should include affordable housing in its amended clause. However, by ignoring/challenging this law to provide split units, you also are putting equitable opportunity for fair housing equally at risk. For those who can build granny flats, those to build ADU units for subsidizing their incomes, opportunities for housing for single and young teachers to live where they also work, or even college students who want to move here to attend nearby community colleges or universities. Why lose out on this potential to diversify your community because you want to keep the status quo of generational wealth in single family housing? Generational wealth doesn't look like what you prescribe to any longer. While I support the efforts to having local control of our zoning as it pertains to our cities, I do not prescribe to this method of challenging the state in its ability to provide some solution to a housing market. A neighbor had been remodeling all through the pandemic, and when asked if he would build an ADU unit, he said both the cost and the process of doing so would take too long and be too expensive. Closing the gap in the ability to have the split on his lot opens the opportunity of ease for others as well, lowering the cost and inability while serving the existing demand for wanting to build these units. I ask why then challenge this? Is your vision for how you see status quo generational wealth and beach life more important than a diverse community who is able to afford to live where they work? To the mayor, there have been many times you have personally told me I was able to pick myself up by my bootstraps and worked hard to earn my house. I commend you for doing so, but all of my friends can't do that. They have all inherited their priorities here in Redondo, and they aren't all single-family houses either. We shouldn't have to be the cog of equitable housing because we don't like the way it messes with our aesthetics of how a beach town should look. It includes public comments.
Actually, there's one more.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to refresh. It's coming up now. Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Leslie Campeggi. Thank you for challenging SB 9 at the state level and getting input from the Planning Commission. Equitable and affordable housing for all will not be achieved by removing local zoning controls. Legislating a one-size-fits-all solution is neither fair nor equitable. It doesn't take into consideration the real household incomes that might still prohibit some from living well within any neighborhood they choose. Why would anyone assume that local control is tantamount to keeping people out of the neighborhood or not allowing people a fair shot to realize their dreams? As it stands, SB 9 is a dream for those with deep pockets only. Nothing in the bill has any language that housing must be affordable. Please continue to fight SB 9. It's the only way to ensure we have local control over housing zoning and ensure there's a percentage for affordable housing, as the city has been requiring for new housing developments. SB 9 does nothing to deter the rising costs of homes, rental prices, or market rates. We have never been, nor will we ever be, a one-size-fits-all society, nor should we be. Thank you.
That concludes the e-comments.
Thanks, Eleanor. Randy, are we violating SB 9 or fighting SB 9 with this ordinance?
Not with this ordinance, no. It's we are allowed as a municipality to adopt objective standards, which we have, just to make sure that we can put in place the things that the law allows us to put in place. So with this urgency ordinance, it's not violating SB 9. It's actually complying with and allowing us access to the different controls that SB 9 allows.
And ADUs are allowed in Redondo Beach, correct?
ADUs are allowed regardless of SB 9. You know, if somebody chose to do an ADU on, their site, they can choose to do an ADU on their property.
Well, in fact, they've always been allowed ADUs. We've never banned ADUs. So
since 2019, when regulations went into place.
Yeah, how many ADUs have been built in Redondo, would you say, in the last, year, a couple of years, whatever you know?
Yeah, it's last year we had 25. The year before with COVID, it was 17. I think we were upwards around 30 the year before, the first year that it went into effect.
Okay, so we're not violating SB 9. ADUs are allowed. People are building ADUs. Everybody can choose to do any of this or not. It is up to the property owner. The city's just complying with state law. So we're not blocking anything. And ADUs have always been allowed. So, yeah. Anyway, any more public comment? I see Councilmember Nierenheim has his hand up.
Actually, I have another one also.
Sure, go ahead.
Public. Let's see. Jacqueline, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Jacqueline Huynh, and I also have 2 teenage kids that go to Redondo Union High School. My daughter, Ava Schaefer, is also a youth commissioner. She's the chairperson for the Redondo Beach Youth Commissioner. So I'm speaking on her behalf as a youth commissioner for Redondo Beach because she's working right now, as well as for the youth and me as a parent, that I'm against having any marijuana shops in our cities, in our city, North or South Redondo, especially with so many schools nearby.
Jacqueline, I apologize, but this isn't the item we're talking about. That's item N1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it's going to be later in the evening. And looking at the participation on item L2, which is the next item, you're probably looking at least an hour before we get to L2. Would be
okay, sorry.
That's okay.
My apologies. Okay.
No worries. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So, Brandy, this is, we're just covering, like you said, an extra 22 months so that we can have the Planning Commission look at the final code and give more impact, so we can make sure we get more resident information on this ordinance. Correct? They're cleaning up the urgency ordinance or changing the urgency ordinance if they need to.
Yeah, it's just evaluating it. As I mentioned, there's nothing yet from the state on the guidelines for implementing. So, we don't even have that yet available to us. And so it'll be, looking at what the state guidelines are, and as well what other municipalities are doing. And then there's the list of items that the city council is, asking them or referring to them to evaluate, including, the affordability and the ownership and tree planting and things like that.
You just hit what I was going to bring here right now, the tree planting. The tree ordinance will be done before the this ordinance, regular ordinance will be in place.
It may, I don't know. I'm not sure when item is coming back, but I don't know that it's going to address anything, from the recommendations of the different commissions, that it would recommend anything beyond looking at heritage trees, whereas this actually will require that that tree planting or tree replacement or a fee in lieu, because ultimately our standards can only be implemented to the level of where they still could put into 800 square feet units on a lot.
Okay.
Except for those side and rear setback limits that they allowed, the 4 feet.
The 4 feet, right. Okay. All right, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Are there any more public comments first, Eleanor?
No, Mayor.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember MD to close the public hearing. Any objections? Okay, public hearing is closed.
All right, I'll make another motion to extend the interim urgency ordinance number 3226-21.
Second.
Okay. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Do you need to read that, Eleanor?
Yes. Adopt by title only an extension of interim urgent ordinance number 3226-21 of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Redondo Beach Municipal Code Title 10, Chapters 1, 2, and 5 to provide objective standards for Senate Bill 9, SB 9, by providing regulations related to urban lot splits and 2-unit projects subject to Senate Bill 9, SB 9. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Next up is item L2. L2 is a public hearing to consider a revised City of Redondo Beach 6-cycle draft housing element of the general plan and confirming certification of an initial study negative declaration. So I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath to open the public hearing. Is there any objection? Okay, public hearing is open. Back to Brandy. Brandy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for the presentation for this agenda item. Let me know if you can see that okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see it.
As you mentioned, this is the public hearing for consideration of a revised housing element. And then it's actually for, we're citing the previously adopted CEQA document. We actually confirmed with our consultant that we don't have to re-adopt that. It's just we have to cite it. So going through just a little bit of background, since this is a public hearing, we want to make sure the public understands a little bit of the history here. June 15th, the City Council authorized the submittal of the draft housing element to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, based on the approved draft general land use plan and map. And we'd gone through a lot of process to get to that point. So it wasn't just a let's get with it. But that was the moment where It was authorizing the submittal of that draft element. On September 2nd of 2021, HCD issued their formal comments on the draft itself, and it required some revisions. So September 16th of 2021, the Planning Commission considered that draft housing element and recommended additional revisions to address the HCD comments and recommended that to the City Council. And then on October 5th of 2021, the City Council held a public hearing and adopted the Redondo Beach 6th cycle 2021 to 2029 housing element and approved the CEQA document, which was a initial study negative declaration. On October 7th of 2021, HCD received the city's housing element and started their review. They had 90 days to review, and they utilized all of that time. And we received on January 5th their formal comments in a letter that required revisions to the adopted housing element. January 11th of this year, the City Council directed staff. We had an agenda item to discuss the HCD letter, and City Council directed staff to revise the housing element to address HCD's comments, including enhancing the narrative of the housing element, distributing the RHNA, which is the regional housing needs allocation, to more sites, especially the affordable to more sites, and return for a public hearing on February 1st, which is what we are doing this evening. Just a summary of HCD comments. The letter was in your packet, but basically they wanted us to revise the language regarding land use controls to the extent that the community opposition that has constrained housing development is addressed in the narrative. They requested that we amend the sites inventory to regarding the concerns with the focus on the North Tech. There were concerns about the affirmatively furthering fair housing and to address that, which I'll refer to that as AFFH. It's a little easier to flow off the tongue. But they wanted us to look at more sites and distribute, especially the affordable units for RHNA on more sites. So they wanted us to look at that, looking at where different areas may impede additional development, and how are we going to address that. They wanted us to provide more detail on small sites and the likelihood of residential development on those. They wanted us to provide more justification on the North Kingsdale site. That's the site along Artesia where there's some consolidation from one property owner there. They wanted us to provide a complete sites analysis, again, evaluating additional sites for consideration. Change the zoning ordinance program. There was a program, there are different programs in here, and one of them is zoning ordinance changes. And we had changed the draft to where the threshold for when something is triggered to go to the Planning Commission was, we had it at 8 units. They had us put it back to the 15 units that we'd had previously in our prior housing element. They wanted us to address multifamily fees, and then promote and affirmatively further fair housing opportunities. They wanted us to put a little bit more narrative into that information. Oops. So how we revised the housing element that is before you this evening, that was a blue folder item. It was sent out to council and put on the city's website this morning. This is the revised. We did have the original, but we wanted to make sure that we were addressing all of these issues. So we were able to get that out today. The executive summary is something that was added. It's I think it's 8 or 9, maybe 10 pages of the document that was all added. It's all new narrative, and it explains that the city is already has a balanced approach to providing housing, including with the fact that we have more multifamily housing than surrounding cities have as far as the percentage of our housing. The housing element also, or the executive summary now describes recent housing projects throughout Redondo Beach that address housing shortages, including affordable housing. when cities have done housing elements in the past, they didn't necessarily look back at the last cycle and say, these were all the things that were adopted. And it was important to make sure that HCD understood that we didn't just stand still in the prior 8-year period, and that there was a lot of housing throughout the city that was developed or is underway. The executive summary also explains effort the city has made regarding accessory dwelling units, adopting our ordinance, our objective residential design standards that we're in the process of updating are going to provide information on how to, what would be a streamlined ADU. So it makes it a little bit easier for somebody to come in with an application that actually meets what the code requirements are. The executive summary addresses housing affordability in the city. It expands significantly on the AFFH section, including pointing out the new Project Home Key project application. And HCD did confirm when we talked with them at the beginning of the month that would substantiate our AFFH if we're really addressing affordable housing in such a manner. And then it also, the executive summary provides details on the city's enhanced response to homelessness program that we initiated in 2019 and have expanded on since. How we revised the housing element itself. So that was the executive summary. That was just adding all of that narrative. There was also, we added some of that same narrative throughout, just so that it's, hitting on those topics, but also we added projects under the entitled, approved, or under review projects. Council pointed out there are a few projects that we didn't have included. One was the Catalina Village application that's going to go to the Planning Commission this spring. It's a 30-unit development, 4 of which would be affordable housing. And then the Moonstone Village, or that Project Home Key project, which is a 20-unit affordable housing. It's the project that would be on South PCH. And then as well, we provided more details on all of the different projects that are entitled, approved, or under review. And then we get to the sites inventory. I think that's kind of the big part of the show here. We expanded the sites inventory list, and then we added description and visual examples. And then, what we did was we increased the density and clarified the project for the North Kingsdale residential overlay. Increasing the density, it was at 45 dwelling units per acre. We increased that to 55, recognizing that because the underlying zoning is 2 different types of zoning, having that all be the commercial and then having the ability for the residential overlay over that. So it's just kind of has a consistency. And then we also reached out to that property owner and confirmed what percentage of that would he be open to considering for affordable housing. So we could actually, in the past, in the prior adopted plan, we only had this going towards the moderate and above moderate RENA obligation. Here we could have at least 15% of the units contribute towards the very low and low. And we'll see that in a table in just a moment. Then we also decreased the density and reduced the percentage of affordable for the North Tech residential overlay. That was where HCD had the biggest concern, was that there were a significant number of units there, and as well that the percentage that we were accounting towards affordable, they didn't feel that because there was so much development there, that the infill of those sites it wouldn't be just selling off that site for development. It would be that owner that would need to develop it. So we considered 20% of that, those sites, the overlay that could go towards affordable, and the remaining at the moderate and above moderate. And then as well, we were looking at the sites where we have had conversations with the actual property owners on that for being able to count those units towards our RENA obligation. We expanded the South Transit Center residential overlay. Actually, it looks like it's expanding that, but it falls under that South Bay Marketplace. But it's taking the lot on the northeast corner of 182nd and Kingsdale and considering that for residential overlay as well. And at 50, keeping that south of transit site, because really keeping a lot of these at the 55 dwelling units per acre. Added that South Bay Marketplace, the parking lot residential overlay. We had provided a presentation last spring about how that parking lot could be developed. So we wanted to make sure that, that we showed those same images of here's an example of a project that would fit on this, exactly on this type of site. So we included different images like that in the housing element itself. But that South Bay Marketplace, it was looking at the having housing overlay on those huge parking lots. And that was something that Hcd told us in our conversations after we received their letter, that that's more feasible for them. That's something where that could be sold off with just an obligation to provide just parking on the first level and build the residential above. So we put that kind of descriptor in there, or even if they leased it, and it could go towards a housing project. They definitely saw this as a much more feasible type of development on those larger parking lots. And then there was the recommendation to look at some other sites that might fit in that half acre or larger area. We looked at the FedEx site that's down in District 1 along PCH. There's like a strip mall in that area. Right next to it's a Lens Crafters, and that's right next to the Pancake House. And we recognize the Pancake House may not turn over, but Lens Crafters, we're reaching out to that property owner, as the the industry for the retail side of optometry is changing to more online, that perhaps they might end up looking eventually for a different space, and that site might be considered for residential overlay in addition to the FedEx site. And then we looked at the Smart and Final parking lot. It's a 3-lot area. Now these are smaller areas than some of the others. And so we were looking at a 45 dwelling unit per acre overlay. And then similarly with this, and we wanted to make sure there were also areas that were not adjacent to single family residential. So there weren't any single family residences right up against those sites. So we included that site as well. So, there's a lot that went into this evaluation. We appreciate, your trust in staff to really, go through and look at things. Oh, and then I'm sorry, I missed the increased density on 190th. Again, getting everything in that, and the larger sites into that 55 dwelling units per acre. And then we also had a lot of information from property owners, conversations where there is a lot of interest in selling those some of the properties in that area. So that's really going to help justify including that site. So additional changes that we made to the housing element, back to that point I made before under the zoning ordinance program number 13. We changed that threshold back to the 15 units to change the zoning so that at 15 units, it goes to planning commission design review, but under that it would be administrative review instead of the proposed 8. And that was something that requiring us to put it back to the 15. And then we did a little extra outreach. We sent notices of this public hearing to local housing advocates and the previous commenters. We contact and converse with several property owners from sites on the inventory to determine their interest in feasibility. So we've done a lot of legwork in the last 3 weeks since we last discussed this item. And now we're on to the numbers. So this is just the kind of the background, the baseline. So you've got your RENA obligation in that first line. And then we included the 10% buffer that City Council approved for the low and very low. So that's just showing us where we need to hit for those different levels of affordability. And then we have credits. So different projects that we can use to credit towards that. And we added those 2 additional projects that are under review because we were allowed to add those in there. And then as well, the anticipated ADUs, year over year, what we're expecting. So as you can see then on the bottom, including that buffer, now we have to come up with, it's 935 very low, 456 low. The moderate and above moderate, those are much easier to hit, but we have to hit those very low and low. And I'm going to go into the next slide. I end up combining those into one column just so it's a little bit easier to follow because that's really the bottom line of what we have to meet. So now we're looking at the summary of sites strategy. So we have, some of the basic things, the residential recycling that we can count, but those can't count towards the very low and low. It's basically where there's in the R2 or R3 zoning or the RH zoning, there may be a single family house on that, but it can be not upzoned, but it can be redeveloped at a higher density based on what the zoning is. So those fall under the moderate and above moderate category. We had the housing on the church properties that we added. We just had to make a few adjustments here, just looking at making some corrections to some numbers, but it's not changing anything significantly in the housing that would be on those properties. And you can see there's just a small amount of the very low and low affordability. And then mixed use, as mixed use turns over anything at 35 dwelling units per acre, we can count, but if those sites aren't large enough, they have to count in that moderate. So that's where we plug those in. So here is the subtotal of, those that will count towards the very low and low, the moderate and the above. And now we get into the sites. There's residential recycling, there's mixed use, that we made an adjustment to the mixed use zone here to increase that to 30 dwelling units per acre. So we have a little bit more in affordability here that we can provide. We did, again, make some adjustments, recognizing what numbers we might be able to actually hit. And it may have been that there's, some development or redevelopment that's happened that reduced some of the availability of those sites. And that now for the residential overlays. So we have that Kingsdale residential overlay I was talking about, going from 45 to 55 dwelling units per acre. And having that conversation with the property owner, we evaluated if you did that calculation, the total number of units on the site would be 125. He has agreed that he could do 15% of those as affordable. So that's where we get now. You can see that previously had been, 0. We'd counted it all in that moderate. Now we're looking at some affordable on that site. And then the North Tech, we reduced that from 60 dwelling units per acre to 55, and a little bit less acreage again, taking out some of those sites that really don't even have the parking lot area to develop on. And this was the situation we talked about at the last meeting, where because we've had the conversations with the property owner and they have done developments, it wouldn't be them selling. The likelihood would be as an owner that they would add that residential development, and it likely isn't going to be at 100% affordable. So we had to look at what is feasible. 20% affordable is something in the range. We did reach out to the property owner again, and we're looking at of that the units in the North Tech, that 70 would be in that very low to low, and then 284 would be in the above moderate. So we're looking at it's a reduced number overall in that North Tech area because the size of what's really that we could justify the developability of based on our conversations with Hcd was a little bit lower. Remember, I mentioned, they were looking at when you have that big swath of parking area, that's going to be a much more feasible site. And then for 190th, we increased that to the 55 dwelling units per acre and kept that at the very low and low. Again, we're hearing so much interest from the property owners to sell, where it is something where it could feasibly be redeveloped as a much larger affordable project, or just a housing project in general. So we're meeting that need there. And then south of the transit center, residential overlay, 55 dwelling units per acre. We left that the same. The site that's across the street, it's not included in this. It's now included in the South Bay Marketplace residential overlay. So I just don't want you to get confused when we get to the maps. So for the South Bay Marketplace, those are the bigger parking lots, much more feasible to count that towards the affordable. We're looking at, and just as a reminder, because it's been a while since we've had this conversation, we're looking at build out of 80% of what could be built. So because that's really what they don't want you to say, well, 100% of looking at all the acreage, just because there might be other things that they plug into or have to address in a development. And then the FedEx residential overlay at that 45 dwelling units per acre, that's already a mixed use at, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but I think that's already a mixed use at like a 30 or 35 dwelling unit per acre. So it's not significant. Is that right, Sean?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it's not significantly increasing per se the density, but it's allowing that as a residential overlay so they can really maximize the residential on that site. Again, looking at that as the affordable, the smart and final parking, residential overlay, 65 dwelling units. So we're, it's numerous sites. We went from 3 sites that actually could count towards affordable. Remember that Kingsdale overlay didn't count for affordable previously. We had 3 sites that the affordable was distributed over, and now we have it distributed over 7. And then, so, here are those subtotals. When you add up all the very low and low, when the 1391 underneath that, that's this combination up here of what we need, still needed to meet after we take out what's already been approved and the anticipated ADUs. And so it's adding those 2 together. So that's what that 1391 that we needed to meet. The estimated total estimated capacity, we're going to make that number. That's the estimated capacity. Just look real quick. Yeah, is there. So it's going to cover what we need for the affordable, and then certainly with the moderate and above moderate, we more than meet our total RENA. It's just that that what we have to meet is the very low and low. And
Can I interrupt with a quick question?
Sure.
So on this list, right, it's not addressed. And could you, just for the sake of people that are watching and listening, why does HCD not allow us to consider ADUs, especially in light of all the recent legislation in the past few years, right? The 3 bills a couple years ago, SB 9 this year, so ADUs and JADUs, technically should be considered affordable units. That's kind of the point of the legislation. But yet we get no credit, kind of in the same way that, we're using residential recycling here, and it doesn't really make sense. So,
we do get a little bit of credit. So the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, they did a study that could justify what different, depending on what urban level you're at, what you could justify of your expected number of ADU units to be affordable. So we can actually count 64% of our expected ADUs to be affordable, but we can't just say arbitrarily, we think that we're going to have 2,000 new ADU units. We have to have it based on what our historical development has been on ADUs, and then any expected growth now that we have our ordinance in place. And we've had that in place for a year to see, it has, it's gone up a little bit. We've already built that into this number of what we expect over the next 8 years, year over year, what additional. So we do have, built into what we can have as credits. We do have this 144 units of the ADUs, of the 240 ADUs that we can have go towards the affordable. But we just can't, like I said, we can't just arbitrarily throw out there that, we think we're going to have 2,000 ADUs in 8 years when we haven't come anywhere near those numbers. Okay. Anything else while we're on a pause? Okay, I'll go ahead on to the maps. I know this is really hard to see, but if you just kind of look at it more in the big picture, the little yellow sites are kind of those infill sites that really aren't going to get you the where the affordability is. But what we did was, and the colors don't necessarily mean an intensity, but it's just showing that what we had adopted back in October, where we were looking at some of the sites where affordability could land, was we were looking at this North Tech area, we were looking at south of Transit and 190th. Those were the main sites where we were looking at getting affordable units. And so what we've done, and I'm just going to scroll down to the next slide, just so you can see, we just had a little bit of that increase in going from that a lesser density of mixed use to a little bit higher density of mixed use. But those are not where we were getting, the big numbers. The big numbers were really coming from these 3 sites and a little bit over here that's, we count as part of the 190th. So what we've done is really look to distribute that affordable, the provision of the affordable housing, or the where it's allowed to have the capacity for it. And so we again looked at what's realistic for what could be developed in the North Tech. We had the south of the Transit, similar to like what we had in October. We had the 190th like we had before. But what we added in the north of 190th, we added the South Bay Marketplace, and then we added that site that's just to the east of the south of the Transit Center. And then we also, it's hard to see here, but it's got, because I think it's like a gray color, but also that Kingsdale. So we have now, just even north of 190th, instead of having 3 sites, and those were the only 3 sites where we were getting the affordable, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites. And then going south of 190th, we added, these are smaller sites. So, looking at that 45 dwelling units per acre, just recognizing that these are, don't have that magnitude that some of the larger sites might have. These are just hitting that half acre size. So we have that FedEx site down here. And this again is a gray color, so it doesn't show up on the small map, but the Smart and Final parking lot here. And I think so that's what I have for the presentation. You've opened the public hearing. You've taken my testimony from staff. I'm here and Sean's here to answer additional questions so we can provide more testimony, and you can take comments from the public. One thing you might want to consider is, even if you're interested in moving this forward, we do have that, if you recall, we wanted to have the ability to continue this public hearing to the 8th. Since the housing element revisions took until this morning to get out to the public, that might be an opportunity just to give the public an additional week to comment. I know that that's an important issue for HCD. So you could continue the public hearing, or you could close the public hearing, deliberate, and adopt. So, and you can always, give us suggestions on any changes. So, and I just open it up now for any questions that you may have. I'm gonna go ahead and stop share.
Okay. Wow, great, Brandy. I know you've been extremely busy. This housing element effort has consumed much of your time for a better part of a year. So, and here we are, and then you're in a sprint now. Because we had last time submitted our previous draft in October, didn't get comments back till early January, and now we've really only got about 5 weeks to respond and submit. So first I want to commend you, your staff, Sean, everybody I'm forgetting for you know, the hard work you guys have done to get this out there. I see it, most people don't, but council does, and just really appreciate all the work you've done. I'm going to share my screen. I have a little presentation tonight I want to go through. So let me just see if I pull this off here. Yeah, there we go. Can you see that? Everybody see my screen? No? Nobody can see my screen?
No, we can see it.
Yeah. Thank you. We can see it. There. Anyway, I just want to go through this and make it clear, folks, that Redondo Beach is a great example of a city. I often say a poster child for what a medium-sized city in California, especially on the coast, is doing to address housing. I mean, we have everything. We have R1, R1A is single-family lots split into two. We have R2, R3. We have mixed-use development, which is, you know, some cases 50 units per acre. We have medium-density residential. I mean, we really have it all. We have Redondo Beach has a housing authority. As I said earlier, we're one of the few cities in the area that has such, that includes a Section 8 program where we subsidize over 400 households rent annually and funnel over $6 million a year from housing and urban development from the federal government. So, yeah, we have multiple senior affordable housing projects all over Redondo Beach, and everybody can point to one in their neighborhood. Redondo Beach is mostly renters. I myself rented it. I was 40 years old. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to make the point that Redondo Beach has done a fantastic job of addressing the housing needs. We're 11,000 residents per square mile. You hear many criticisms about Redondo Beach, but the fact is we're one of the most densely populated areas on the entire California coast, which puts us really in the top category of being, you know, about as diverse a housing community as there exists in California. So there's a lot of criticisms about Redondo Beach, when in reality, and you take a 30,000-foot view of what we've provided in housing. I mean, that's how we got to 11,000 residents per square mile, right? And growing. Of course, now we've got, sorry, that should be a Z there, and we have upzonings. We have now state mandated upzonings by our regional housing needs assessment, which is what we're talking about now. And lately, SB 9, which passed, which we talked about earlier. Unfortunately, neither mandate affordable housing. A lot of people don't realize that RENA doesn't really mandate affordable housing. I'll use the Galleria as example. It was zoned for as many as 1,000 residential units. There'd never been residential development there. And they went to redevelop it. And the new owners proposed 300 apartment units. And we accepted that. And we required 20% affordable of low income or 10% very low income as a condition of approval. That's how we got affordable housing at the Galleria. Even though they had zoning for residential, the redevelopment didn't have to have any residential development in it at all. There was no requirement, even though we had credit for it. And they didn't have to build any. But they did. They elected to build 300, not 1,000. And they did not have to require any affordable. There was nothing in RENA that required any affordable housing there. We just had to demonstrate capacity for more housing, which we certainly did. But the 20% affordable for low income, that was mandated by the city. The city did that. The state did not do that. The city mandated as a condition of approval, 20% low income affordable. The city did that. Also, what the city can do, and we're working on and soon to approve, I'm sure, is a city inclusionary zoning ordinance that requires affordable housing. It has nothing to do with RENA. The city is getting the affordable housing, not the state. Yeah, I mean, this is how affordable housing is. I think that number's wrong, 205, excuse me for that. But Brandy, you had in your report, I think, how many units have we added on average in Redondo Beach? I think it was 60 something per year.
Yeah, we're right around, I think, 65 new dwelling units per year that we get building permits. And that's net new.
Over how many over the last year?
I don't know off the top of my head how many we had in 2021, but that's our average is that we.
Well, I think you went back to get our average to the beginning of the housing. I don't remember. That's what I'm asking. I think it was 2013 or something. Anyway, we're averaging about 65 additional units in Redondo Beach per year. I think that's a fair statement. And, there's a lot of conflicts now at the state. What you're seeing really is affirmatively furthering fair housing versus climate action. I mean, the two really kind of contradict each other. And I wanted to look at this article that just came out in the LA Times today. And it is Governor Newsom, housing fix, more Californians living downtown, says the budget blueprint Newsom detailed this week includes $2 billion over 2 years in grants and tax credits to incentivize housing development closer to city centers in an effort to cut long car commutes and keep people near their daily destinations. And so where you see the conflicts in the state is, you hear HCD telling us they'd like us to spread out the housing all over California, all over Redondo Beach, but yet you look at where we're trying to put it, which is out by the freeways and out by the transit center. They claim that conflicts with further affirming fair housing. And yet, when it comes to climate action and reducing vehicle miles traveled, you absolutely should be out by the transit centers. So you see, there's a lot of conflicting priorities at the state that we are left to deal with at the city and try to balance. And when we met with the Housing Community Development representative, Robin Huntley, she admitted that. She said, yeah, there's a lot of conflicts at the state. So we're trying to deal with those moving forward. But in the meantime, we're still adding housing annually, 65 units per year as best we can. As we talked about already, SB 9 eliminated single family residence. That's not a duplex bill, that's a fourplex bill. You often hear even in the various articles in the various papers, LA Times, San Francisco Chronicle, somehow people are calling this a duplex bill. This is not a duplex bill. This is a fourplex bill. This is going from single family units to 4 units on a lot. It's required at SB 9. It's an easy read, and 2 + 2 is 4. No hearings, no affordable requirements, little to no minimum on-site parking requirements allowed. So these are the state mandated upzonings that we have to comply with, and we are complying with. Here's our density map in Redondo Beach. As you can see, the most densely populated area is District 4 per district, followed by District 1, District 2, District 5, and then I believe District 3. But there's your density map, folks. And let's talk a little bit about the history of the AS public votes to make it a park. There's a lot of discussion. The new owner of the power plant is pushing for residential development. The only permitted use on that site, which has been the case for, over 15 years, has been parks. So, of course, he bought it and only paid $28 million for it and is trying to get a huge upzoning. I mean, he's speculating in getting a huge upzoning. However, there's been many public votes over the years. I first got involved in local politics way back in 2001. And then there were 2 referendums. There was a heart of the city to rezone the Aes Site for 2,998 condos. That was voted on unanimously by the Planning Commission. They voted unanimously for the 2,998 condos. And then the City Council voted unanimously for that. And then there were 2 referendums to call for a public vote. They rescinded both times. They rescinded the plans. And then in 2005, they had an advisory vote on what the public would like to see at the Aes site. And the public voted 55 to 45. This was in the ballot language that it would cost $349 million to buy a park, build a park there, and run an annual deficit of $2.9 million to the city. That was in the ballot language. And the residents voted for it. So there you go. That's how, when everything's vetted, the public, that's how strongly they support the park. And they figured out, I think, during the election that those numbers were not accurate. And they haven't proven accurate. 2008, there was Measure DD, requires a public vote for major changes to zoning. And it was largely a result of the votes that I spoke of before, where the council was acting to rezone the Aes site without public support. So Measure DD passed by 58%. It got more votes than anything ever in the history of Redondo Beach back in 2008. Then Measure G was approved in 2010. And in the ballot language was permitting parks on the Aes site. And many people saw that and said, okay, I'm voting for Measure G. And that's why they put that language in Measure G. And that was a big reason why Measure G passed. Then in 2015, AES sponsored their own measure to upzone their site, all on their own, of course, paid for signature gatherers, much like you're seeing with the cannabis, and got on the ballot this rezoning for 650 condos on their site, as well as much other commercial development. They spent over $1 million campaigning for this. And the big sell was, we're going to get rid of the power plant. Just give us 650 condos and another project, and no park in that, none whatsoever. They spent over $1 million and it was defeated. And the opposition only spent 17,000. So that should be another sign of how strongly the public feels about getting a park there. In 2018, the State Coastal Conservancy, we got a lot of support from the state, awarded $500,000 grant for planning and implementation of a public park on the Aes site. 2020, the plant was sold for $28 million. And in 2020, the California Natural Resources Agency, after we got bond language in Proposition, it was 63, if I'm not mistaken, we were awarded $4.8 million for purchase and restoration of portions of the Aes site by the state. And that was a huge win for us. We got the largest portion of that grant out of there than any other awardee in the state. So, of course, the grant was withdrawn in 2021 when the new owner rescinded their offer to sell, as they successfully support continually the new owners and the AES to support and push for further extensions, operation of their power plant. Regardless of what they say, they'll say anything, but boy, when they get before the water board and they get want an extension, oh yeah, because they make about $40 million a year, whether they operate or not. But the county was on board as well. They formed an enhanced infrastructure financing district, which was going to divert property tax revenue from the county back to the city of Redondo Beach to help carry out this project. So we had county support, we had state support, we had community support. We had it all. There was an offer on the table from the new owner for 25 acres to the city for $2 million per acre. And that really kickstarted a lot of efforts that built a lot of support for getting a park down there. Unfortunately, their operation was extended 1 year. That's when they pulled their offer to sell for $2 million per acre, 25 acres. And then just last fall, they extended the operation of the Aes site to the end of 2023. So we're hoping that comes to an end eventually. Here's the original letter way back in 2019. Says, second paragraph, subsequent to the completion of our acquisition of the site, we will offer the city the option to acquire up to 25 acres of the overall site. We will sell the city this land for $2 million per acre. So that was the offer that jump-started, didn't really jump-start, it just continued on the effort. This is a picture on the left. That's Assemblymember Almert Suchi, State Assemblymember Almert Suchi. Yours truly, there with the hat on, is Executive Director of the State Coastal Conservancy. He had been the Executive Director for over 20 years, and he'd been eyeing this site and helping us for about that time. And on the right there is John Donnelly. He's Executive Director of the Wildlife Conservation Board, who, has doled out a lot of money across the state for restoring wetlands and projects of this type. So we had a lot of movement and we had a lot of support, which unfortunately was undermined by the withdrawal of the sale. But it continues, and there's no question that, hey, this is a long project. Here's some development in District 1. A lot of people, think that we've got this beachy Miami feel down here. I just wanted to showcase there's a lot of development down on the Esplanade, down in Districts 1 and District 2. Here's some of the larger projects. I mean, that's looking down the Esplanade. I mean, to the right of those projects is the Pacific Ocean. So again, this just demonstrates there's a lot of housing, actually Section 8 housing in one of those. And what drives the traffic, folks, again, going to vehicle miles traveled, that is a typical workday at the corner of Irena and Pacific Coast Highway. I mean, just look at that line of cars. So 93% of residents who live and work have to leave Redondo Beach to get to work. So it's a real problem in the morning going north. And guess where those cars are going? Right through North Redondo. They're going down Aviation Boulevard. They're going down 190th. They're finding all kinds of ways to get out to the freeway. So to add more housing way out in South Redondo, up to 10 miles from those nodes, it's just going to load that up even more. And there it is going home. That's in Hermosa, coming from, Aviation, and many of them coming from, North Redondo. There it is down in Garnet and PCH. So these are the kinds of challenges that we have related to increasing housing. I mean, we just can't overemphasize that, we have a lot of pushing and pulling going in a variety of directions. And this is a project going up right now at the corner of Pacific Coast Highway and PV Boulevard. It's the Legato project. It's 115 units. And this project's going up right now. And the parcel that Director Forbes mentioned is just on the other side of the hotel where, there's a lot of mixed use zoning there, whether it's the FedEx store or the Pancake House or Lynn's Crafters. It's likely that you'll see these sorts of projects in this area. So I'll stop sharing, but I think you guys get the point. We have a lot of variables to deal with. I think you guys have done a great job, Brandy, juggling all these balls. I think it's important for the public to understand the whole picture. What's happened with the Aes Site. I mean, it would just be folly and silly, given the history of it, to try to put residential zoning down there. I mean, and no, it is not a foregone conclusion, Councilmember Horvath, that there will be residential zoning there. I mean, that is absolutely exactly what will end up in having residential zoning down there by having elected officials say that that's an inevitability. It absolutely is not. So the new owner bought basically a polluted park when the power plant's gone, and the citizens of Redondo Beach owe the speculators nothing. It's been permitted use. Only parks is the only permitted use for many, many years. The fact that speculators come in and buy it and start, scrambling to make every argument under the sun that we should rezone it for them does not mean we should. So that should explain the situation at the Aes Site. So, I'm all in favor of another public hearing. It's important for everybody to digest all this information. There'll likely be more information. You may even amend your letter, but I thought you covered, I was on the meeting with Housing and Community Development and listened to their comments and their concerns and read their letter. And I think you did a great job of answering them. So again, I'll just give kudos to the planning staff, and I'm all in favor of another hearing because we do have the time, and you never know what's going to happen in the next week or so. So anyway, that's that's enough for me. We got plenty of council questions and comments in the public as well. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor, for that presentation. Because living in North Redondo, we don't really see the traffic on PCH much. It's not something we do in rush hour. Is travel down south. That's not where the jobs are. But if you don't mind, can we get the public comments before I kind of dive into this?
Sure. If there's no more council questions, absolutely. Any more council comments? I guess not. So we'll turn to the public. Eleanor.
Okay, so anybody that would like to speak on L2, please raise your hand. If you're on a phone, do *9. We'll go ahead and do the Zoom first. So Dawn Esser.
Okay, I'm unmuted. All right. Hello, I'm Dawn Esser, 33-year Redondo Beach District 2 resident, over 12-year resident activist. I am highly opposed to residential development, as are the majority of the Redondo Beach residents are, and that we hands down voted Measure B against Measure B and putting 650 units on that site. And right now what's happening with the SB 9, I am out there getting signatures and residents are up in arms. They are running to sign these petitions because they do not want to see all this dense development happening. And they are very concerned about traffic, about schools, about the city being taxed. It is not only, all those elements that we have to deal with, but, as we all know, residential development costs the city money. And I was on the Budget and Finance Commission for over 3 years, and I know how bad the city finances are and how much revenues we need in this city. And to make that AES site into a residential development is completely wrong. We do not have enough commercial development in this city. We don't have enough jobs here. That's what makes the city money, is that commercial development. And we know that most of the property taxes in residential development goes to the county and the state. So, and then all the residents use, and it costs the city all the money for the services, for schools, for everything that the city provides. So I think it's financially irresponsible for us to continue in the city as it's been for over the last 30 years to concentrate so much on residential house development versus commercial. And, I've seen it happen. So those are my comments. I think it's, irresponsible to cite that put that housing, that many housing on that site, or even to contemplate that when the residents have been so against it. And from a financial standpoint, it just doesn't make sense for the city. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Andrew Lesser.
Oh, good evening again. I'm so glad that those photos were put up of the traffic in South Redondo Beach on Pacific Coast Highway. My dermatologist is Dr. Jamie McDougall and Dr. Jeffrey Hick, and their office is in Manhattan Beach, on Manhattan Beach Boulevard. I cannot make an appointment with them for the morning, any morning before the end of rush hour, because what would normally take no more than 10 minutes could take me up to a half an hour to get from my home on Pearl Street near the highway up to Manhattan Beach Boulevard, taking Pacific Coast Highway. So, I was hoping to make my comments after hearing what council members had to say about this, but I'm not going to assume what anyone is going to say, but let me just state something that I believe. Redondo Beach has council members that represent each of their separate districts. We don't have councilmen or councilwomen or council persons at large. If we did, there wouldn't be partisanship of one district or another district trying to dump residential development on a site that the entire community has already voted on and said they want park. So I would appeal to council members of all the districts to think about what is best for the city as a whole, instead of creating partisanship divisions among the districts. And that's all I have to say. No residential housing on the AES site, unless it's something as part of an overall concept that the voters would approve. But basically, I don't want any housing on that site. And I would not vote to support any housing on the AES site. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Elisa Beely.
Right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brand and Council. I'm Elisa Beely. I live in District 5. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have 2 points that I would like to make tonight, if that's okay. The first point is just related to the housing in general in the plan. And I would just like to say, Ms. Forbes and your team, I've been watching these meetings. You've done a tremendous amount of work. I can't even imagine how you got this all together for tonight. But I just wanted to say to all of you that regardless of how you might put it together or position it or try to justify this housing plan, you can't hide the fact that you're putting the bulk of the affordable housing in the lower income, more ethnically diverse areas of the city. And you're leaving the areas that have the higher income and the less diversity areas unaffected. So I went through the numbers kind of briefly, and it looks like there's still, if my calculations were correct, we're still looking at plus about 91% of the affordable in the north. And if you just want to illustrate it, if you look just at Adams Middle School, the student population there, it's about 24% of the students there are considered low income, compared to Paris at 13%. So I just don't understand how it makes sense to put all the affordable in an area that's going to feed into a school like that. I mean, you just look at the population density for the two areas. It doesn't seem right to me. I'm not real versed on the AFFH. I've been trying to verse myself on the requirements. I just can't imagine how that's going to fit and how the HCD is going to be okay with it. The second point I would like to make, it's related to the AES property, and Mayor Brand, I very much appreciate that timeline that you put up. I've actually been trying to consolidate my own just with some Google research, and I've heard the comments. But the one thing that kind of sticks out to me is that you don't mention the fact that residents of Redondo Beach have never had the opportunity to vote on the viability of housing on the AES site in the context of this RENA requirements. So what I mean by that is that if someone were to ask me, do you think there should be housing on the AES property or should it be a park? I would probably say the same thing that you're saying and the same thing that everyone else on the phone is saying related to the park. However, if you were to say to me, the state of California is requiring that the city of Redondo Beach add 2,400 new units, zone for 2,400 new units, 1,400 of which must be considered affordable over the next 8 years. And in that context, do you think that a portion of this housing should be allocated to a portion of the AES property so that the entire city can better allocate and better shoulder the responsibility of this housing? That is the question that we have not been answered. We've never voted on that. So I just think that if you look at the previous votes and you don't put it in the context of what's going on right now, it's just unfair. And I think it's a little bit misleading. So those are the two things that I wanted to mention. So that's it. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Laura Duke.
Good evening, Laura Duke, Redondo Beach. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hundreds and hundreds of units of residential at the AES site. This has been voted down enough times that you'd think the residents' point has been made, and yet here we are again. Thank goodness for Measure DD, which requires the Redondo residents vote if any public zone is to go to residential use. I'm still mystified how this isn't applying to the BCHD huge project. It should be, as it's in a public zone, just like the AES site, but that's another matter. The zone AES sits on is PGP, Public Generating Plant. You'd think that means that nothing but a power plant is allowed to go there, but that's not true. A quick read of your municipal code shows that it's also zone 4, parks, parkettes, open space, recreational facilities, and coastal bluffs. These are all flat out allowed right now on the zone. Save money on yet another ballot measure that will just show all over again that the public doesn't want housing on this property and leave the zone alone. Furthermore, respect the zone and do what it was intended for other than a power plant, open space. And as it turns out, we really need that open space. We should follow through on returning part of it to the natural wetlands habitat that it once was and can be again. Since the zoning allows recreational facilities too, that could mean pickleball courts, a skate park, an outdoor amphitheater, any number of things in our imaginations to make this area beautiful and inviting to draw in the public. For those who think this is a north-south issue, it's not. All 5 districts should absorb their fair share of housing as their current density allows, but we should all be pushing back on unreasonable state requirements. Aside from the density issue, in this case, it doesn't make sense to build 1,000 homes on the water, blocking views, snarling traffic, and impeding access to the recreational public uses that the coastline is supposed to provide. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Marita Kaku.
Yes, Kate Cook, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I have been a Redondo Beach resident for over 20 years. Tonight, I just want to speak about the unequitable distribution that we're doing for the housing. First of all, especially since this housing is being regulated by AFFH, the affordable housing, part of what we want to do too is not, where we're putting the housing is not going to fit with what AFFH is requiring. We're putting it almost all in North Redondo, none in South Redondo. We're putting it, just like one other person talked about, at schools. Our North Redondo schools have a 24% low income population versus South 15. We're distributing it in areas that are already absorbing the pallet shelters. We're already absorbing the metro. And now we're going to be absorbing over 90% of the housing. As for the AES site, I know it's a source of contention. It was voted on, and it was also voted on. 6,552 said no to housing. 6,295 said yes. So when you're saying that it's been completely shut down, it's been shut down by a couple of votes. And just like the other person had said, it wasn't in the context that it is now. So I don't know if there's a possibility to do a revote. Also, too, as for Marianne Drive, we don't get to say what goes on there. If we get a vote, if we keep bringing up the vote about AES, you know what, Marianne Drive, we don't get a say. It's a commercial business. We're going to be taking it away, as the other person said. She wants to develop commercial down there. You're taking away our commercial up here. Okay. It's just, this area is already stretched thin. I understand Redondo is very congested as it is, but just how we're planning on doing this is not fair to the north. You're complaining about traffic in the south. We already have our traffic in the north. Our schools are already at max, and we're going to be placing all the burden on the North Redondo schools, not on South. That's basically all I have to say.
Next person is Brianna Egan.
Hello, City Council. I did submit more detailed comments to the city on this item earlier today, so I believe that was included as a blue folder item. I want to thank Ms. Forbes and her team for the work they've done, and I do appreciate this revised element today. I believe that the updates that have been made are in the right direction to address HCD's concerns, especially about affirmatively furthering fair housing. I do want to mention that the revised element still plans for over 600 homes in the North Tech area. And there are many concerns here with freeway pollution and public health implications, such as cancers and dementia that are more likely have higher risk for those that live in housing adjacent to freeways. So this is overall a poor location for housing, and I think the focus should be placed on expanding the housing overlays in the entire Galleria district, because this will be more transit oriented. And then also using narrative language to demonstrate the strength of this area as a transit-oriented neighborhood to HCD. I also noticed that the new sites that have been designated, such as the South Bay Marketplace and the FedEx Overlay and Smart and Final, are assumed to be built at 100% low income. And so I wonder if this is feasible and if you think that HCD would accept this. So finally, I am grateful that the council and staff are committed to thoughtfully revising the housing element to ensure that we have a compliant housing element, because there are measures that the state can take if we're not compliant. And then finally, with the concerns about greater density and traffic in the city, I think it's important for the council to improve or to think about improving circulation through the city that is not car oriented, and to work in partnership with other South Bay cities to begin creating better bike and transit infrastructure, because if you build it, they will come. This applies to protected bike lanes and high quality bike parking to make it easier for people to bike to schools, restaurants, and workplaces. And you can have higher density without more car traffic. These things don't go hand in hand. And European cities certainly provide a good model for this. So I just want to provide those as my feedback on this. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Roger Light.
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. All right, so thank you, Mayor Brand and City Council members. Roger Light, District 5. Even though city residents have spoken loudly in several elections that most Redondo Beach residents do not want to have high-density housing on the retiring AES power site, once again, some wealthy developers that have never met a development they did not love are back at it. Redondo Beach has a long history of kowtowing to overdevelopment focused interests, which has resulted in the unfortunately well-earned nickname Condo Redondo as an appropriate moniker for South Redondo Beach. We are once again confronted with a movement to use a disingenuous cover for the plight of the unhoused and statewide mandates on housing density to push for having over 1,000 units built on the location of the AES power plant, which is currently zoned, if you heard tonight, for only parkland, recreational and open spaces. South Redondo is one of the most densely populated areas of the South Bay, and more high density housing there would do nothing to alleviate the issues of homelessness. As a North Redondo District 5 resident, I could easily fall into the NIMBY, not in my backyard trap, and say, great, go overbuild some more in South Redondo, despite the traffic congestion, overcrowded schools, and lack of parkland there. But there's some things that just are not right. The voters of Redondo Beach have made clear in no uncertain terms, even when outspent in ad campaigns by ridiculous amount, as Mayor Brand was outlining, that the AES power plant site should not be zoned as residential property. Mixed use options, including recreational facilities, parkland, office buildings, and some modest residential development as part of a planned redevelopment of the waterfront is one thing, but the outrageous plan to enrich already wealthy developers by cramming the majority of required high-density housing in the AES site is unconscionable. Those units, once permanently built on that land, will not help the unhoused, as there is no way they could be made even remotely affordable. They will be built as additional playgrounds for the wealthy, while the rest of us suffer the consequences. So coming up with a fair distribution of required increased density housing must be fairly distributed throughout the city, including the areas where I reside in District 5. To argue anything else, given the relative density of North and South Redondo, is impossible to justify with a straight face. The AES site is not an area that should be considered for such a debacle. The AES site is entirely inappropriate for the purposes of complying with state mandated criteria for new housing, which requires that such new housing be close to easy access mass transit and freeway access. Last I checked, there is no freeway running through South Redondo, and there's quite a hike from the waterfront to the closest Green Line stop. The AES site is wetlands, and portions of it have been mandated.
Sorry, your time is up.
Motion to extend
Roger.
1 minute.
Is there a motion to extend? Be careful extending people, folks. We have a lot of people who want to speak. We could be here all night. Okay. Sorry, Roger, but you got your 3 minutes.
So next person is Erica Orr.
Hello, I'm Erica Hoare from District 3. I understand you're trying to fight this housing toll, and I appreciate that. Should we have to build this housing, I have concerns regarding safety if the housing is not distributed throughout the city and placed mainly in North Redondo Beach. It seems to me that North Redondo Beach is taking on a lot lately. The pallets, which have brought concern specifically around the Galleria, Ralph's Grocery Store, Artesia. I've witnessed fights, law enforcement being called while I'm shopping, vandalism. One aisle at the grocery store is completely closed off with plexiglass due to theft. Now with the transit being added, this is going to bring more people into our community, and I am concerned for the schools that are less than 1 mile away. In addition to these two items that only North Redondo Beach has taken on, now housing, Washington Elementary has the highest amount of low income and reduced price lunches in the district. It is already very densely populated and with the most students in the district. And we have no idea how much worse the transit is going to make this once it begins operating. If Redondo must take on this housing toll, it should be spread throughout the entire 6.21 square mile city of Redondo. As far as I'm concerned, South Redondo has skirted the pallet situation, and now I see it happening with housing, and it is very disheartening and concerning. Both of the 190th sites are literally in my backyard and far too close to each other. And should I point out that there is a trailer park separating those two sites? So for those of you who are in favor of pickleball courts on the AES site, there is absolutely no way that I can be convinced that North Redondo Beach is due for more affordable housing than South Redondo. I too am doing this for my kids, but for their safety in their schools and at home. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Cynthia.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Wierzewski, and I am also a member of District 3. I was born and raised in the South Bay, so I know firsthand what it's like to see the socioeconomic divides across the city. I live in North Redondo Beach. I live in the 190th area, and I'm very concerned about the inequitable distribution of this housing project. We know that this housing project must go through, but it is not being distributed in an equitable manner. There are several sites that have been proposed across all of Redondo Beach in every zone, and it is 100% commercially viable to distribute these evenly across all zones. If we don't do that, as other people have mentioned, we're going to further crowd our schools, we're going to impact the education, we're going to impact our traffic and pollution, and we're going to further the socioeconomic and racial divide that we're seeing across the city. We need to be bringing our residents together, and this is tearing us apart. All we're asking for is equity. Thank you.
Okay, our next person is Kelsey Good.
Good evening, Mayor Brand and the City Council members. My name is Kelsey Good. I'm a resident of District 3. I am very concerned about the proposed inequitable distribution of the required housing element across North and South Redondo. The revised proposal does not meet the requirements of AFFH and will not aid in reducing racial and economic segregation. 91% of the proposed affordable housing is going towards North Redondo Beach. How is it fair that North Redondo schools bear the responsibility for accommodating almost all the influx of new students? While Mayor Brand showed us photos of South Redondo traffic, North Redondo traffic looks just as bad during rush hour and will be exponentially worse if the proposed housing element is approved. Also, some of the proposed sites, such as Marianne Drive, which was already turned down once by HCD, are most likely not even feasible, while there are locations such as the Aes Site that has the space and many proposed plans for mixed use that could help increase the equity of the housing allotment. As a prior commenter noted, we have never had the chance to vote on the AES site in relation to the current required housing element. In summary, please consider a fair plan to equally distribute the housing element across all of our 6 mile city. Thank you very much.
Okay, next person is Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Candace Nafisi, and I reside in District 3. I joined the majority of the residents who voted down high-density housing on the AES site, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. In addition, the AES site is zoned for a park, but is currently has the industrial use permit for the operation of the power plant. In addition, you can utilize the AES park for the AES site for a park or open space. Residents need to understand this site is not zoned for housing, and therefore, to change the zoning of the AES site, you must go to a public vote, of which has been voted down almost 5 times in the city. The state, let me emphasize, the state has shared specific criteria for the new housing that is proposed. Additional units should be located near close access to regional mass transit or a freeway. District 1 and 2 don't exactly check off those boxes being near a freeway or mass transit access point. For anyone to say the city wants housing on the AES site simply isn't paying attention to the several recent elections. To consider the AES site would be completely ignoring previous elections of the voters of Redondo Beach. The housing plan has not been rejected by the state. The state has required clarification from the city's submitted proposal. Residents must also understand that our high density challenges in this city stem from years of current and previous council members who pushed for increased density every chance they could, 2 of which are currently sitting on the city council today. I'm supportive of considering equitable allocation of the housing numbers, but please take into consideration the current density. The ranking of the density population in the city is 4, 1, 2, 3, and then 5. All 5 districts should hold their fair share of housing based on what they currently have. In addition, I hope you also are considering adding additional schools to accommodate the increase of housing. Residents work hard to reside here. Some have the blessing of inheriting homes, and others, like myself, have worked their entire career to live here. The most appropriate sites to consider for additional housing would be the plan already proposed. It is near transit hubs, which have been proven to be beneficial to the commuting population who utilize them. Thank you for your consideration for the above-mentioned matters.
Okay, next person is Robert Pinsler.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
In the old Soviet Union, they had a phrase, you will pretend to work and I will pretend to pay you. RHNA has been a shell game for many, many years where you zone and you don't have to build. And you still don't have to build, but you have to zone. Meanwhile, the state has rezoned us. Where is this movement of, as Bill was talking about earlier, going to 4 units on a site? Where is that included in our numbers? We have the potential, which is all RHNA is about, is the potential for building in an area. You don't have to do it. You just have to be potentially capable of doing it. We are now capable of building 4 units on each R1 site. Why is that not included in our RHNA? Thank you.
Next person is Eugene Solomon.
There we go. Thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, staff. Thank you for presentation. Let's dispense with the main thing here, which is a logical fallacy that the AES site is a viable site for housing in this cycle, because it is not. Between the remediation and other issues, the extension of the power plant operation, the zoning, it's a Jedi mind trick to make you think that it's eligible or available for this cycle. It's simply not. So let's just dispense with the euphemisms and call it what it is. It's a money grab, circumventing resident input that has been against what the owner would prefer happen at the site. You're being used, and it's delusional to think that you're not being used. The owner of that site, or the spokesperson of that site, has a long history of not being a reliable narrator. You have the C-Lab for the pallet shelter that he swore was ready for a pallet shelter. And we wasted a lot of time and resources to find out that that was exactly inaccurate. That there was nothing truthful about that. It was not a viable site for the pallet shelter. He reneged on a deal for selling the city 25 acres of parkland. The Maison Reese was leased with the promise that it was going to be redeveloped and used, only to be sold a little while later. He sends a letter to the California State Water Board saying that he really is all in on rebooting the plant, extending the plant for a couple of years. And then he sends a letter to Hcd saying, I'm all in on trying to get housing on this site. It's ready to go. He's simply not a reliable narrator. And this is a waste of staff resources and time to talk about a location that is not viable for this cycle. Further problems with that site include things like the opaque series of conditions, the leases, the entities. All of these things preclude you from knowing exactly who and what you're really dealing with at that location. It's simply not viable. Why are we even discussing it? It's a logical fallacy to think that this is possible. I would suggest that the rules and the laws that are banging down our doors, the bumper sticker arguments of housing equity, really all sound great, but it's all virtue signaling. And it doesn't deal with the pragmatism of solving the real problem, which your staff has done for you. But you throw out red herrings and create problems with residents and create divides within the city of housing equity, north versus south, and all of these different issues, instead of solving the problem, which staff has done for you. So let's move forward with that, rather than a pipe dream for now of housing at the AES site. It's simply not a useful, productive use of our time. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Next person is Lori Zerminski.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate all the good work. Particularly, I want to thank Mayor Bill Brand. I'm here to speak in significant opposition to the idea of developing residential units on the AES power site. As has been mentioned before, this is just in blatant disregard for the will of the voters. And as a member or a resident of North Redondo Beach for 19 years, I have to say that I find it just repulsive, this divisive north against south and the equitable housing. I really find that very offensive. The idea that we're going to be able to put units for unhoused people on the waterfront in Redondo Beach is just ludicrous. We're going to give up our only chance for parkland in Redondo Beach that's going to benefit. I can drive down there in 10 minutes, and I'm going to give up that parkland for some developer who's going to create luxury apartments. This is just ludicrous, and it's so just disingenuous. And this idea of District 5 and how we this and that is just made up. We're sitting next to the 405 freeway. I can hear it from my bedroom. And taking my waterfront, our waterfront, is not going to quiet down that 405 freeway. It's just going to rob the waterfront and the parkland from all of the residents of Redondo Beach. Despite the fact that it's a contaminated area, you can't put residents there. And the schools, the traffic, it's just, we shouldn't even be speaking about this. It's already been decided. And to whip up this conflict to further harm our city and get this north and south divide, I really find it offensive. Thank you for your time. And again, for all of your hard work on behalf of the citizens of Redondo Beach.
Okay, next person is Jim Brown.
Okay, can you hear me now? Make sure I unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm in District 3. I've been in Redondo Beach since 1984. I've lived in District 4. I now live in District 3. And yeah, in the past, when the AES site was up for vote, I voted for no housing. But if they had a vote right now, I would be entirely for putting some housing there. We can do commercial and park and residential. There's not only the plant site itself, but there's the power line right away. Those power lines are going to go away. You could put some housing underneath that west of PCH. It's just ludicrous that 90% of all this new housing is going to be put in North Redondo Beach. Previous caller said, hey, we're pushing business out. We shouldn't do that. Don't put housing in because we're pushing business out. What are we doing on Marianne? We're pushing existing businesses out. Those are businesses that we all use around here. And you're going to get rid of them. There goes some tax base there. And not only that, now more people have to drive to work. So it needs to be spread around the whole city. The South being busy, I'm sorry, so is North Redondo. How about trying some buses like you're all talking about all the time? We can put more mass transit on PCH. That would solve part of the problem. But the South Redondo people don't want to drive or to take a bus. So please spread this out across the whole city. North Redondo is getting hit hard enough. We already have the pallets. We have high density. Our schools are packed. So please take that into account.
Okay, so at this point, there are no more. Oh, here we go. Leslie Campeggi, Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Leslie Campeggi, Redondo Beach. For decades, the two districts in South Redondo have experienced more housing development and density in a smaller land area than the three districts comprising North Redondo Beach. It's time for the northern three districts of the city to receive their fair and equitable share of new housing distribution to satisfy the RHNA allocations for this cycle. Voters in Redondo Beach have 4 times rejected the 50-acre power plant site from being rezoned from open space to housing and development. North Redondo resident Dr. Ping wrote to the state asserting that the city and the mayor won't allow housing at the power plant site, and that's egregiously incorrect. Residents don't want housing there. Ms. Pang should familiarize herself with the recent voting history of this city as well as Charter Article 27 requiring a vote of the people to change zoning. Ms. Pang and Councilmember MD should explain why their minority stance should override election results. But to be truly fair and equitable with RHNA allocations in Redondo Beach as required in this cycle, it's important to understand the southern part of the city has more than absorbed its share of additional housing in the recent past. This majority council, along with city staff, has done an excellent job addressing the state's questions and concerns and is working toward a plan that also ensures it could be 100% deliverable, as mentioned by Eugene Solomon, within this RHNA cycle should all landowners decide to develop accordingly. Note to council members MD and Horvath, you've already cost taxpayers over $20 million going against the majority of the people. You lost your city council majority last year because of your actions. Now you want to overturn the voter majority yet again by falsely crying foul in the name of fairness? What's wrong with you two? The voting majority in Redondo Beach wants the power plant property to remain as open space. We elected representation to work with us, not to work for developers, special interest groups, or to overturn election results. Congratulations are in order to this majority council for working very, very hard with city staff to satisfy both the RHNA objectives, their criteria, and the voting majority in Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Next person is Mari Guillermo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Marcy Guillermo from District 1, a district that is heavily dense and is far away from the freeway. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes to get to the freeway, and a district that welcomes hundreds and hundreds of visitors throughout the year. I, like my neighbors in North Redondo, would like to see 0 number of units built, as I feel our city is pretty much built out. And we don't have very much open green space, and our roads are very narrow. The ideal location for additional housing, if mandated, even building taller buildings, is in areas closer to the major road arteries. The impact of traffic would be minimal for everyone. About schools overcrowding, we all need to complain to the state. So, for my neighbors who are asking the additional housing be distributed equally, evenly across districts is completely unfair, and not sensible at all, as you are negating the realities of what your neighbors in this part of town face on a daily basis, plus other considerations as density per district. Coastal areas have been the priority of developers, past mayors, and some city council members in the past, and got them developed as such. Condos, and more than a few assisted living community housing. For your information, residents of District 1 have multiple times in the past requested the mayor and city council members to be more mindful of the development in our area, but they did not listen. So here we are. I propose that we neighbors demand the state to lower the number of housing required to cities for the reasons you all have stated. Yes, the state will keep pushing back if the owner of the AES power plant and other cities continue to make noise without really knowing who benefits financially. Fair to the owner of the AES power plant or fair to all of us residents of Redondo Beach? I would suggest to my neighbors in North Redondo Beach, you think twice before you request and how will affect our city. To Brianna, how can the city improve circulation when
Eleanor, did she hit 3 minutes, Eleanor?
Yeah.
20 seconds left.
Oh,
No.
okay, apologies, Marcy, go ahead.
To Brianna, how can the city improve circulation when the city doesn't have many roads and our roads are very narrow? The bulky buses cannot even make safe turns. Thank you to the city staff for all the work. The state housing should accept your report. Thank you.
Next person is Martha Navarro. Marty.
Good evening, council members. I hope most of you are still awake at this hour, as most of us still are. My name is Dr. Navarro, and I am in District 3. I have lived here since 2006. We specifically moved here prior to having children for the sake of being able to raise our family in a city like Redondo Beach, and into this specific area so that we can have our children attend Washington Elementary and be in an area which is very diverse. My children are in 1st and 3rd grade, so they will be in this school district for a very long time, moving on to Adams in the future. And the fact that you have pretty much all of the affordable housing and the vast majority of housing in North Redondo is completely insane. I know that you have already considered the fact that the roads are not great, traffic, pollution, smog, and several other factors. I will say that the majority of the people that I've heard speak today, including the lady who spoke first, pretty much touched greatly on every point that I feel strongly, and almost all of my neighbors do as well. What bothers me the most is that you are placing the majority of these homes in the area of North Redondo that does have the vast majority of minorities, as well as not specifically low income, but the lower incomes of Redondo Beach. I don't believe that to be fair or actually legal by state standards for the housing development. I also don't believe that the argument that the houses need to be placed somewhere where there is public transit is completely true. I believe it's a suggestion, not mandated. The fact that South Redondo has minimal housing, I believe there's many sites that could have been considered. Everyone's talking about AES. I'm one of those who voted to have a park, but also now agree that if I was to choose a park or homes, I would choose homes. Smart and Final, somewhere along Pacific Coast Highway. There's several other areas, and I do wonder if any of them were even considered. Also, Mayor Brand, I love that you showed those pictures. I wonder at times, I know that people don't like when we consider that it's a North versus South issue, but it is. Being in North, actually, I'm really more Central Redondo. I feel that there is this huge prejudice towards those of us in North Redondo. Your pictures, Mayor Brand, were about Pacific Coast Highway in South Redondo. Where are your pictures about what the traffic looks like in North Redondo? Because I have to say, I just got home from work literally 3 minutes ago, which is why I'm a little out of breath. And the traffic that I deal with when I drive east to hop on the freeway looks exactly like your pictures. The traffic I deal with on 190th around Anza, 190th around Inglewood, 190th around Hawthorne, 182nd in Hawthorne and Artesia. All of those areas look exactly like the pictures that you showed us. I really wish that you had also taken the time to take pictures of the traffic in North Redondo and felt the same. Thank you.
Okay, so far I don't have any more hands up. We have 12 e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
First comment, e-comment is from Miriam Butler. I am asking the council to spread the required housing throughout all of Redondo Beach. District 4 is the most dense, and previously it appeared that most of the housing was going to be dumped here. Having the majority of the housing in this district negatively impacts our schools, stores, traffic, and everything else that makes the city a city. It was also rejected by the state, so now the council is forced to be fair. Housing needs to be spread out through the entire city so we can all absorb this tremendous burden. Next comment submitted by Tonya McKenzie. The council is wasting time trying to cram the majority of housing in District 4/North Redondo. The state will keep pushing back and it will continue to cause setbacks. Move things along, you need to be fair and spread it out through the city. Although we don't have a District 4 representative that actually listens and cares what the residents of the district want, it would be nice if the rest of the council would consider the concerns and desires of the residents most impacted. Don't just listen, but take action in a way that shows you can be leaders for the whole city, not just South Redondo. Next comment by Brenda Garcia. We have an opportunity to correct an earlier decision taken by the council to place the majority of the housing units in District 4 North Redondo. We need to move forward as a united city and look for areas that spread the responsibility for affordable housing equitably. Please use the opportunity to work together to identify areas throughout Redondo Beach, north and south, that will satisfy the state's requirements. Next comment submitted by Fernando Garcia. If Redondo Beach is required to add additional housing, it must add it evenly across the city. Overloading North Redondo with all of the increased housing units creates imbalance in the city and strains North Redondo's resources. North Redondo would exclusively shoulder the burdens of increased traffic, overcrowding in our elementary and junior high schools, and the decreased ability of our police and fire departments to address emergencies in North Redondo. Distributing new housing evenly across all of Redondo Beach is the only sensible approach. The demand for new housing exists across the entire city. Coastal areas have no lesser role to play in addressing housing concerns than inland areas. Creating new housing in South Redondo would provide a path for anyone who works in South Redondo to live close to where they work. That need is as prevalent in South Redondo as it is in North Redondo. Please take this opportunity to redistribute additional housing equitably. There is no good reason not to do so. Submitted by Ryan Shea. If any amendments are considered to the draft housing element, it should not be to put high density housing on the AES power plant site. The residents of Redondo Beach have voted 4 times to reject high density housing on this site. The residents want open space / park, sports fields, community aquatic center, and other amenities, and for good reason. The intersection of 190th and PCH is a traffic choke point for daily commuters, as the intersection operates at a very poor level of service. Plus, our schools are already overloaded in District 2, and Redondo doesn't have enough park space per capita. Low-density housing, hotels, and office space are what the residents would support for the AES site if we got the open space and other amenities, not more high-density housing like we already have up and down Catalina. Don Esther already spoke. Laura Duke spoke also. The next comment is from Peter Aziz. I find it comical and frankly disrespectful to residents who you claim to represent in your best interest in your district when it is clear from the start that you've chosen to absorb the housing density into one of the densest portions of the city. You have not only wasted your own time, but also taxpayer money to have to go through this process twice. It would behoove the council to consider what the residents have asked for the first time instead of ignoring what they have mentioned. Spread the housing equally across all 5 council districts. At the very least, make it balanced to where the south and north have a level of equitable housing that meets the demand and the requirements. This also coincides with your previous agenda item. By ignoring the housing requirement here and also further disabling your development without splitting lots elsewhere, where do you suppose to put the housing you are required to place? I understand that you have a vision for the AES site and some residents aren't keen on placing housing there also. Maybe it's time you start considering building upwards if you can't seem to make the more educated decisions on where else to place the housing. This isn't DC where there is a substantial height requirement for buildings. However, by your standards, the zoning limits this ability to provide enough housing in the desired places for all residents. Stop forcing the housing density in NRB. Our schools can no longer handle them, and you can claim it makes it more efficient for traffic due to its corridors is not a good enough reason with provided evidence. Since it seems the council is stuck with difficult ideas on where to place housing or even to properly adhere to the requirements and listen to what the residents actually want or have asked for, it might be time to look elsewhere for solutions or elsewhere for new council members. Consider this, make it more equitable by building upwards, or make it so that you aren't thwarting the requirements of the previous agenda item and spread the housing across all districts. Next comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. Misinformation is again being spread for political theater. HCD did not outright reject and decertify the plan for Redondo Beach, or because it was unfair to District 5, as has been reported. These are false statements. All HCD asks is clarification and narrative, and if needed, some revisions. If we were to spread out the housing across the city, as some have proposed, let's first look at the population density by council district. If a fair and equal distribution is required, that means we should first be looking at the least densely populated districts. From highest population density to lowest, they are District 4, 1, 2, 3, and finally 5. Why don't those in District 5 step up for a change? Many in Redondo feel this is another effort by two termed out council members to help their developer-centric friends build thousands of unaffordable condos at the AES site. The reality is the AES site is the worst location for development. 5 citywide elections rejected putting housing at the AES site. The California Water Board extended power operation for at least 2 more years and possibly even more years after that. The land is contaminated, requiring years of remediation before it's safe and certified for housing. The AES site is naturally a lake. It's wetlands and it has been for tens of thousands of years. The California Coastal Commission has mandated an approximately 6-acre natural salt lake and wetland buffers be restored to the site. State dictated criteria for new housing is that it must be located with close, easy access to regional mass transit and transportation arteries. That means freeway access points and light rail stations. The AES site is nowhere near such transportation arteries. The last point is the state won't believe increasing the overlay housing zoning to this area would result in any affordable housing built at all or in the next cycle. This means it won't be accepted to satisfy the state requirements. It's just a game of smoke and mirrors. For those behind this deceptive campaign, stop pushing these falsehoods. The plan presented is workable and with only a few minor changes. Let's make them and move on. Deidre Brand submits, it's astonishing to me that a city council would even consider turning the AES site into a housing development. To be able to restore acres and acres of natural lands along the California coast into natural parks, wetlands, and other public facilities would be an incredible opportunity. This site is a rare jewel among an otherwise ravaged coast. This would put Redondo Beach on the map. People would come from near and far to visit the park by the sea. It would be open for public uses instead of being reserved for private residential development. The park will be enjoyed by you, your children, and your grandchildren. A housing development can't do that. As density continues to increase, the most valuable asset of all will be open space. Think big, Redondo. The birds will thank you, and the future will thank you. Yeah, I'm going to refresh, but I think that concludes the comments.
Yeah, the other two have already spoken.
Thank you.
Mayor, I received a comment from I received a comment from somebody who could not post on e-comment. May I read that, or should I wait till I can speak?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Okay, this is from Paul Schlichting. We went through this 20 years ago with the heart of the city that was defeated and largely rebuffed by the public. To visit and or support this again, which is the AES, building on the AES site, is an insult to the public for the following reasons. 1, we like our quality of life and what remains of our small town feeling. 2, there are special interests who always find ways to try to get such projects approved, as there is lots of money to be made from such exploitations. 3, anyone on the council or staff who might support such an effort should be terribly embarrassed to be seen suggesting or supporting such an issue. This is contrary to years of Redondo public behavior at the ballot box. 4, even since the prior effort, new significant issues have arisen, including global warming, affordable housing issues, and overcrowding and overuse of our infrastructure. Anyone who does not reconsider this suggestion should explain to their community, their family, and their children why they put profit of a few ahead of the well-being of the community, state, and even planet. 5, it is imperative that you all quash this suggested project immediately. And 6, I will later take note on who supported this project tonight and be sure that all constituents and other entities where you might see to serve the public are aware as well. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Forbes, could I ask you, taking a look at this this distribution, as I see it, basically, to be candid, everything Kingsdale, North Tech, 190th, South Transit, South Bay Marketplace, all of these are in District 4, which, if I add them up correctly, come out to about 1604. And in addition, we have more, we have the Galleria coming in at 300 units. So why is it that we, in your opinion, that it was, why do we need to put the housing here?
So HCD actually has their guidelines on what sites can be utilized for and counted towards any amount of affordable housing. And when it comes to looking at those potential sites, they have to be at least a half acre or in size or larger, and the density has to be set at 30 dwelling units per acre or more. And what we're finding in the evaluation that they did of the plan that was adopted back in October is that even those sites where it's more than a half acre in size and the density is over that 30 dwelling units per acre, they are still requiring more justification of why those sites might be redeveloped or feasible for that development. So they're going beyond what their typical standards have been in the past. So what we needed to look at was, where are there sites that are available and not just where there might be a portion of that site that's at least that half acre size, where that density might be able to locate. So
if I understand you correctly, you're looking at this picture here and saying, when you look at this picture, this is an empty site. This whole parking area is an empty site where something could be constructed across from living spaces, versus us zoning a bunch of property down elsewhere or anywhere else in the city and basically selling where there's already development and telling HCD, hey, this potentially could be converted to affordable housing, right?
Right. And that was part of the conversation that we had with them after we received the letter. Was their concern with the North Tech was that there's so many viable commercial mixed in there. So it's not just here's this big swath of parking lot, but here there are different buildings with that development in it. That how would they even be able to develop? They wouldn't be able to sell off that or lease off that portion of the site in a typical type of development fashion. They would end up being the ones developing it, in which case then it's not going to be meeting that, we can't count it towards affordable in the same way, versus the site that you demonstrated is a good example. South of the transit center, although there's a building on that, we do recognize that particular site is not even there's it's really not even being utilized. So, the new owner of that property, I say new, it's in like years ago, has expressed that they want to do something different. And they actually didn't find that the zoning as it is going to meet what their needs are. So as it is, they were going to be looking to tear down that building and build something different.
All right, and just so people are aware, this right here is the new transit center, and these are the properties that are anticipated to get this housing overlay, correct?
Yeah, so you've got where the green is there, that's that South Bay Marketplace. It's really the parking lot area, right, where you have your parking lot area is where we envision that housing could happen. And then again, that south of the transit center site is that full site. And then there was the small piece across the street, across Kingsdale from there that we added in there, just because of the uses are, it's an older facility.
Is it this property here?
That property.
Got it. All right. Thank you for that. And let me just say this, folks who are watching. It is not that we are in an unenviable position. This is not something that any of us really want to do. We want to meet the affordable housing need in this state because there are people who need affordable housing, but we do not want to add density to our city. And that's the bind that we're in. So, and I definitely, as a North Redondo resident, I hear the folks who are concerned about the schools. And I just want to go through real quick, before I get to the schools, I want to go through the analysis that I do over here, and I did. And I'm sure everybody who's watching is familiar with an app called Google and Google Maps, but this is a good way to find out how people would get to work. All right. So what I've marked here is the South Helena and PCH location where that is currently part of the plan, where the Smart and Final is. That if that's converted to housing, how are those people going to travel to downtown Los Angeles? Well, Google Maps tells them, go up PCH, turn up on Aviation, and get onto Rosecrans, make a right, and get on the freeway. Alternatively, they can go down 190th Street and get on the get northbound that way to go to downtown. Change this to Century City, another place where people work. What does the path look like? Oh, now the path has them going down Aviation or entirely on PCH. Already a congested artery. All right, change it to Orange County. Let's call it Newport Beach. If somebody's going to go work in Newport Beach from Redondo Beach, how are they getting there? Oh, it's 190th Street. Oh, those people who called in from District 3, stop being misled by your council member, okay? Take a look at if there was housing at the power plant site, how are people going to get to work in downtown? They're going to go down 190th. So you think that it's going to be better than having them actually on 190th? Absolutely not. You're going to get the traffic regardless. They're driving through where you live regardless. And actually, there's a better chance if they're already on 190th, like at the corner of Hawthorne, they might just hop on and drive further east. So folks, when you say these ideas like it should be spread equally across the city, realize what you're saying is it should cause congestion to us, North Redondoans, because that's what is going to happen. Now, take a look instead at the map of the, let's just call it the Galleria, and see if you're going to drive to Orange County, how is that going to how's that commute going to go? Oh, they're already going to go further east on Artesia. Okay, let's say they're going to drive from that area to downtown LA. All right, they're not driving through North Redondo. Okay, what if it's here at this transit center or this from this location right here? I think you guys get the picture, but in case it's not obvious, let's just so 1521 Kingsville Avenue, directions at a stop. Let's nix this one. All right. So again, You see how people are going to travel from this area. It's going to be Artesia east of Hawthorne to get onto the 405, either south or north, depending on which route you'd rather take. But in any event, they're not going to be driving through the VCR rectangle over here. They're not going to be driving through the Golden Hills or Golden Triangle. They're not going to be congesting aviation anymore. So while it is completely, it's awful to have to add this much density to our city, and particularly here, in concept to North Redondo Beach, the North Redondo location where we have it on the east side of the city is the best location for the entire city. And if I were a council member who just wanted to protect, frankly, even just thinking it from an entirely District 4 perspective, the empty land right here that you see, the empty parking lots in the shopping center is doing nothing for us. These parking lots are filthy. I was just at Sprouts the other day. These parking lots are filthy, not really maintained particularly well by the property owners, and it's dead space. Go on a rainy night, you can't even see the lines on the pavement. It's just, if this all gets developed, the property prices in North Redondo are going to increase, because it's going to continue to demonstrate that North Redondo, frankly, is the best place in Redondo Beach to live. And it's the best place to live because we've got the ocean not far away, and we've got the freeway right here. And we've got easy access to the freeway. Now, as to the schools, if this housing plan is approved, we need a note from our planning department, from community planning, to the school board, letting them know that this was our housing plan, and that these 1,900 units are coming to the area right here near the Galleria, because that is the total number. And it's not something that's coming anytime soon. Obviously, it would take time for our housing plan to be affirmed, get on the ballot, and so on and so forth. But if it does come, the school board needs to be ready for it, and they need to plan for it. And unfortunately, the school board is, the school system is part of the state, and the state is kind of doing this to itself. Now, for all those people who called in and said, we already have lower income kids in our schools, that's disgusting. That people are saying that they don't want their kids going to school with poor kids, if that's what I'm hearing from them. I've got a daughter who's 17 months old right now. She's going to go to school. She's going to go to school right here. And I'd be happy for her to be with the most diverse students. Actually, I do not want her going to an all-white school. So I am proud that we've got diversity here. I am proud that we've got a diversity in terms of income here. That is what makes our area richer, actually. I do not want to be like South Redondo. And I am perfectly happy living here, and I have no intentions of moving. And by favoring this housing plan, I am voting entirely consistently with my North Redondo District 4 interests. I thank you all, Director Forbes and Mr. Scully, for your hard work here. I've given you guys a hard time about the lack of progress I've seen on Artesia Boulevard, which I'll still give you a hard time about, but I really appreciate how hard you've worked on this to revise it, to identify those properties that are suitable for our housing plan and that will fulfill HCD's requirements. So I thank you for that, and I'd make a motion to approve the submission of this plan to the.
We need to close the public hearing.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, God, it's still a public hearing.
Did you make a motion, Zane? No?
Let's go ahead and finish the public hearing, then then somebody can make the motion.
Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. I just want to correct some things that were said throughout this evening. So first, we're actually not talking tonight about the AES site because that's not even on the table. Staff did not present that. You guys did not approve that in the previous versions. So it's really not up for discussion tonight, but I appreciate, getting all the individuals out to remind us about that. We never got to have a conversation really about equitable distribution back in the spring. It was something that was brought up by 500 different people through online comments and surveys, but we didn't get to have that conversation. You didn't want to have it, and that's fine. That's how that conversation went. But we didn't actually go there. The plan that was presented to us of where things could go was throughout the city. All the work that the General Plan Committee has done showed us areas throughout the city where housing potentially could go, could potentially be rezoned. Planning Commission gave us their input for areas that were also not discussed or were shot down. The simple fact of the matter is we really didn't discuss all of that. The initial motion that came up that night was pretty much what we're looking at still today, with some minor changes that were made. So I'm, people voiced their opinions. The people that voiced their opinions in the spring were disregarded. And I think in some ways, the people who are voicing their opinions tonight are also being disregarded. Equitable distribution is not a bad thing. I get it. We want to talk about traffic, and we're always talking about traffic, and we're always trying to solve it. It's here. It's always been here. It's not going to go away unless we get away from a car-centric mode of driving, or people start using transit in general. And that's not just rail, which may come to the Galleria area. It's all types of transit. So to the points that were made by some residents tonight, yeah, there's traffic everywhere. It's not just in South Redondo, and it's not just South Redondo residents that cause our traffic. We get traffic from Torrance and the peninsula that's coming up this way. Regarding AES, I think it's really easy to just kind of throw it out there and say that, like, we just want to put housing on AES. I don't think it's really that simple. I voted, it wasn't in the mayor's slideshow tonight, but I voted yes on Measure A, which was a ballot initiative he put out. And I think it was either 2011 or 2013. And that would have been, as I recall, zero residential at the AES site. And then in 2015, as a resident, I voted yes on Measure B, which would have been 600 units at AES. So I think people have the ability, even though, it's been pointed out that there's all these votes. I think a couple commenters, mentioned that, well, times change and people's perspectives change based on what is being presented to them. In this situation here, right, we're not really thinking about AES in a vacuum as it was described tonight. You'd be thinking about that site or any potential site in South Redondo within the context of this greater conversation. This council and previous councils have, pretty much been unanimous that, one, we don't agree with these RENA numbers. We fought back against them. We completely disagree with the allocated numbers. The mayor was completely right in describing to everyone how robust of a housing situation we have here in Redondo and how much we do compared to some of our other cities. And it's actually extremely frustrating to see a city like Torrance or Manhattan or Hermosa or El Segundo, the kind of numbers they get compared to us. And some may argue that our RENA numbers are high because we've done such a good job at doing what we're supposed to do. Nobody's talking about the fact that if we do put all this housing in the HQTA areas, which is high quality transit areas, that based on just the formula that exists right now through SCAG, they will come back in the next cycle and say, hey, thanks a lot for doing that. And now we're going to give you more because you've shown us what you can do in the HQTA area. So, I think spreading it out evenly, will it create more traffic? Quite possibly. But I think more traffic is just endemic of the fact that we have people who refuse to get out of their cars, and we are not creating ways for them to get around without using a car. I mentioned, just a second ago that, I voted yes on A, I voted yes on B, two completely different things, right? When Councilmember Lowenstein and the mayor and I, were working on the AES subcommittee, and the mayor kind of brought this up, but he did it in a demeaning way. We went through all these exercises, and I mentioned this in the spring, trying to figure out what could we do, at the AES site, what kind of development, commercial development, parkland, how could we get the things that we wanted? And I would say that we were all operating from the same perspective. I said many times in meetings with AES and the developers they would bring before us that, my residents had no appetite for residential development. And that was true. That was what residents had said to me multiple times over a few year period. But, now I hear residents saying something different, right? So again, they're saying it within the context of this conversation. I think everybody here on this council still wants to see the vast majority of AES used for public recreation. When the guy who bought the site was actually working in partnership with the city before he changed his mind, to allow the AES site to operate for a few more years. I remember, seeing people talk about people that are friends with the mayor talking about how, hey, maybe it's okay to put residential there in 2 tall towers because then we would get all this open space. Like the simple fact of the matter is, I don't know that we're ever going to get everything we want unless we, to the point that was made in the mayor's slide deck, we actually bought it for however many millions of dollars it would cost, and we ran a deficit. I don't know, but I am open to flexing how I think about things and trying to hear everybody. I'm not here tonight saying housing has to go at AES. I'm here saying housing has a variety of places that it can go throughout the city based on the work that the General Plan Advisory Committee has done. It doesn't all have to get concentrated in one area, nor does the affordable housing all have to get concentrated in one area. That can be spread out as well, which goes to the point of all the things we've been working on. We are working on inclusionary housing. Like, I think we are all in agreement that we want to see a more equitable distribution of affordable housing by some of the policy calls that we've been making. So I just, I don't appreciate trying to make it seem oversimplistic when this is complicated. Nobody here wants to absorb 2,490 units. And actually, I don't know anybody in any city that wants to absorb any new units. But I think we're doing our best. And I think all the residents that I have heard over the past 6 months have expressed to me is that they're willing to do their share. They just don't want it all in North Redondo. They would like to see it spread out. And I don't think that that's a big ask. So I know that that's not going to happen based on the way the discussions have gone and the votes have gone. But I think it's just worth noting that people have people change their minds. And I don't know where a vote would go today if there was such a vote. All I know is that times are changing. This is not, we're not making this decision within a vacuum. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Thank you. I also want to clear up some things that were said tonight. I agree that this city has done more than their fair share of housing, but unfortunately for this discussion, density, traffic, historical efforts are not on the table. Nowhere other than the descriptions that our staff has put in the housing element, that is not even a factor that they consider when you're doing your housing element. It's nowhere in there. Also, nowhere does it say it has to be near a freeway, the housing. It doesn't say that anywhere. Could be recommended, but it's not mandated anywhere. The Galleria did propose 300 units because they wanted 650, but they were persuaded not to do that due to the resident outcry. So, some of the comments that were made was that it's unconscionable to put housing near the beach. but it's conscionable to put 90% of the new housing in North Redondo. I don't understand that differences on there. No one has ever said South Redondo should take all the new housing. No one has ever said that. This housing element does not satisfy AFFH. It just doesn't. It doesn't go enough on it. It's the new housing element is much better than the other one. Brandy and staff and everybody did a great job on explaining things and demonstrating how things would go. I think that's been great. One question I do have is why the new additional South Redondo sites, the two ones, the Pancake House and the FedEx, why is that at 45 units per acre versus all the ones in North Redondo are 55 units per acre?
Yeah, that was, I discussed that before. Those are actually really smaller sites. They're just hitting that half acre size. And it's not a larger consolidation. So recognizing there's an economy of scale when it comes to developing that the 45 dwelling units per acre is what we were looking at for those sites. Just they have a different makeup than some of those other larger sites.
But if you combine them, they would also be a bigger site as well, just like something like Marianne Drive.
Actually, for example, the site at the Smart and Final, the parking lot, when you add all three sites together, I don't even know that they come to a full acre. They're right at an acre. So they are definitely smaller, even in looking at them as combined sites.
So, again, like Christian Horvath said, no one is discussing the AES site except for the people from the South Redondo residents and 2 residents from North Redondo. No one's discussing it. So I don't know where all of you got this information that AES is even on the table, because it's nowhere on this housing element whatsoever. None of us want to add density. None of us want to add that. Of course, everybody would love a park. That's not even a factor in any of this. We all agree that SB 9 is horribly done because it doesn't take into account density. It doesn't take into account what Redondo has done. But this has nothing to do with that. This has to do with RENA, and it has to do with us having to satisfy RENA. There are some people who brought up Measure DD or Article 27, it's also known as. Just so we're clear, if the housing element does not get accepted, or is not certified, that's not the right word, is certified, and this ends up going to court, there have been court cases in which cities have lost their ability to do their own zoning, even with an Article 27 type thing in their charter or in their ordinances. So, and Mr. Obagi, you totally misconstrued what people were saying. Even, I think it was Marty Navarro said she came to North Redondo because of the diversity. No one is saying they don't want to have diverse schools or aren't appreciative of the diversity in North Redondo. That is not what people were saying. What they were saying is that, and then you went on to say that you do not want to be like South Redondo. So because they're so white, is that what we're saying here? So you're just proving the point that this does not satisfy AFFH. As far as AES site being capable of being, again, it doesn't even matter because it's not even on the housing element to begin with. But I believe the developer turned into the state of California that they can be housing ready. The point is, no one has ever said, no, South Redondo, you take 90% and we only take 10%. No one's ever said that. All we're asking is a more equitable spread out of the housing. Further, it just doesn't satisfy the AFFH. It just doesn't. So I don't know why people are saying that this is all about AES, because AES isn't anywhere in any of the list at all whatsoever. It's not on there. It's not that anybody's not welcoming a diverse neighborhood. We're just saying is that the diversity that we do have in Redondo is in the area where you're trying to add all the housing. And that directly goes against the AFFH. And honestly, that whole, that's what it was. The whole thing about the showing us how to use Google Maps, that was, amazing. I never knew how to use that. So the point is that you're just picking out those places that are in downtown LA. But what about all the big job center in Torrance? What about putting affordable housing in South Redondo, where you have a lot of waiters, waitresses, you have teachers down there that could use schools, that could use affordable housing? What about all the people that work in the hotels? They could all use affordable housing. What about the fact that South Redondo has a lot of retired people in it, which we could then use caregivers? What about, and somebody mentioned Beach City's health district, if they were going to, instead of building units that don't satisfy with RENA, if they were to have apartments, actually senior apartments, they could then be satisfying the RENA, and then those are a pretty big lot as well. There are other options that could be looked at, but they're not being looked at all. What you see on the housing element are the only sites that are being looked at all. So anyway, just wanted to clear up some of the things that were said. And with all the hands up, I'll be back.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Before we begin, Brandy, I got a quick question for you. When we started looking at density via zip code, were we also looking in 90277 at Hollywood Riviera and Torrance area? Or was that excluded?
I don't, that was last spring. I don't recall offhand how we broke that up. I want to say was it just the Redondo? Sean, do you recall if it was just the Redondo portion of?
Yes, I believe so. The density, the 90277 in Redondo.
That was my question. But let me start off by saying, I just want to clarify what Councilmember MD and Councilmember Horvath said. Why are we bringing up AES? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Councilmember Horvath made a motion for zoning AES for 800 units at the last time we discussed this. So that's one reason we're doing it. And both of them in their emails to constituents have talked about using AES. So of course people are going to talk about AES because that's what people have been writing into Hcd for. There was a public records request, and over again, people started saying, why not use AES? So of course they're going to talk about that. But I'd like to share my screen. I want to start off with a fairly quick presentation and to show you one or two things. One of my favorite presidents, a guy named Harry Truman, said, the only thing new in this world is a history that you don't know. This is a snapshot of Redondo Beach in the 1920s. It's obvious it's not very dense. Anywhere you look, there's plenty of room to build. It's a snapshot. Just like in 2022, it's a snapshot of where we're at. We're not talking about necessarily just looking forward. We're also talking about looking backward. So I decided to take the liberty of reminding people, as Mayor Brand did, of what the different districts look like in terms of multi-dwelling units. And what I did is I picked 40 units because 40 units is pretty much a pretty good line to draw when it comes to adding lots of density to housing. Here's some examples of this is not completely comprehensive because I kind of ran out of space. But here's District 1. You can see places like Beechwood Apartments on Catalina. This is on the Esplanade. These are on the Esplanade. This is on the Esplanade. This is on the Esplanade. All Esplanade. Catalina. More District 1. Esplanade, Esplanade. Everywhere you look, there's lots and lots of density in District 1. District 2, Crystal Cove, one of the most densely populated apartment complexes in Redondo Beach. Apartments at King Harbor. This is the village. This is on Catalina. This is also on Catalina, and this is Seascape. I couldn't show you Brookside Village, which is one of the mega condo complexes, as it's known, because there's no way here you can get a street view. There's hundreds and hundreds of units here in District 2. District 2, more, the Village, another Seascape building. This is Prospect at Torrance. This is Casa de los Amigos. This is across from City Hall on Broadway, 95 units in District 2 on Broadway. District 3, I could not find one that had over 40 units. I probably couldn't find one that had over 30 units. District 4, Brooks, Breakwater Village, and these units that are on Aviation have over 40 units. And this is District 5. District 5 has the Montecito, which is mixed use, and also Westview Apartments on Aviation. Okay, so I wanted to show you that. I showed you this not to rub it in anybody's face, to remind people that South Redondo has done well past its share in terms of dense housing. Now I want to share one other thing with you, and that is the current zoning maps. This is straight from the housing element in the agenda packet tonight. Okay, this happens to be the district that I represent. As you can see, as a percentage, this is probably, in terms of land area, not necessarily density right now, but land area, the highest zoned area in terms of density. I live in an R3 area. This is not even my district. This is District 3. This is District 2. That's the one area. And this area down here that is R1. Everything else that you see is R3 pretty much. This brown area is massive development along Catalina. There's walls of development along here. So that's that area. District 1 seems like it has a lot of yellow, but you can see this is all massive development along Catalina. I'm sorry, along the Esplanade. Up here, if I can show it somehow, is having a hard time getting this. Okay, District 3, lots of R1A and R1 development. And yes, there is R2 development, not R3 really. District 4, Zeno Baji's district, lots of zoning of R3. There is the Tall and Skinnies in the Golden Hills area, and District 5 where Representative MD lives, the TRW tract, all R1. My street is 88% multi-dwelling units. The people that are arguing that we're not doing the fair share live in R1A neighborhoods, and they live in R1 with 6,000 to 7,500 square foot lots. And you're telling me that we're not doing our fair share? You have the nerve to say that, yet do as I say, not as I do? That's like saying, I'm all in favor of preventing greenhouse gases and driving a Hummer. That's ridiculous. And you're getting people to buy into it. Burl Elementary has 450 students. It had 300 students when I started on the city council. There is nowhere to put students because we just built 3 modular classrooms. I'm very sensitive to North Redondo. I lived in North Redondo and Rockefeller for 8 years. I may be the only person on this dais who has lived in both North and South Redondo for any length of time. But we had school board member Brad Waller say, yeah, we can absorb more students in North Redondo when we were talking about the Galleria. Paris Middle School just built an additional wing to serve 1,257 students. And not to say that Washington Elementary is not crowded, it's 800 kids, but Paris has 200 more kids than Adams does. Edison School is available. It's an adult school up on Inglewood. That could be converted into an elementary school if needed. There is no place in South Redondo that can house more elementary students. So if you're challenging me on schools, I think this one you're not going to get right because I know the schools really well. I spent 8 years on the school board. And just remember that every new child that's added in the school district is going to go to high school in District 2. So we have 40% of all RBUSD students in District 2. So the most park poor areas by acreage are districts 4, districts 1, and districts 2. Not just the most dense, the most park poor. And yet you want to consider taking away the one area that can serve the whole city as a park. The only area that can serve it is with 25 acres, anywhere near that. And you want to consider that. I mean, you know, there's Aviation Park, there's Andrews Park, Dominguez Park's 24 acres. That's all District 3 and District 5. So you're telling me that we're taking away more park space, potential park space for the entire city, not just South Redondo, by building on AES. And the folks up in North Redondo, I totally get it. I'm understanding of it. When I lived up in District 4, I didn't even think of South Redondo. I lived there for 8 years. I didn't even think of it. Out of sight, out of mind. And you may think the same way for the other way. But I can tell you, having walked nearly every street in the city, having campaigned for various bond measures, my own campaigns on the school board, and other things, I can tell you that I know your area very, very well. I know how densely populated it is. You don't have to tell me that because I know it. But you don't have the same level of density with that these huge apartment complexes and condo complexes have. You have a lot of single family, and you'll have a lot of 2 and 3 and lots. You can't even compare to what districts 1 and 2 and even 4 have, quite honestly, but 1 and 2 for sure. So, and we're also talking about traffic. Yeah, we do show traffic, but guess what? It's coming through your neighborhood. There is no massive job center in Torrance. The massive job centers are LAX, downtown, Santa Monica, Silicon Beach, El Segundo. I honestly don't even know what the biggest company is anymore in Torrance. Toyota's gone. Honda's pretty much gone. Everything is going north of the airport. Has anybody said, oh my God, I had the horrible commute going south on the 405 this morning? I never say that, but every day they say it going north. And yet you want to run people from South Redondo at an additional probably 10 or 15 minutes to get to the freeway if you're lucky. What a commute to El Segundo would be 40 minutes. To commute to downtown is easily an hour and a half. And you want to make it even worse? Going through your neighborhoods, that's basically suicide by doing that. You want to put these things as close to major thoroughfares and mass transit as possible. That's good urban planning. And yeah, it may not be specifically in the law, but it's urban planning malpractice to put it in a densely populated area away from mass transit and freeways. I don't know why anybody would even consider this. I think it's mostly because of NIMBYism more than anything else. And sure, everybody practices some form of NIMBYism, but also within this, there's a lot of truth to it as well. And not just sound bites, well, we have to make it fair. You have to make it fair, but you have to make it smart. Smart planning is more important than anything that we talk about up here. This isn't 1920 where, yes, you were right. We should spread it out throughout the city. It's 2022 where you have tons of density already. And in terms of racial equality and everything else, I live in a Hispanic household, so don't tell me that this area is all white. My neighbor's African-American and he's married to a Hispanic. There's several people on my block that are of either mixed race, Hispanic, African-American, you name it. So this isn't some whitewashed area. I kind of resent that. This is a very diverse area. And I don't think you're really looking at this and trying to say that you're trying to segregate people. That's ridiculous. You're insulting my family by saying that. So I hope you remove that thought of it. I understand what you're looking at data points, but look at this data point. My family is Hispanic on my wife's side, and my kids are Hispanic. So don't tell me that we're trying to whitewash this area. That's ridiculous. Anyway, one last thing I'll talk about is the developer of AES in a letter to Hcd, one of the developers, used words like gimmicks, deceitful, blatant, disingenuous, illusory housing, entitled electoral body, above the law and beyond reproach, phantom units. And then he went on to say that we've downzoned areas of the city and we're fighting development so that only a handful of units are no longer feasible. Yet the next paragraph he says, I'm really surprised that Redondo over the last housing cycle, was able to build 559 units. That doesn't sound like a handful of units. There's 327 units that are in the pipeline right now in South Redondo that are being permitted and constructed. So we're doing our fair share. When you say that we're not doing our fair share, you're taking a snapshot in time. You haven't looked backward and to see where people have done their work. So tell me, after looking at this, that with all this R3 housing, that South Redondo is not doing our fair share, and yet you want to put more housing down here in the one area along the coast in all of LA where you can actually put a decent sized park. That's ridiculous. So I understand people's concerns. We'll try to alleviate them the best we can in every way we can. You shouldn't be mad at us. You should be mad at the state. And that goes for SB 9 because your neighborhood is next with SB 9 if you live in a single family home. You're going to have a lot of density there. Don't get mad at us, get mad at Sacramento. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Seems like it's presentation night here in Redondo because I'm going to do a presentation here as well and share screen from the beginning. There you go. All right. All right. So as we know, housing has been a big topic in Redondo, and what's talked about on the ground is different than what we've had in housing overall. And I take in reading this presentation and this document, I have a couple questions. First thing is, Brandy, the mixed use project on Avenue I with 12 net new units, 2 affordable, empty commercial. Is that 100% residential maxed out?
You mean did they put as much residential as they could on that?
Yes. Yeah.
I'd have to look at that project, but looking at height, typically they're going to build that out, and they have the 2 affordable units that they're, I'd have to look at it to see if there was any additional square footage they might have been able to put in there, but.
Right. But so last time I asked that question, I got kind of the same answer, but when we first looked at Saved Riviera, it was 100% residential build out. Then we get to 1 South. I know for an absolute fact that this was 100% maximum residential, minimum commercial. And this Burger I Am right here, unfortunately, not enough people have been going there. They are now closed. There's paper on the wall. There's no affordable units being built here. When it was originally built and sold, $770,000 for 1 bed, 1 bath. 52 units, I might add. The Legato project was 100% residential development. Thank you, Brandy, for changing that in the report. This picture is indicative of Avenue G, which is right next door, the street one over. Parking permits are required. They get checked after 9 o'clock. You have to have a parking permit on the street to park there. If you don't, you will get a ticket. You can't park on Avenue F. Those residents there will make sure that you get a parking ticket. These condos were built apartments and condos were built years ago, and there's massive parking issues here. This is the tallest residential building in Redondo Beach, 10 stories, 171 dwelling units per acre. Let me repeat that one more time. 10 stories of residential. And it sits right on the beach. Right on the beach. 10 stories, tallest building in Redondo Beach that houses residential. Nowhere else in Redondo do we have anything like that anywhere near. It doesn't quite start, but it almost starts the Esplanade Wall with extreme density, extreme parking issues. That it's been referred to multiple times. It's rent density from the existing 23 dwelling units, 171. The 23 are old apartments and housing that wouldn't even conform to current existing standards. And if you think that's just one part of the Esplanade, this is the southern part of the Esplanade. So it goes beach, open space, i.e. It goes up sidewalk, street, and then we have here 4 stories residential, at grade and below grade, parking. So we are maxed out. And if you think that, oh, that's just, that's just on the side there, well, take a look what it looks like from the beach. This is built up directly onto the beach. It's Miami Beach, Redondo Beach. I mean, this is where Redondo Beach came from. And that these structures along this entire way here completely block out the views, air, light. And imagine the amount of traffic that's created from people leaving every single morning. But wait, there's one more better one than this. And this is actually city-owned property. And Councilman Lowenstein showed this a minute ago. We have the only place in Santa Monica Bay where we actually built residential and commercial on the beach. Nowhere else in the Santa Monica Bay was residential actually built on the beach. And this includes the chart house right here. This is in the wintertime. In the summertime, all the sand comes back, built back out, and there's no water anywhere near. There's actually a massive storm drain here on the left-hand side as well. The border is literally on the wall side right here. That's Hermosa. See, Hermosa has a massive setback, a couple 100 yards backwards, because they wanted some open space. So we have no open space. When we talk about open space in South Redondo, it just does not exist in South Redondo. This is from the SCAG report in 2017. You guys were all talking about traffic, and where do people go? And Councilmember Obagi is 100% right. 1% of our 93% commuters, 93% of our commuters travel out of Redondo Beach. And yet only 1% of them use public transportation. This is from the SCAG 2017 report for Redondo Beach. They produce one of these reports for every single city. 1%. And if you've noticed, it's gone down by 50%. It used to be in 2000 and 2010, it used to be 2%. But now in 2016, it's at 1%. And with ridership declining every single year, I wonder what it is now. Average time minutes have gone up. Public transportation has gone down. Driving alone, 87%. It's a massive problem. We need to create more jobs in South Redondo and Redondo Beach as a whole. Our job center is at Northrop Grumman, the biggest one we have. Here we have the transit lines in South Redondo. And Brandy, I didn't really see this in the report anywhere. This is directly from the Metro website, their map. I counted 6 lines, public transit lines in South Redondo, 232, 73, 13, Beach Cities Transit, and 43A. And in North Redondo, not only do we have 12 transit lines, we also have a transit center that is currently there and being rebuilt. I didn't see that in the report anywhere about the massive amount of doubling the amount of transit lines in North Redondo versus South Redondo. So when you guys talk about traffic, remember that only 1% of our residents take public transportation and the rest of them are by car. So again, from the SCAG report, here are the major transit stops. There's 2 in Redondo Beach, and there's no major transit stops in South Redondo. And when it comes to transit corridors, they all skirt the boundaries of right where the South Bay Galleria is, of right the 405 is, but there's nothing in South Redondo. It is an island, a public transportation island. There's nothing there. It's a desert, public desert of transportation. It just doesn't exist. There's no public transportation down here. So why is everyone talking about the Aes Site? Well, like Councilman Lowenstein said, Councilman Horvath wanted to give a free giveaway to the developer of 800 plus units. AB 1397 passed in 2017, quote, requires parcels included in the inventory to have sufficient water, sewer, and dry utilities supply available and accessible to support housing development. There is no current existing sewer, electrical communications, or even roads available. Brandy, I don't think I saw anywhere in the report that this really deals with this. Also, the number one issue right here is sites that do not require environmental mitigation. And we know that Aes Site requires slight mitigation. I didn't see that in there either. Probably, maybe I missed it. I don't know. And then included, we got to talk about the fact that we have an LCP or local coastal plan for the Aes Site, which would need to be amended, and that would need to go through the Coastal Commission. And that's going to have to deal with sea level rise. And of course, we have the wetlands requirements. So we're years away from any type of possible rezoning if there was a rezoning down on the power plant site. So I'm not even sure why people would even bring it up, because it's nowhere available anytime soon. So I'm asking these questions because I got the questions for Brandy on the FedEx site that we talked about here, or you showed. You had in the report that it's recently closed, or excuse me, that has been closed for some time. But as far as I know of, the FedEx site has only recently, within the last year, it has been closed.
And we could certainly, revise that language.
Yeah, and I think that's important because a lot of these commercial units, I didn't think some of these commercial units would be filled up, but they are, and there is a real hunger there for the commercial. It said in here that parking lots overflow, or they're not. The parking is empty. It appears to be empty, but anyone that knows this on the weekends from the Legato put in private security to make sure no one parks on their land for the original Pancake House. They flow over into the other. They are underparked, significantly underparked in the mornings. And I realize it's just mornings, not dinner time, but still, and on the weekends, it's the first 4, 5, 6 hours of the day from 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. to noon or 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So when you talked about the current zoning moving up to 45 units an acre, and you're saying 1.82 acres, and you take the numbers, are you taking in the numbers and effect of the fact that it's already zoned, what the current zoning is right now?
So that's similar to the other residential overlays. It would be, that the residential development would be in addition to any of the underlying zoning that's allowed.
So we're using the underlying zoning and then put this overlay and then counting that towards our extra. So we're in effect doing a double. It's not a double, but we're getting the higher zoning for this. If they want to do commercial or mixed use, they would be at that level. But if they just do residential, they would be at the 100% 45 units, and we're taking credit for that.
Yeah, it's the way that we could take credit for the 45 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. So, I mean, all the properties next door that have been recently redeveloped or developed, Legato, 1 South, Avenue I, we're at 100% residential build out, not at 80%. So I see we're taking this 80% number, and I heard what you said earlier with HCD, but it doesn't make sense with what we're currently doing next door, literally next door.
I understand what you're saying. I'm going to let you know that HCD come back and say that needs to be at 80%.
So they're going to do spot zoning on this. Okay. Got to try. I mean, I see everyone sees the zoning going up. It's 100% residential, and it's absolute minimum for commercial when it's on the mixed use side, and the commercial is always dead. So, I mean, what about if we were to add that density unit a little bit higher at 60 units, 15 more units there? Could we take some numbers away from somewhere else, like the Smart and Final site?
Yeah, we could, we have to ensure that it's going to get us those numbers, but if you wanted to move it to this site because of what's around it and,
right.
It's access, then, certainly we could make that adjustment.
because Avenue G is 55 units an acre on average, right? Literally right next door. So if we're going to do an overlay on this, might as well do a 55 unit an acre overlay. And that's just part of, and then we can take the residential away from like the Smart and Final site. If that could work out, because that would make sense for me, because what? Yeah.
I was just saying, just bear in mind, this we have to redo every map. We have to, I mean, it's not to say that we don't do it. I just want to, be clear that if we're bringing this back for the conversation, if you're continuing the hearing for next Tuesday, and this is what the change would be, there's some work that we need to do on our end. It doesn't mean that we don't consider it. I'm not sure, where is 65 your limit on what you could, you would find acceptable on the FedEx site in order to offset what's on or is there a blend? I'm not sure what your interest is in.
And you're just doing the FedEx site. You're not doing the lens crafters, correct?
I think it has the FedEx and the lens crafters. It does the Pancake House.
So is that, I wasn't able to look on the assessor's map. Is that one parcel, the lens, because it's two different buildings. The lens crafters is a different building than the former FedEx and the
Yeah, they're two different sites, but we included both of those sites in the calculation. We did not include the third, we didn't include the third lot, which was the Pancake House.
Okay, and you did that because you're thinking that the lens crafters could possibly go away.
Yeah, I mean, just, with, optometry and, yes, optometry is needed, but the retail component of it has shifted to online significantly. And I don't want to say anything about their business. That's not, what I'm trying to point out. We haven't had that conversation with them yet, but it, it is a type of use that, for the amount of space that they are utilizing is quite a bit for that type of use.
Okay. The Smart and Final site, I was looking at it, and I don't remember as being part of the conversation last time. And you said it's barely an acre, and I kind of drew it out as best as I could here. And it just doesn't make any sense to have this here. This is like residential. I mean, it's a literal island. What's shaded in orange here is all commercial. And what's in green is all residential, with the top up here being R1, and actually a little bit over here. I should add this over here, being R1 as well. But you want to put in here high density at 45 units an acre?
That's what we had as a residential overlay for 45 dwelling units per acre.
How does that conform with the existing community and surrounding area? I mean, this is like an island, a complete island.
We were looking at sites that fit the requirement. We were looking, we were tasked with evaluating what may work, and with this we're looking at, it's a parking lot, that same concept of what HCD will look towards, and then as well, where it could have the parking on the main level and the housing above. Wanted to, and similar to the FedEx site, was looking at what are the surrounding uses, that it's not right adjacent to single family, but rather has a mix of uses around. So that's why we were looking at this site.
Wouldn't it be better if it's commercial, if it's a mixed use? If you're gonna put an island of residential, put this at a
it's not just they have the capability of developing that with the underlying use with the residential overlay.
And if I may, Brandy,
yeah.
That would, we'd have to preserve the ground floor for parking on that site. And that would preclude the opportunity for mixed use on the ground, commercial on the ground floor, like a mixed use development with residential above.
I mean, you might be able to get some retail, but it wouldn't be all retail on the main level.
Right. Okay. And so where would the parking for this area go?
It would be on the main level of the building, and there might be another level of parking for residential.
So
there may be some shared, yeah.
Some shared below grade. So
not below grade. It could go above.
How would it go above if you already have the existing parking for Smart and Vital?
Yeah, you have the existing parking. You could ramp it to have a second level or half level of parking.
Okay. Yeah, it's tough for me to see this being workable. I mean, this is, again, it's an island. You're unless you go significantly below grade and doing the existing parking, parking here is pretty impacted on weekends and during the summer months. I know it's just outside the coastal zone, so it wouldn't qualify for those requirements. But yeah, I don't know. I see a tough build out on that. The All Cast Foundry, you said this is in South Redondo here. Oops. This is in South Redondo here. Or it says in South Redondo, but I think you meant North Redondo.
Where did did you? It may have just been.
It's in the report. I just had it when I was going through it.
Okay.
So we might want to update that. And then, people were talking about South Redondo not doing enough. Well, save St. James Preschool just as an addendum. People might want to look at this. This is a church being changed to housing, and people saying that nothing's happening in South Redondo. It's just simply not true. They paid $9 million for that parcel, and they want to parcel it off now, build more housing there. So anyone that's saying that we're not doing any housing in Redondo and South Redondo, well, you were changing a church to more housing. So, yeah. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. I wanted to say a couple words and just address a question about why are we talking about AES? Well, let me point out that in the HCD letter dated January 5th, 2022, in the very first paragraph, it says, thank you for submitting the City of Redondo Beach housing element adopted October 5th, 2021 and received for review on October 7th, 2021. This is from the Department of Housing and Community Development. It is signed by Paul McDougall, and we were told to contact Robin Huntley if we had questions with this. And so in the very first paragraph, it says HCD considered comments from Rutan and Tucker, the legal firm representing Leo Pustonikov. So they mention that they are considering comments from Leonid Pustonikov and his law firm, Rutan and Tucker. And we say, oh, really? So what are those comments that they made that they are considering? Well, Leonid Pustonikov, who is the new owner of the Aes Site, writes a 2.5-page letter with all sorts of accusations about Redondo Beach trying to get out of development, even though we're one of the most densely populated cities on the entire California coast, and adding more units than pretty much anybody around us of our size. He writes, appropriate alternatives can be exclusively residential or mixed use, are the 1 acre site at 1021 North Harbor and the 50 acre power plant site at 1100 North Harbor. Both are adjacent to parks, bike path, beaches, and harbors, and surrounded by developments ranging from 17.5 to 120 units per acre, but were not considered for housing. This is his property. This is what he just purchased for $28 million. He's writing to HCD to first basically criticize us for only being 11,000 residents per square mile. And then telling them that his property should be considered for upzoning for residential development, up to 30 units per acre. That's, 30 times 50 is 1,500 units. Yeah. So absolutely, we should be addressing and talking about AES, because when I spoke with the Robin Huntley of Housing Community Development, she didn't know the history of these public votes. So not to mention that at one of the meetings, Council members Horvath and Imdy recommended rezoning the site for 800 units. So given the history of the public votes on this site, of course we should be talking about AES. And of course the community is going to come out in force. And many of the people that were here 20 years ago, when they were trying to rezone it for residential. And for those of you who want to have another vote, I don't know how the language could have been more stacked against the idea of a park when the ballot language itself said it was going to cost the community $349 million and run an annual deficit of $2.9 million to the city. And they voted for it anyway. So, to look at it through today's glasses and think that somehow that's all going to change now, especially after the multitude of votes that happened after that. And as to Measure A, Measure A didn't pass either. Barely. Measure A had a narrower margin than any other of these votes. It was only 252 votes away from passing. And that was 60% open space and 40% commercial. You know what it was? They didn't want the 40% commercial. And AES was threatening to sue the city and all this other such nonsense. The lights were going to go out and all this other stuff. Yeah, AES claimed the lights were going to go out. And 2 years later, they wrote an initiative eliminating themselves and declared, well, the lights won't actually go out. So as you guys see, these land speculators and these landowners want everything. And when they write letters to HCD, then yes, we should absolutely be responding. And it's no surprise that the public would come out in force when they see things like that. So that is
one quick correction to what you said.
What's that?
Postelnikov never even acknowledged that he was the owner in the letter, nor did he have any letterhead. He could have been just a concerned resident. So
yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. He just signed it, his name, and that was it. And then HCD said they're considering his comments, and then they're considering the comments from his law firm, which, was even more suggestive, even bigger development down there. So, look, you guys, you can't blame them, right? They're speculators. That's how a lot of people make money. But that is, that's all they're looking to do is make a few bucks on the backs of impacts to our community and getting in the way of what we've been trying to do for over 20 years. So, anyway, I just wanted to answer that point. There's been a lot of things said, and I think it's important for everybody to understand why we're talking about the AES property. So with that, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to belabor anything any longer than it needs to be, but and that was my understanding from Veronica Tam too when we first met with her after we got the letter from HCD, which is that they got this impression that it was just the mayor behind keeping the power plant site as a park. It was just his idea. He's the only one who desired it. I also was very offended by Mr. Postelnikov's letter in which he said that the 1021 North Harbor, I put this picture in, he didn't, over the right, has been vacant, unused for years, has no remediation issues, currently surrounded by housing, and has a willing property owner eager to build housing on the site. Himself. And then he says this, which is really remarkable. 1100 North Harbor is being cleaned and remediated in anticipation of its closure on or before December 31, 2023. Really? How do you operate a power plant and keep it on standby for the state while you clean and remediate the property? What a falsifier. All right. So with that said, I also did want to point to Councilmember MD said, I actually don't want to quote what she said because I don't think I'll get it right. I don't want to put words in her mouth like she did to me. But I do want to encourage folks to take a look at SB 375, especially our planning staff, because when we spoke with Robin from HCD, what she told us and what she admitted, what the state admits is this, that HCD is going to basically, there's a bunch of laws, state laws, under which your housing plan has to fit. And the state laws are not in total harmony with one another. You know, when Wiener passes in 2022 a certain law, he's not thinking about the law that was signed the governor signed in 2008 for transportation-oriented planning in a city. So taking a look at SB 375, I'll just read some portions here for our little record. They wrote, greenhouse gas emissions from automobiles and light trucks can substantially be reduced by new vehicles. I'm gonna skip that. It will be necessary to achieve significant additional greenhouse gas reductions from changed land use patterns and improved transportation. Without improved land use and transportation policy, California will not be able to achieve the goal of AB 32. All right, and then they write also that a legislative body has to investigate and make recommendations regarding reasonable and practical means for implementing the general plan or element of the general plan, so it will serve as an effective guide for orderly growth and development, preservation and conservation of open space, land and natural resources. You mean restoration of the wetlands, and the efficient expenditure of public funds relating to the subjects addressed in the general plan. So I think that what we've outlined, what the staff has outlined in this, I feel like there was something else in here that I wanted to highlight, but what the staff has outlined in its revised housing plan is completely consistent with SB 375, and we probably need to bolster a little bit more with, here we go. This is it. The guidelines at minimum shall take into account such factors as the size and available resources of the Metropolitan Planning Organization, accounting for all the following: the relationship between land use density and household vehicle ownership and vehicle miles traveled in a way that is consistent with statistical research, the impact of enhanced transit service levels on household vehicle ownership and vehicle miles traveled, changes in travel and land development likely to result from highway or passenger rail expansion. All right, so all of these bode in favor of the plan that staff has come up with and that I support, subject to notifying our school board that they may need to at least understand, study what the impacts that any new development will have on the schools and account for those ahead of time. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I think we've beaten that up enough. I make a motion that we continue this public hearing to next week, just because the numbers and everything just came out this morning, and I'm sure a lot of people haven't had a chance to review them.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any more comment? I don't see anything. Any more public comment from people who have not commented yet?
No.
Eleanor or Vicky?
No, there are none.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
No.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, well, I'm not going to veto that. I think it's important for everybody to digest the numbers. I think there's some new stuff just came out this morning, and this is too important not to give this as much time as we can. So I think I join the whole council in thanking planning staff for the work they're doing. We know they're working hard, regardless of whether.
And just so you know, we'll make those, correction. All cast North Redondo, FedEx recently closed, and then also we had one additional thing that we needed to add. It was just brief language about the difference in fees for multifamily versus single family, just explaining that the difference in the review of multifamily is so much more significant building division wise, that that's why those fees are high. We just need to explain that so we'll have those corrections in the presentation or the staff report next week.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. This is the point at which we decide what we're going to cover because, right, Laura, it's 10:30. So I don't think
Laura's favorite hour.
We'll necessarily get through all of this, or we could just keep going and see where we get and then ditch what we don't finish. So I will give the council the opportunity to make some sort of motion to do whatever they want.
Let's plow through.
Okay.
And we
Any objection?
have three pieces left. Yeah, let's just plow through.
Okay, let's keep going. N1, discussion possible action regarding certification of an initiative ordinance pertaining to cannabis regulation, adopt ordinance, call an election, or order a report. Apologies to those who tried to comment. Oh, when was that? 3 hours ago? No, 3.5 hours ago, maybe longer. I think it was Heidi Swan, and I forgot the other lady's name, but here we are, if you're still on.
Okay, Mayor and Council and residents, we received on December 13th, 2021, the Cannabis Initiative Ordinance from the proponents, submitted over 6,614 signatures. To qualify the initiative, they would need 10% of the registered voters. And on July 16, 2021, we had 47,948 voters, which means they needed 4,795 valid signatures. And they came back from the county, 6,151 signatures were found sufficient. So go ahead and go to the next screen, Vicki. So today, we're going to need some action in the council. First is to receive and file their certificate of sufficiency. And then per election code 1405, this is our requirements that we need to do since we received this initiative and it was sufficient. So you can either adopt the ordinance without alterations, or you can direct the elections official, which is me, to place the initiative on the ballot. So you can do it on the March 7th, 2023 general municipal election. That's due to 1405A, which means shall be held at the jurisdiction's next regular election, occurring not less than 88 days. If we add this measure, it would cost us between $5,000 and $10,000 to our regular municipal election. And we would call that on December 6th, no later than December 6th. The other election would be a special election, which would be June 7th, 2022. 2022. The costs would be, and that's 1405B, which states city may call a special election. And it has to be not less than 88 days, nor more than 103 days after the order of the election. So the one that falls into that is the July 7th, 2022, which is a primary election for the state. It would cost $244,000, and that would need to be called on March 8th, which is a Tuesday, or legally by March 11th, 2022. And then the next thing would be, which is optional, may direct the election official to provide copies of a measure to the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. And then the last one, which is election code 9280. This is all election code. I'm not making anything up here. It's all spelled out on the election code that we have to do. Except this one's optional. The next one is optional, may request a report of the effect of the proposed initiative. The report shall be presented to the City Council no later than 30 days, which would be the March 1st, based on the certification at this council meeting. And the report would be on March 1st. And on March 1st, you would have 10 days to either adopt the ordinance or order an election, which would be the special election for June 7, 2022. And that concludes my report. And so if you have any questions, go ahead and bring it down, Vicki.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I would make a motion to receive and file the certification of sufficiency and call for an election on March 7th, 2023.
There's a second.
I'll second that, but we definitely, I think it was a little soon, but okay. I'll second that.
That was the only hand up, and I'll turn to the public, and we still got time to comment. Any public comment, Eleanor?
Okay, yes, we have. Okay, so Elliot Lewis.
Yeah, hi, I'm Elliot Lewis. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I wanted to comment on this item. One issue that wasn't brought up, our PAC is willing to pay for the June election, which would be the cost of the $244,000. So if that was an issue, there is an offer to pay for the election, which we've done research that's legal. I want to make a broader point before I get into the ask. I'm just really impressed with the way Councilwoman MD has sincerely approached this issue. She's kept an open mind. We've had in-depth policy discussions about what would be good policy for Redondo Beach. She's taken the personalities out of it. Look, I'm self-aware. I realize for some reason there's a personality conflict between Catalyst and some of the other members. But what we haven't really talked about is what's good for the constituents of Redondo Beach. And this is a great measure. I've heard no real objections that are authentic to the measure other than there's some sort of loss of control and then, chipping around the edges, or perhaps you guys don't like IG personalities. This has always been about what the majority of the Redondo Beach citizens want. We've had a 70% success rate. We know if this goes to the ballot, that it's going to pass. We're very, very confident. And it's the job of the city council to represent their constituencies. And at least at a minimum, have an open mind. And again, not make this about personalities, make this about policy. And there's been a lot of falsehoods that have been spread on this. Mr. Obagi and his claims about litigation are just ridiculous. There's pure indemnity in here. No matter how bad the city screws it up, and we've seen a lot of these, and a lot of cities get screwed, or get sued. The winning applicants will pay the legal fees. So, I could go on and on specific policy and the different falsehoods that are, being spread. What I think here is we have an issue that goes beyond cannabis. And again, I appreciate the open-mindedness of the councilwoman, and I hope the rest of the council at some point becomes open-minded. But what we have here is an issue of democracy. Our group went out, we got 6,600 signatures in January. That's 50% of the people that voted at a 70% success rate. And to kick this thing 14 months seems undemocratic. I know technically it could be done. It doesn't seem like there's a good reason to do it. We want it to be on the June 7th ballot. If, I've heard a lot of comments that, hey, the voters might not want this, even though they passed Prop 54 or Prop 64, they might not want it. And I say, take it to the ballot, let the voters decide. Essentially, what council is saying, especially the ones that haven't engaged us, which I think is arrogant, is that they know better than their own voters, that they're smarter. And apparently, they're not hanging out with the 40 and under crowd. They're hanging out with the donors and the elites that aren't the representation of the city of Redondo. If you're confident that it's not going to pass, bring it to the June ballot. But again, at a minimum, I would hope that the city council would have an open mind, and I'm just disappointed that we haven't seen that. And again, although we don't agree on all the policy, I want to compliment Councilwoman MD on her open-mindedness. Thank you.
Hey, Elliot, if you could stay on the line, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Later on, and when other public comment's done.
Okay. Okay, next person is Damian Martin. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff of Redondo Beach. My name is Damian Martin. I'm an attorney and a co-founder of Catalyst Cannabis Co. As Mr. Lewis had mentioned, yesterday evening, an offer was sent to the City Council and the Mayor for the PAC supporting the Redondo Beach cannabis regulation public safety measure to pay for the election if it's placed on the June 7th, 2022 ballot. On that note, as far as, my client is not like, I know your reaction is like, Damien, why would we give you what we want? What you want? We hate you and we hate your client. Well, I'm not advocating it because something we want. I actually think it's in your best interest. On that note, that offer was made very begrudgingly. If you were to accept it tonight, there's not going to be any ticker tape parade back at our PAC. There'll probably be a gulp because I don't care who you are. That's a cute little sign you have there, Councilmember Obaji. $244,000 is expensive. I don't care who you are. The other part of it is there's no guarantee it actually succeeds at the ballot, notwithstanding Mr. Lewis's comments. As highlighted by the mayor earlier, a citizen group was able to win an election after being vastly outspent. This is a home game for you guys. You've all won elections in the city, multiple elections in many of your cases. You should be able to kick our butt at the ballot. So on that note, if you don't do that, this measure is going to hang over your head for the next 14 months. Anything you do, you go to the planning commission, the measure's in the background. Try to put something on the ballot, the measure's in the background. You pass an ordinance, come March, the measure could pass. It could wipe all of your hard work out. So the reason I'm advocating for you to do this is to just get it out of the way. Let's see where the voters stand. I think you probably win, but let's find out. Otherwise, this is going to drag on for 14 months and you're not going to be able to get rid of it until then. And it may wipe out anything you do in the meantime. Thank you very much.
Okay, next person is Barry Walker. Okay, I don't know what happened. Okay, I'll come back to him. Not sure what went on. Okay, Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, members of the council, staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. A question and a couple of comments. A question being, it didn't look like in the staff report that we could adopt this initiative with any changes or make any changes to this initiative. So I'd ask, it was my understanding that it could have some alterations and then we could adopt parts of it. So thank you in advance for the clarification. The second thing would be a message to the gentlemen and team that are putting forth the initiative in Redondo Beach. I appreciate the hubris that you exhibit. I would tell you that many people have come before you and have failed at what you are proposing. You can go ahead and get down in the muck. Many people have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars doing exactly that. Putting up astroturfing campaigns, putting up figureheads to sue members of the council and the community. The community, you will do something that Councilmember MD mentioned a little bit earlier. So I would just go ahead and tell you this. You will have and already have created an environment whereby you will rally everyone against you, taking the current course in which you have been engaged. So rather than take that course, perhaps reconsider your options. You can do a Google search for measures. You saw it, you mentioned it in your comments. AES, Center Cal, whoever it may be. Many have come before you and failed. Learn the lesson of history, compromise, reduce the rhetoric, turn down the rhetoric, and work towards something that you can work with in the city, perhaps the ordinance that is being proposed, rather than the combative patent-like stance that you have taken that will not go over well. I kid you not. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for right now for Zoom. Go ahead, Vicki. We have 10 e-comments.
A first comment submitted by Susan Graz. The residents of Redondo Beach need to decide this and not be strong-armed by the marijuana industry. We need to keep marijuana away from schools and daycares. Both Beach Cities Health District and Redondo Beach Unified School District oppose licensing pot shops. I have spoken to other parents and I know that I am not alone. We do not want pot shops in Redondo Beach. Next comment by Carolyn Petty. As a property owner, I oppose the city council taking action tonight on allowing cannabis dispensaries into Redondo Beach. This is a serious decision and will create a vested right which cannot be unwound. I do not know why Councilmember Horvath is so determined to push forward so quickly, but his pushing this so hard is quite concerning and is also questionable. What are his motives here and how does he benefit from this? There is no need to rush through something which is so serious and will have long-lasting impacts on Redondo Beach. I do not see when the steering committee ever did a dive into the effects of high-potency products, flavored products, and edibles. High-potency products can cause mental illness. Flavored products are appealing to minors. Edibles can be dangerous because the dosing is inconsistent and unclear to the user. Hence, oftentimes people encounter problems when they, for instance, eat a full cookie when they should only eat 1/4. I request that you send this back to the steering committee and have them gather information regarding all of the above so you as representatives can see the full picture and impact of your decision. These shops should not be permitted to sell high-potency products and any products that are appealing to children. You should mandate audits/checks on the products sold in these dispensaries. How would you even know if fentanyl is laced with any of these products without inspections and audits of their products? The answer is you would not. It is time for you to focus on what the real issue is. Any ordinance crafted by the city should have safety guardrails, not just physical safety, but safeguarding the health and well-being of your residents. If the initiative has no limits on what can be sold in these establishments, we'll never be able to change that unless you did another ordinance, which in reality never happened. Think through all of this now before it is too late. Next comment submitted by Miriam Butler. I live very close to the smoke shop on Artesia and Phelan. And from personal experience, I can tell you that when they sell cannabis out of their church, quote unquote, it attracts people who loiter, smoke outside, and behave in an unruly manner in the neighborhood. I oppose having any of these businesses near people's homes, schools, and anywhere that would negatively impact people's day-to-day routines. I have to scroll to the previous page. Give me just a second, I'm sorry. That wasn't the best way to do this. Okay, the next comment is by Roger Engebretson. I would expect that the city council would ask their constituents for a vote on whether to allow cannabis shops in their city limits. In Colorado, one of the first states to allow cannabis use, is conducting a study on the effects of high and extra potent THC products with a report to come out this summer. So that your citizens can be best informed, you should wait for the study results and share them with your constituents. From my experience, edibles and vapes are easily shared with youth. Consequences include suicides, hospital visits for paranoia and vomiting, to name a few, and driving while high. And our state does not yet have commensurate laws as we do with alcohol for enforcing THC highs. And crime likely will increase with smash and grab robberies, loitering, and vagrancy. Why not make a more informed decision and wait while setting up a vote for, say, November? Next comment by Robin Moser. I'm a parent of 2 Redondo Beach High students and also a physician assistant. Both of these roles cause me to be extremely hesitant about the push to put physical pot shops in RB. As a parent, I have lived near the pot shop that was shut down on Aviation, and there were shady characters loitering nearby at all hours of the day. There will definitely be impaired driving near these new locations, and it will make the area less safe for those walking by. I also fear our kids will not have an aversion to using drugs at a young age if they see stores encouraging it in their vicinity. As a physician assistant, I educate daily against lies people have been told that this is completely safe product, and most never would even consider it might interact with their medication, affect their concentration, or cause mental illness. Giving marijuana a bigger physical presence in our community will affect all of us in a negative manner. Next comment is by Barb Wilson. Say no to high THC cannabis products. I live in a city that created an ordinance such the one as you are proposing, under the uninformed belief that cities will gain control over or revenue from cannabis. Law enforcement has the tools they need to enforce that which is banned or illegal. Once you allow the industry in, enforcement becomes much more complicated and expensive. Revenue from licensing and taxing will never cover the costs of enforcement or health department oversight. Revenues promised to education will not be consistent or improve instruction. Any potential gains that your esteemed body or the residents may think will come from embracing cannabis will never be enough to offset the loss to your beautiful family-friendly community. The voters do not have enough information to make a sound decision on this issue. No matter what the industry tells you, you won't be able to keep your youth safe from exposure. Educate yourselves about the new about the new manufactured cannabis products with high THC content before you take this next step. This step. Next comment is by Barton Bright. Please give every citizen in Redondo Beach the opportunity to vote on this. Approving businesses that sell high potency THC flavored vapes and cannabis candies, which are very attractive to many teens, is harmful. Next comment, Matthew Thomas. I oppose the city council action to permit pot shops. The action will have the opposite effect of what is intended. Permitting pot stores will not make the Lewis and Martin ballot initiative go away, but likely help it pass. The Lewis and Martin ballot measure is the highly deceptive named Redondo Beach Cannabis Regulation and Safety Measure. This complex 39-page document, which no voters will read, does exactly the opposite of that. But many will vote for it because they think that regulating our new cannabis stores that they do not want is a good idea. The city council should instead put together a very simple ballot measure for every Redondo Beach resident to vote on. Do we want pot shops or not? Let us decide. Write it in such a way that if the answer is no, the Lewis and Martin ballot measure is overturned, should it pass. California propositions are worded this way all the time. Secondly, the Redondo Beach action is not well thought out. Where are the common sense regulations like we have on tobacco and alcohol, such as banning candy-flavored edibles, banning flavored vapes, the need for warning labels, THC content labeling and limitation, a prohibition on billboard advertising, a set-aside of cannabis tax revenues for youth cannabis harm education and prevention, and a prohibition on Joe Camel-style youth-oriented branding and marketing. How dare you put in pot stores without any of these guardrails in place? We fought hard for these on tobacco and alcohol, and we need them on cannabis. Submitted by Diane Stasso. We have 2 big high schools and several middle schools in the South Bay. Our kids should not be subjected to all the downsides of local pot shops, which there are many. Just look at the other comments posted below. I fear the most for our children, not only the high chance of many kids getting exposed and hooked on pot, but the people who go out to these pot shops and buy high THC cannabis and then drive. There are many kids walking and riding their bikes all hours after school. Please, no pot shops in the South Bay. From Peter Aziz, if you are going to approve this, have it be in a visible location that is highly regulated, similarly to MedMen locations. If you want business, this is the way to capitalize on it. Hiding or tucking it away will only cause problems for those who are accessing this substance illegally. I say allow for it to be permitted. Let it bring in the desperately needed revenue this city has so sorely lost out on, but the stores are responsible for their own security. I say order a report, follow Long Beach's lead, or Venice, or any other city out there that has an ordinance. That concludes the comments.
Okay, Mayor, I have some more Zoom comments. So here we go. Jonathan Iveco, if I said that correctly. Go ahead.
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko, District 1. After months of exposing the outside special interest behind this initiative and its terrible policies, we see here tonight that the group once again showcases their truest nature in offering to buy the council's vote in favor of putting their self-serving initiative on the June ballot. The group should be ashamed of the poor example they've set, from introducing the initiative through a resident who's too young to even consume recreational cannabis legally, to reports of deceptive signature gatherer strategies, something our neighbors in Manhattan Beach are reporting similar experiences of. This group's actions don't tickle me, but they are laughable. If the initiative group had any integrity left and wanted to save their own reputation, their offer letter should have been to abandon their initiative and to allow the council to continue its good work in passing an ordinance that preserves local control and prioritizes the needs and benefits of the community over any potential future cannabis operators. To those other cannabis companies who are quietly listening in the background, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on our communities, think twice before you act. This community doesn't tolerate self-serving outsiders. I look forward to continuing to support this council and the community as the city continues to progress towards passing responsible policy. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Andy Lesser.
Okay, good evening. I guess I hadn't entered this item as one I was going to speak on, but I'm glad I could get in. I agree with everything Eugene Solomon and the previous speaker just said. I've lived in Redondo Beach since 1993. I was on the Preservation Commission for 8 years. I was the chair for 6 of those years, so I'm well versed in all the politics of Redondo Beach, including efforts by heavy-handed developers. And now we are faced with a heavy-handed, somewhat despicable effort by this group. Now, I'm with the Neighborhood Watch. I'm a block captain. I was inundated by phone calls about the folks going around getting signatures. They were banging on doors repeatedly, walking around the sides of houses, banging on windows. You know, I have a lot of faith in this council. And when it looked like tattoo shops were coming, city made appropriate ordinances. There's also an ordinance that you can't have more than 3 thrift stores within a 1,000-foot area. So I trust the city of Redondo Beach, the council, to come up with a regulation or an ordinance that is going to address the fact that marijuana is legal in California. And if it's coming, which it will be, I would much rather see the city council dictate how it's going to be, because I can promise you, I will gather all of my neighbors. I will rally support against this initiative because it was heavy-handed, brought in by outsiders. And as Eugene Solomon said, if you think that you can win in Redondo Beach by spending money and bullying people and raising your voice and insulting us residents and insulting the city council, they are sadly mistaken. So I encourage the council to come up with a responsible regulation for this. I think the proposal is 1 in the north, 1 shop in the south, far away from schools, churches, whatever. Find appropriate locations, just like did for tattoo shops, because, the pot shops, I'm sure there's going to be problems around them, but I think it's coming, and I'd much rather trust what our council can come up with as opposed to this election, which was carried. Well, this signature gathering was heavy-handed, despicable, disgraceful, and I will do everything to defeat this initiative if it comes on the ballot, if we don't have something in place already. And that should be a lesson to people that try to come into Redondo Beach and throw their money and their weight around. Thank you.
The next person is Heidi Anderson Swan.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. And Mr. Lesser, I hope that you're still listening to this, because I really want you to hear this. Yes, marijuana is legal in California, but the products they are selling since it was legalized are not what we voted for. I think the cannabis companies need to come back and do a presentation for Redondo Beach, and they need to show the ultra high potency THC products. For those of you who don't know, THC is the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana that gets people high and gets some people paranoid. So the higher the THC potency, the greater the psychoactive effects. We didn't vote for ultra high potency THC products with Prop 64. I didn't even know these existed when we voted for it. So some of these products are also designed to deceive parents. Some of these products don't smell like pot or look like pot, but they are 20 times stronger in THC content than what we had in the 1980s and 90s. We need Redondo Beach to see each one of the products that they want to sell in their legal pot shop. They need to show the high potency THC suppositories, THC tampons, THC lip balm, a THC inhaler that looks like what an asthma patient would use, a THC vape pen that looks like a thumb drive and smells like fruit and causes vaping lung illnesses. And then the cannabis companies needs to tell us which products are used just to get people high and which products are medicinal. What are their side effects? What is the dosing? What are the drug interactions? And then once the cannabis companies are finished with their presentations, then Redondo Beach residents need to hear from an emergency room physician who works in a community that's had legal pot shops for quite some time. And Redondo Beach residents will hear about why we've had a sharp rise in emergency room visits due to these new ultra high potency products in California. We will hear about vomiting, hallucinations, paranoia, suicide, internal bleeding. And then once Redondo Beach residents have an understanding of these new products, then ask the community, only then ask your community if they still want to sell them. Because we did not vote for these products. To get more information about the harms of legal pot shops to a community and to human beings, go to nopotshops.com. Thank you.
Next one is Barry Walker.
I think I've got it right this time. I appreciate you waiting. Sorry about that. My name is Barry Walker, and I'm a member of the EDR CSC. I'm also a local business owner in the Riviera. I've been called a carpetbagger, an out-of-towner, and a lot of other things. But the truth is that I work and play in Redondo Beach. I surf in Redondo Beach, and we went trick-or-treating in Redondo Beach this year. So, you know, I understand the healthy debate that's going on. I hear some of the stuff is crazy to me. It's like a reefer madness sort of episode. But the truth is that I believe we wrote good policy. You know, I much like this city council, me and my partners have healthy debates. We argue sometimes. Sometimes we get into full-on brawls over the messaging or the methods that are being used. But in the end, we have come together on what we feel is very, very good policy. And I think if the city of Redondo Beach thinks that the policy language could be better, I would invite you to ask us to help you get it to where you want it. We would be more than happy to help you craft cannabis policy language that you would be very happy with. That's really honestly the only ask we have. And with that, I appreciate everybody's time and energy, and have a good night.
Next person is Joan Irvine.
Joan Irvine here. I'm District 1, and I'll repeat what I've said at several of these meetings, is that when you have the legal pot shops, the legal cannabis stores do not sell to children. They have very, very strict age verification. Children are not allowed in there. They do not sell to children. It is the illegal shops that sell to children. People were talking about the shops that were on Artesia and the churches. Those were not legal shops. So that it's a whole different ballgame. So that's my first point. The second point is, we had, 18 months ago that the city put together a cannabis steering committee that has worked very hard, that had all the people from the police department to the schools, to the health district, to the fire department, that came up with ideas and are working on ordinance. why should we not? We should be respecting that our people know what they're doing. They've devoted the time, and we should be looking at that ordinance. As far as the outside people, let me say, I mean, I've seen some of the videos as you've seen it. And there was a quote, I think last week in some article in the Daily Breeze or the Easy Rider that Easy Reader, that it was like, it was a blood sport. Love the hunt of going out and getting that license. Excuse me, we are not a battlefield for people to go hunting to find licenses. We're doing this for our residents, and we're doing it so people like myself can go to a nice place in my own town and I can buy cannabis. So please consider what you have been doing for the last several years and go that way. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes our, wait a minute, one more. Marcy Guillermo.
Hi, this is Marcy Guillermo. Please, at any cost, let's ban any high potency TCH products in Redondo Beach. Completely 100% ban any high potency TCH products in Redondo Beach. And everybody else who has opposed this initiative, please listen to them. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that concludes the comments.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Look, is Elliot still there? I got a question for you. You said that you were talking to Councilmember MD and you're congratulating her on talking about having conversations with her on this. What are those conversations like? What's part of this ballot here that you're talking with her on? What are those conversations on?
Well, you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she was just curious to get to know me, instead of just looking at a 57 clip and, making some assumptions. So we started there. We talked about my education, my family, my history in real estate, my passion for advocating in cannabis. And then we got into specific policy as far as, maybe the amount, the city keeping control was one of her issues that I recall. And, I went on to explain about the litigation issue, Obagi bringing up Medmin, how stupid that was. Clearly it shows that he's out of touch. Medmin is a defunct company that everybody knows is going bust, whose leaders like to sniff cocaine off the behind of girls, excuse the language, yet they do wear nice suits and they milked all their investors. Meanwhile, yes, because I'm frank and I'm blunt, there's a certain perception of me. So we went into that. I'm trying to recall the entire conversation. We had a couple conversations. It was lengthy, maybe a couple hours, but again, I went into the ad hoc committee. I'm sure there's nice guys in the ad hoc committee, but with all due respect to them and Ms. Respecto, they're not in the game. They bloviate on panels. They don't understand initiatives. And again, this is not meant to be arrogant. We've been in 30, 35 different, licensing wars, and we've seen what works and what doesn't work and what the shortfalls are. And I said, look, we're the best consultant that you can have. And look, I admitted that, we're self-interested. I'll give you the addresses if you want them. There's no guarantees. Here's our advantage, just so it's clear, because I've heard a lot about this special interest money and conflict of interest. I'm going to lay out the advantage that we have because I'm a very direct person. Number one, we leased. Well, you asked me what we talked about. Number one, we leased our real estate. We have 2 properties, but anybody who has any game can get a property. Number 2, we think there's good policy in there that brings in good operators. So that's limits down the field so people like Shvetko can't get in. But at the end of the day, it's a crapshoot. There's going to be 30 guys that apply. And I think by outspokenness, I'm pretty sure at this point, you guys are going to figure out a way to make sure that, Catalyst doesn't get in, hope Tradecraft gets in. But, we discussed all that. What we have in the initiative and what a lot of the comments are, it's gold standard from security, from protections on litigation, from, safety, from ID checking. I could go on and on. all the stuff that the citizens were concerned about have been addressed in the initiative. So, obviously this is not a debate, but, my question would be, and I've heard a residential buffer, I think that would be something we'd be open to. I don't know what the appropriate number is, giving back control. These are all things we would like to discuss. And if we failed reaching out, and I also apologize like 5 times that we didn't have this discussion prior, because I think if we had this discussion prior and you really got to know us, and how well and how sophisticated we are in the process and how well intentioned we are, and I got deep into our community outreach and what Catalyst is really all about, as well as Tradecraft, and we had all these discussions. I regret never talking to you personally. I regret never talking to Mr. Lowenstein personally, or the mayor personally. I think it would have been useful. If I have any regret, it's that. And I regret that I didn't talk to MD until whatever it was within the week, a few days ago. So, that's probably my biggest regret, because I do think we're a great asset. I don't think there's another group out there that's been involved in as many California processes as we have. And, again, the city's doing it for the first time. It's not a bash on the city. We just know more because we've seen what works and doesn't work. And I would, challenge anybody to find something in that initiative. I understand the control issue and why the cities want to keep that. I think it's a little overrated, but I would challenge anybody to find anything in that initiative that's specific, that's genuine, that's not trumped up BS, that it's got full indemnity. No matter how bad you guys screw it up, awarding the licenses, you won't get sued. It's never going to happen, right?
So no,
the whole idea with the tax.
No,
one more thing, and then I'll turn it over. The whole idea with the tax is a made up thing. We would support a tax and we would pass it. We've done it before, right? So obviously it's not the place to have the conversation. By the way, if you want to do it offline and have some coffee, I'd give you all my time. I think it's really important to have these conversations. I was very appreciative at MD, whether we agree on everything or not. There's an issue here for the Redondo Beach citizens that I believe is good, that you guys want to craft good policy around, and to blackball us from the ability to really communicate with you guys and to have our input and have an open dialogue, I think is tragic for the citizens of Redondo. And what's happened is it's become about personalities, and it should have never been about personalities. And that's too bad. And I won't get into why I think it's about personalities. And again, look, if you think of 58, and I won't talk too much, but that's the answer to your question.
So, all right. So I'm very curious, because Councilmember MD has a history of switching sides, saying different things, going down different ballot measures. I wrote a ballot measure here, Redondo Beach. She belittled us and went all the way down the line and has attacked. And then she started working with directly with the developer and sitting next to the Coastal Commission, the lawyer for the developer. And I just want to let you know that a few weeks ago, we started first talking about this when I wanted to introduce this. She said, her quote,
Bill, is this really just going to be an attack on Laura MD? I mean, come on, let's just stick to the focus of practice. What does any of that have to do with cannabis? Enough. It's 11:15 at night, and you're just throwing out
Laura, you can retort.
Okay, we're going to spend hours retorting back and forth. He's not even talking about
retort back and forth, but you do have to let him speak, and then he'll have to let you speak. So that's
how. I'm going to ask you to not let him go off on a tangent because it's not about cannabis.
Are you done? Okay, good, because my floor. Before I was really interrupted, I was going to say, she when I brought their initiative forward here, she says, quote, I read it and it's bad, unquote. And then a couple of weeks ago, when we were talking about updating some of the zones, she wouldn't even take in a friendly amendment for me to take what you guys had written in the initiative regarding some of the youth centers and keeping it away from youth. So I'm curious to hear why the sudden change of heart. I'm sure she's going to say why she has a change of heart now and why she wants to talk to you guys now. But I'm very curious on that. So thank you very much for taking the time answering that question, Damien. And that's all I've got. Appreciate it.
Damien. Okay, Councilmember MD.
So instead of asking him, you can ask me what we talked about. And like he said, we didn't agree. I made it very clear, the same things that I said to you guys. I don't agree with the fact of putting it in an initiative, because then anytime we want to change the number of licenses, we're going to have to go back to the ballot. And it was about local control, just like he said. I just thought I'm seeing all this social media, I'm hearing from everybody else about this guy. Let me just give him a call. Let me just find out who he is and what he's about and what's his deal is. And it was a very pleasant conversation. I don't remember it being 2 hours. I remember it being more like 40 minutes, but that's okay. So, let's stick to cannabis and what this particular item is about. Do we put it on the ballot for March of 2023? Do we do a special election, or do we do a report? If we do a report, then we're going to have to put it on the June ballot. And that's just not something I want to do. What can happen though is that we put it on the March of 2023 ballot. What was that? What are you giving me that look for, Mike Webb? What? Did I make a mistake on that?
If you do a report, it doesn't mean you have to put it on the June ballot.
Okay, where do I have to put it?
Whether you do a report or not, you have the option. The default is the next general municipal election, which is March. Either way, you can put it on a special election. And the point the clerk made is that it has to be at least 88 days away and no more than 103 days. So then if you wanted to combine it with the statewide election, you'd then have June. But you have the same two choices. Default is just the March regular election. It doesn't matter whether or not you do a report, you're still going to have those two choices.
Okay, so I can do a report and it'll still go on to March 2023.
It still could, because then you'll get the report within 30 days and then you'll have no more than 10 days to act and your choices would still be the same. The difference is if you do the report, staff has to get it to you within 30 days. And given what you've already put in place with,
planning?
I'm sorry, Mayor?
It wasn't me.
Oh, given what you've put in place with considering the ordinance from the task force, in many ways, you will be considering between now and March what to put into your ordinance and whether it to be have some of the elements of this report or not. So you essentially you currently have in place kind of not a specific to this ordinance report, but what would be best for the city. You really should do the report if you're considering passing the ordinance as written.
Oh, I definitely think the people should vote on an ordinance. What I'm hoping for is that if we get our ordinance in, that we can all agree that whatever ordinance we put together is a good ordinance, and then they would ideally withdraw their ordinance 88 days prior to the March 2023 election. We'll see if that happens, if we could get to that point, but that would be my ideal scenario, so that we don't have to deal with having to have an election at all on this, and that we can just put in an ordinance accordingly the way we've been working on. So that's basically what we talked about, and that's what we disagreed on. And but it was a delightful conversation, and I did get to know him and find out more about him beyond this persona. But the bottom line is, for all the people that wrote in saying all the bad things about cannabis, the problem is that the state of California, no matter how bad that original state initiative was, it was a poorly written initiative. And we're now trying to figure out how to honor the will of the people who wanted cannabis to be legal. And the problem that the whole market is having is that you have all these growers and there's no outlet for them to sell their product. I personally don't like the idea of cannabis stores like liquor. To me, they're like liquor stores, and liquor stores are not as attractive as like a cafe or, like a bar type of scenario. I don't like the idea of just putting up a bunch of liquor stores on, and I don't really think that that Redondo needs 3 outlets. But, you know, those are all things we can kind of hash out as we're working through our ordinance. And I've said that. I've always said to you guys, I don't think 3 is really necessary. And for those of you that called in, our initiative does have lots of guardrails in it. And so anyway, my point of view hasn't changed. And I seconded it. Christian Horvath, I'd be open to having a report that shows what the effects of this initiative would have on the city.
It sounds like a friendly amendment to the motion you seconded.
Well, it depends on everybody else wants to do it. And one of them can do a friendly amendment on it.
Well, you can do it.
It would be
my point.
It wouldn't be a friendly amendment. It would be a substitute motion. So your choices again tonight are adopt the ordinance as written, put it for an election, either at the general municipal election or at a special election, or order a report pursuant to 9212. You may want to get the input of your city manager, of their bandwidth to do a report. And really, the report is designed if you have an open mind about passing the ordinance as written. So it's not really
right now,
it's a substitute motion or a substitute amendment where you would be setting for election.
It's a third option. So.
And I would add to that, if I could, Mayor, that all of the information that we would add to or provide in a report that we would be obligated to provide to you within 30 days is going to be expanded upon and provided to you over the course of our ordinance consideration on a much more time-friendly basis. So rather than us trying to figure out a way to get you a summary of all of this, in 4 weeks, we can actually provide this over due course in time and proper research amidst all the other planning and advanced planning initiatives we have going in the city. So I would recommend that you not order a report given our current workload and the fact that we're already working to provide you this research over the next several months.
Okay. Good choice of words, time-friendly base. Okay, next up is Councilmember Obaji.
I can't believe anybody was even talking about a report. And we just spent 6 hours at least last week talking about strategic planning for the city of what we want to see over the next 3 years and what we want to see over the next 6 months. And we just heard staff talk about how difficult of a time they're having doing everything, including prioritizing Artesia because they're so spread thin. So please do not vote for a report. Honestly, if you guys voted for a report, I just resigned from the city council because you're not leading this in the right direction. And by the way, that's Councilmember Nierenheim, that's why MD is talking to him. She saw that he's trying to hit me, and she's like, oh, whatever we can do to get Obaji off, because she's been in that very in the minority all year.
Okay, let's move
You know
forward.
what? We're at a 5-0. Let's not make this about
Back to the point. Mr. Lewis and Mr. Martin, I actually do not hate you guys. I have no problem with you whatsoever. Frankly, your mailer you shot yourself in the face by sending that mailer, but that's besides the point. I don't see how you thought that was going to work for you because it's just a big piece and it says who's sending it. It's clearly tied to financial interests that have to benefit in the city and is not identifying a reason for hitting me. But in any event, I actually give you kudos because you are clever and you are smart, which is why you put together this initiative and why you're running the essential initiative propagating that you're doing in all these cities. I appreciate that. And I give you kudos to it because you're forcing the city's hand, the city council, to take very seriously something that we put on the back, that had been put on the back burner by the prior city council for too long. And you tapped into a clear desire, granted with some unfair signature gathering tactics, but I'm sure that was your contractor, not you, a real desire in the city to see cannabis. I mean, I'll tell you, my neighbors signed the petition and they're like, whatever, put it on the ballot. If it's no good, we'll realize it by that time. So that's what I'm sure we're going to do over here. I've never, again, it seems to be the evening of putting words in my mouth. I've never advocated for MedMen. I don't think I've ever even mentioned MedMen here or anywhere else in a public forum or my community meetings. I thought they were out of business, and I'm just Googling now and seeing that they actually still are in business. So there are nice cannabis stores. I've heard about some in Newport Beach in Orange County. I haven't been to them, but cannabis stores can be nice in the appropriate locations where the maleffects of them aren't causing a nuisance in the city. Now, but you see this is all I need to do to make residents aware of what's going on here. You spent $170,000 on signature gathering. You're willing to put in another $244,000 to make this get on the ballot in June rather than March. I don't need to provide the answer. Why are they putting so much money into this? Okay, people can answer that for themselves. And in case they can't, I'll offer that because you intend to see a return on investment. When you get a store here or a license in our city where you can make money and the city is not getting a tax. Like, well, we can be angled out. The city can decide to award the 4 licenses to other people. Sure, but then you provided a statutory right to be able to sue us and get a license. And we understand that you have essentially rigged the criteria by which licensees would be selected so that your co-investors and you win. That's not wrong. It's not unethical. It's capitalist. It's follow the money, and you'll see why these people are trying to influence our government. So great, but Redondoans are onto it, and good luck in your election in June. But I'm not going to be advancing it in March of 2023. We're not going to be moving this anytime sooner. Keep using Obagi on Instagram. Enjoy it. I got no problem with it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. With that, is there any public comment? Anybody hasn't spoken yet? Eleanor?
No.
Okay.
I mean, Damien's on here with a hand up, but
Has he spoken?
Yes, he has.
Okay. Well,
And Elliot
has
has.
anyone not spoken who's got their hand up?
Nope.
Okay, great. So there's a motion on the floor to hold an election in March of 2023.
And receive and file the
And receive and
certification.
file the certification.
With no report, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, I do a roll call vote. Councilmember Garner?
And no impartial analysis?
No impartial analysis.
Okay, I do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nairn?
Wait, does that mean the impartial analysis won't be on the ballot? It will be, right?
No.
No.
On the ballot, if you direct the clerk to direct me to do an impartial analysis. That's the only reason I brought it up because.
Oh, well, we got to have an impartial analysis. Can we amend our motion to say that?
Yeah. I'll add an impartial analysis to that. Sorry, I assume that would just come later automatically.
Yeah, well, I did too.
Eleanor had it in her PowerPoint. So.
Yes, as optional. Correct.
Are you castigating us? Is that what's going on here?
Well, thanks, Mike, for bringing that up. Because, like paragraph,
In a very fashion, thank you. I will second that amendment.
I'm causing
whatever.
I'm causing myself more work.
You know what? I heard you're a Cleveland Browns fan now. Whatever.
All right, you guys can yuck it up later. It's 11:30. Okay, there's a motion to hold the election in March of 2023 and provide an impartial analysis and receive and file the results, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obagi.
Same.
And Councilmember Embiid.
Aye.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
You need to read anything, Eleanor?
No, not on this one. Thank you.
Okay, next up is city manager items. Do you have any items, Mike?
In light of tonight's time, I did have a couple, but I'll carry them to next week.
Okay.
We have N2, Bill.
Well, we have one more discussion item there.
Jeez, God, thank you. We're right by the Cheesecake Factory. Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. So discussion of possible action regarding amendments to their sublease between Jack Built Cheesecake Factory, ground lease between the city of Redondo Beach and Jack Built, and master lease between the city of Redondo Beach and Zislis Boutique Hotels. So with this, I guess it'll be Lori Koike.
I'm actually going to cover it tonight, Mayor. Try to be brief. Really, this is on here as a discussion item because this is a good news item. It's the first master lease that we've extended in any real significant time frame for many years. We view this as a win-win-win transaction. The crux of it is that we're extending the effective term of Jack Built's master lease for a 5-year period. By doing so, will allow them and us to consent to the sublease, but will allow them to effectuate a sublease with the Cheesecake Factory for what amounts to a 10-year extension, whereby the Cheesecake Factory will invest over $3 million in site improvements to their restaurant, both interior and exterior, whereby Jack Built will, in conversation and after having agreement with the Shade Hotel, will invest money in reallocating and realigning parking spaces in front of their property that will ultimately allow for better traffic circulation in front of the Cheesecake restaurant, as well as better public access to the Shade dedicated spaces that are currently sitting in an island near Cheesecake today. So a better parking lot reconfiguration, investment in the leasehold space at over $3 million, an ability to effectively preserve what are very strong economic terms in the city's master lease that generate hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in Upland's lease revenue to the city. We're very pleased with this deal. It's consistent with the direction we've received in closed session, and we're happy to execute it tonight. And again, it's a good news item and something we're pleased with here in the waterfront. There are representatives from the affected parties on the call. Our apologies to them for having had them sit through quite all of this activity today, but they're all pleased with the outcome here, as are we as staff, and we're recommending the various documents that you just mentioned for approval.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you to those on the call who are part of this deal. It's now 11:30. I'm sure you didn't know you were signing up for that, but thanks for hanging in there, and thanks for coming to agreement on this. Councilmember Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, Mayor, I would just motion to approve consent to the 6th Amendment, the 4th Amendment, and the 8th Amendment for the master lease.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Is there
Mayor?
Public comments?
So no public comments or no e-comments also. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay. I don't think you need to read anything, do you, Eleanor?
No, Mayor, not for this one.
Okay, we did city manager items. Mike didn't have anything. Mayor and council items, discussion and consideration of removal of Chris Boise from the General Plan Advisory Committee. This is something that's been brought up several times. I guess we amended the code to allow us to do this. So let's see. Anybody got any comments? I'm not seeing any hands up. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I got my hand up. So I'll just real quick share this letter right here. This is a letter that the city council sent on January 28th, 2019. It was a 4-0 vote to ask Mr. Voici to leave the GPAC, which he did not. I want to thank Councilmember Horvath and former Councilmember Gran, actually, for voting in favor. He didn't leave. So this is what happens when, we kindly ask for something to happen and it doesn't happen. So I'll just make the motion to remove Mr. Voici from the GPAC commission.
Wasn't there any e-comments on this, or?
We'll still make the motion. People can speak to
Yes.
the comments.
Yeah, is there a second to Councilmember Nierenheim's motion? I'm not hearing it.
I'll second it.
Okay, so a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein to remove Mr. Voisey from the GPAC. Councilmember Obaji.
Did I hear that he sent a letter today? I've not seen it, or at some point.
Yeah, it was emailed as a blue folder item.
Folder item. All right, let me see. This is
P1.
P1. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
That's it.
let me quickly, for those who are watching this late who don't know why we're doing this, let me.
I can do my presentation again if you'd like.
No, I'll do something real quick. What happened basically was myself, Councilmember Nierenheim, my treasurer, my volunteer treasurer for my campaign for mayor, who didn't even live in Redondo Beach, as well as the PAC. Oh God, I don't remember the name of it now. That was, Rescue Our Waterfront, whatever the name was. Anyway, we were supporting Measure G and running for Measure C, Measure C, and running for office and doing what, people do that care about their town. And we won. And June was just a few months after we were victorious and Councilmember Nierenheim was sworn in. We all got personally sued by Mr. Voisey and Miss Arnett Travis. And they claimed we violated the Political Reform Act. Very wonky stuff, claiming that I was a controlling candidate of this PAC, as was Mr. Nierenheim, and that they should have listed us as controlling candidates, and also that the PAC itself should have been filed as a primarily formed committee, not a general purpose committee. And they filed a private lawsuit, a private enforcement action, when really they could have just filed a complaint with the FPPC and they wouldn't have to pay to prosecute anything. And in fact, there was already a complaint with the FPPC by someone else we don't know, a guy by the name of Michael Cahalan, who we've never heard of since. Anyway, it was just a bunch of stuff to malign us. Basically what happened was this lawsuit ensued. And immediately we were all suspicious that the developer, Redondo Beach Waterfront, made up of Center Cal Properties and I can't remember the name now, Westport Capital, who were partners in Redondo Beach Waterfront. We always thought that they were funding this. But there was really nothing to go by. They were claiming they were paying for it. And so we kept moving forward with this lawsuit. We went into deposition, had 11 depositions. It's amazing. So everybody goes in and you have to, raise your right hand and testify under penalty of perjury. But in depositions, you don't have to answer questions, right? And if we had found out that Redondo Beach Waterfront was filing this lawsuit, we would have filed what was called an anti-SLAPP motion. SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. And some states in the United States have what are called anti-SLAPP suits. So in response to this sort of thing, whether it's an agency or a developer suing people who are just expressing their opinion, they have a special statute that prevents that, turns a lawsuit on its head, and forces the other side to do things they wouldn't normally have to do. So we would have filed an anti-SLAPP. Obviously, we would have known that Redondo Beach Waterfront was doing this, but we had no way of knowing till we got into deposition. And here's a partial of the deposition with Mr. Voisey that was taken on February 13th, 2018, about 8 months after the lawsuit was filed. And he was being asked in deposition under oath. This is for the attorney, for us, asking, how much have you spent in attorney's fees prosecuting this action as of today's date? So trying to get at to find out who's actually paying for this. And Mr. Voisey's attorney, which is Bradley Hertz, interjects and says, objection, that violates the attorney-client privilege, and I'll instruct the witness not to answer. So basically what he's telling Mr. Voisey to don't answer that question. So in deposition, as I said, you don't have to answer the question. A lot of people don't realize that. And his attorney is instructing him, don't answer the question being, how much have you spent in attorney's fees? And then the next question is, Mr. Voisey, did you sign a retainer agreement with your attorney to represent you in this matter? Again, the attorney interjects and says, same objection, same, meaning don't answer the question. So there you go, folks. We had 11 depositions. This went to trial, right? 17 months after they filed the lawsuit, this literally went to trial downtown. The judge ordered 2 mandatory settlement conferences. They couldn't believe this was going to trial. And the last offer they made us was give us $500,000 and admit everything, none of which was true. And we didn't have $500,000. So then we go to court, right? We actually went to court. These are the court transcripts. So Mr. Voisey was testifying in court under oath, of course. This is the beginning of his examination on November 19th, 2019. And you get down to a portion of the transcripts where he's being asked who's paying for this lawsuit. So now you're in court, right? So of course you're under oath, but now you can't refuse to answer the question anymore. So here we are 17 months later, after he's refused to answer the question as part of the deposition. He's now sitting at the witness stand in front of the judge, and he is asked, okay, who's paying for the prosecution of this case? And believe me, after 3.5 days of testimony, the judge is quite interested in who's paying for all this. And Mr. Hertz, again, Mr. Voisey's attorney, interjects, says, objection, relevance. And the court overrules. And the court asks Mr. Voisey, the judge asks Mr. Voisey, do you know who's paying for this? And the witness says, no, the witness being Mr. Voisey. So first he won't answer the question. Then he says after 17 months of litigation, he doesn't know who's paying for this litigation. That's to the judge asked him that question. So of course, the judge ruled the next day, all in our favor. The way we found out who was paying for it was shortly after this, we literally called their attorney, Mr. Hertz, to the witness stand, who then under oath said that Redondo Beach Waterfront was in fact paying for this lawsuit at bar today, was a specific question. So it wasn't long after Mr. Voisey said he didn't know that then his attorney, who was called to the stand and took the stand, said, yes, in fact, Redondo Beach Waterfront, LLC, had been funding the lawsuit all along. It's been forward about 5 weeks, right? Now we're at January 2nd, 2020. Mr. Voisey files a declaratory statement with the court, declaration of Chris Voisey, signed by Mr. Voisey on January 2nd, 2019, 6 weeks after he said he didn't know who was paying for it. Several items in here. But number 6, it says, I spoke with my attorney in this case, Bradley Hertz, on multiple occasions prior to filing of this case and reviewed and revised the complaint before it was filed. I also provided my informed written consent prior to the complaint being filed that a third party, Redondo Beach Waterfront, LLC, would be funding the litigation on my behalf. Again, he signed it January 2nd. So in deposition on February 13th, 2018, I won't answer the question. In court, he says, when the judge asks him, does he know who's paying for it? He says he doesn't know. And then 5 weeks later, he files his saying he not only knew all along, he had signed a written consent. So look, we can all disagree about land use and what we think should be going on down there. But the judge labeled him a shill for a sham lawsuit. That's Judge Malcolm Mackey, Department 55, downtown Stanley Moss Courthouse. Those are his words, shill for a sham lawsuit. And their attorney said that, that was an insult. And the judge's response was, I'm okay with that. So we should not have someone who's willing to front a developer lawsuit and not admit that he's not paying for it for till he obviously has to, serving on a committee with the city of Redondo. But yeah, he can go ahead and run for mayor. He can do all kinds of stuff and he will continue. But the public needs to know what has happened here, and he should certainly not be carrying around that he holds a respectable position on the GPAC. There's a lot of people disagree on the GPAC, but to be the front for a developer for all this time, and by the way, this is still in court because they owe a lot of legal fees, and the fees are actually going to the state Supreme Court. So that's still to be decided. But the merits of this case have been decided, not the fees. So with that, I fully support removing him. This community is about transparency, and to really hide behind a developer lawsuit and just cost, I'm sure, them millions of dollars going after people that simply disagreed with you about a land use plan. It's just unconscionable. And everybody on this council should, well, they did ask him to resign. It's 4-0. And with the powers now to remove him, he really shouldn't be a party to anything related to the city. It gives much the wrong impression to other people in the GPAC as well as others in the city and serving that, you're supposed to tell the truth, be upfront, say where you feel and keep moving, not hide behind all this. So it's not a pretty time in city history, but hey, I think it's the right thing to do. And that's why the council's gone down this road. Anyway, it's late. Even too long of a speech. But I think people should know exactly what happened. And that's all in the court records. I read directly from the court records. People can make up their own mind. I made up my mind. I was there. So anyway, I'm not seeing any comments. Are there any public comments?
Yeah, Mayor, let's see. We don't have any Zoom, but we do have 6 e-comments.
Go ahead.
Okay, first one submitted by Miriam Butler. The admin report has no information on why Chris Voisey is being considered for removal. Based on what I'm reading online, it sounds like it's due to internal grievances from council members and the mayor. I highly oppose this council using their position of power to remove people that disagree with them. It's unjust and should be unlawful. Next comment submitted by Chris Voisey. I will point you to the letter submitted to council by email earlier today that should be included in your folders. The details shared by Councilmember Obagi are significantly flawed, and this whole topic is based on a personal disagreement that should not be carried out at the cost of the taxpayers. I respectfully request you remove this item or at least delay your discussion until after the verdict by the California Supreme Court as per any decisions on any judgment. Orals should be in March and a decision soon after. What difference will a month be? The recommendations of the GPAC are not for several months anyhow. I will also remind Mayor Brand and City Manager Narenheim that discussions regarding anything to do with this judgment containing a monetary amount would benefit them financially. They should recuse themselves from any conversations regarding this or the case. Likewise, the allegations stated by Brand, Narenheim, and Obagi are entirely false. One could argue that they have perjured themselves in Redondo Beach City Council meetings by saying I committed any crime. Not only have there been no charges against me, but there have also been no investigations or actual allegations by the court. Unlike Obagi's current case that goes in front of the state bar, should be enough to have him step down until resolved, i.e. actual charges were filed, documented, and it appears new ones are forthcoming. The theatrical presentation was very consistent with claims made by past clients, as I understood too. Last but not least, it is clear that you are discriminating against me. Has an official court record been requested? Nothing was included in tonight's agenda. The public deserves transparency and to prepare on the item adequately. You have no evidence shared. Have you done backgrounds on everyone else on the GPAC, other commissions, the city council themselves? Probably not. Item P1 is just a personal vendetta that defrauds Redondo Beach's citizens of our valuable city resources and money. Signed, Chris Voisey. Next comment is by Candace Nafisi. Thank you to the city of Redondo Beach for discussing the removal of Chris Voisey from the GPAC. As a GPAC member, I applaud the city on your efforts to ensure that the GPAC committee is comprised of honorable members of our community. Chris Voisey engaged in a sham lawsuit against 2 sitting members of the council. The city should not be supporting GPAC members who sit on public committees that have the intent to destroy elected officials' personal lives by engaging in a sham lawsuit. Members of the GPAC should understand that they are representative of the city, and as a member and as a member and the city should hold them accountable for actions they engage in both on and off the committee. In addition, I hope the council continues to make a priority to complete a code of conduct for commissions, committees, and engagement boards. The county has been doing this for years. I care about the quality of representatives in our city, and I hope you do too. I write today in full support of the removal of Member Voisey. Candace Nafisi, District 3. Submitted by Peter Aziz. While I do not know the intricacies of this case or situation, it troubles me as a commissioner. I applied, like most commissioners, had the support of council members and received a friendly call from the mayor. Yet what I see here concerns me because this action provides the council the full authority to appoint and remove members of any commission, but on what basis to be unfounded? But on what basis still to be unfounded? It seems to me this is more of a personal and political attempt to keep the status quo. This harbors on what the U.S. media has consistently called a coup in the Middle East, particularly in Egypt, stating that these members of the council have given themselves full governing powers/authorities, and that is dangerous. This says that the council and mayor has the ability to target any public citizen for any reason. Did the council forget that they work for the public, not the other way around? Submitted by Leslie Campeggi. Mr. Voisey is incorrect with his comments. He sued people, lost in court, then lost on appeal. A total of 4 judges ruled against him. The defendants will not monetarily benefit from the judgment in Mr. Voisey's unsuccessful lawsuit. The judgment against Mr. Voisey and Ms. Travis is for attorney's fees only, incurred due to the thinly veiled slap suit action that Voisey and Travis funded by a disgruntled developer. Only the defendant's attorneys will recoup their money in time. Not only would Brander Narenheim and the other 2 defendants not benefit financially, but neither would gain back the hours of lost wages or time expended to defend themselves against this big developer money sham lawsuit fronted by court-declared shills Voisey and Travis. The judgment ordered is payable solely to the defendant's attorneys. Taxpayers are not being defrauded by removing Voisey from the GPAC for his totally misguided decision to front a lawsuit using the deep pockets of a developer who didn't get their way. The city has spent minimal time or efforts on this action to remove him from the GPAC, just fine-tuning the motion language and putting it on the agenda for city council consideration. As for Voisey's whataboutism, it's a poor attempt to deflect from his behavior. Not surprising, but consistent with his denial of facts about a case adjudicated twice already with the same result ruling against him and his co-plaintiff. Additionally, since the council has the full authority to appoint residents to commissions and committees, it should also have the full authority to remove appointments made, and especially for committees such as the GPAC that was never intended to be seated for this long. Last comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. Despite what Mr. Voisey stated in commentary obviously prepared for him, his egregious actions, according to Redondo residents, demonstrate he isn't qualified to serve on the GPAC. In the Beach Reporter on 7/12/17, Voisey said, "The connection sparked claims that Center Cal is behind the lawsuit, but Voisey and Travis disputed that assertion, saying they are personally paying the legal costs. If they win, however, defendants would foot the legal bills. I really believe in my heart that when the facts are all disclosed, we will prevail and I don't have to worry about Sutton's legal fees," said Travis, a stay-at-home stock trader. Both said they are not members of the Chamber of Commerce and were not filing the lawsuit on anyone's behalf other than their own. In testimony under oath in court on 11/19/18, Voisey stated, from judgment of decision signed by Judge Malcolm Mackey, page 17, "Can't recall what kind of documentation signed. We haven't discussed any final number or anything. Have not paid any costs in association with the prosecution, deposition, or filing fees. Did you sign a retainer? Quote unquote, I don't remember." Voisey testified he did not know who was paying for the prosecution of the case. Weeks after losing the lawsuit on 1/2/19, Voisey submitted a sworn statement which included, "I knew that I would be unable to afford the legal fees and costs associated with prosecuting a private attorney general lawsuit and was pleased RBW, Redondo Beach Waterfront, or Center Cal and Westport Capital was willing to fund the litigation on my behalf." Judge Malcolm Mackey stated in the final judgment dated 4/3/19, quote unquote, "In light of the testimony and evidence at trial, the court finds the plaintiffs, Arnett Travis and Chris Voisey, were shills for Redondo Beach Waterfront LLC and the instant lawsuit paid for by and prosecuted by Redondo Beach Waterfront LLC is a sham. Residents across Redondo are saying Mr. Voisey is a public liar and, according to legal experts, may have committed perjury under oath. The public feels Voisey is not fit to serve on the GPAC or any other commission or committee representing Redondo Beach residents. That concludes public comment.
Okay, Mayor, we have one more Zoom. Andy, sir.
Yeah, hi. I looked at the administrative report and it was blank, so I really wasn't prepared or even interested in speaking about this until I was listening to the mayor and realized, oh my God, I remember this. Remove this, Voisey. This is a disgrace. I mean, that's all I can say. I was definitely support. I mean, I was a commissioner for 8 years, and I never would have done anything to hurt the city, certainly not sue the city, and then not even tell the truth about who's paying for it. So probably lucky you didn't get hit with a slap lawsuit. So anyway, I'd say remove them, without a doubt, remove them from any commission, any committee, any position in city government. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Joan Irvine.
Yeah, Joan Irvine here, District 1. I guess I have a question, and my question is, isn't this a personal lawsuit, not against the city, but a personal lawsuit? And why is this being considered at the city council when it was personal? And I mean, I guess that's really my question is why are we spending all this time at the city council level when it was a personal lawsuit? It has nothing, my understanding, and I could be wrong, it has nothing to do with the city council. It's outside of the city council, and a lot of time is being wasted on this. So just my question, and I was just wondering about that. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the comments.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I'll make this brief, but to answer your question, Ms. Irvine, the reason why this is here is because when Mr. Voisey sued these people, Bill Brand for mayor, he was suing them because of their work in the city and their work in their campaign and their work against a new mall in Redondo Beach, all right? And so they dealt with this hell for years while trying to represent the city and advance the city's interests in government, essentially volunteering their time, and they were totally exposed. And at the end of the day, this guy loses. Voisey loses. He denied. He said, he was asked, do you ever see anything of value from Fred Bruning or Jean Paul Wardy? These are the people behind the entities that paid for his lawsuit. And he said, no, under the penalty of perjury. So the question is, do you want us as your elected representatives to hold the people that serve on the committees that serve you and represent you to high standards, or do you want them to be fabricators? I think they need to be held to high standards. All right. And Mr. Voisey, he mentioned that I shouldn't be up here because I have charges pending against me. First, the only court order so far that's come out in my case was to exonerate me from intentional misappropriation. One. Number two, the charges are merely allegations, and we'll see the merits of them when the appropriate time comes. In your case, Mr. Voisey, a judge ordered that you were a shill, that you did not have merit in your lawsuit, and ordered you to pay fees, significant fees, and I'll put them up here. Judge Malcolm Mackey, okay, $896,000. There's his signature, okay? There's a difference between a court order and allegations in a complaint, okay? And you admitted that this is not collectible from you, so you brought a lawsuit that you could not even back up, you could not fund. That's why you're a bad person, why I'm voting to remove you. That's it.
Councilmember Obaji, can you
yes.
ask to receive and file so I can forward this?
Yes, I meant to actually add this to the blue folder, so, or to the file. So yes, I'll send you the whole presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I pretty much avoided commenting on this whole situation, but I think people in the audience need to be aware of the email that was sent to all of us today. And I want to point some things out to you before we finish. Mr. Boise accused Brand, Nierenheim, and now through Abaji and Lowenstein are corrupting our local politics. He mentions being on city council is not supposed to be about self-serving corruption and misappropriation of the money our taxes pay. So I'll ask you if that is in itself libelous, because we are not certainly guilty of any of that. And then he goes on to threaten people by saying, your accusations stated I violated law are factually incorrect, and your perjury has been noted, and I am pursuing this through the state. Tort for slanderous speech is not a protected announcement from council chambers. Let me read to you what the definition of perjury is. Perjury is knowingly telling a lie or breaking an oath. The false criminal offense of making false statements under oath, especially in a legal document or during a legal proceeding. I think Mr. Boise should refer to Wikipedia on the definition of perjury. And when it comes to slanderous or libelous speech, perhaps he's on shaky ground by accusing us of misappropriation and corruption, appropriation of tax funds and corruption. He's made this decision much easier for me. I don't hold anything personally against Boise myself, but this was the final straw for me. I don't think commissioners should be personally insulting and accusing council members of malfeasance. We may disagree up here, but we don't get that low.
Okay, Councilmember.
I've never accused Laura. I've never accused you of anything criminal ever. We've disagreed, but I've never accused you of anything that is illegal or corruption. So I'll stand by what I just said. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I'd just like to amend my motion to include, which I will send the letter I presented from the January 22nd, 2019 city council meeting that the city clerk thereby sent out, as well as the items from that meeting, the January 22nd meeting, which includes blue folder items, the report, and the transcripts from the lawsuit, and depositions, and the statement of decision to go along with as background material, which I can email to Ellen Renzano to make sure we have all those on the record. And of course, Councilmember Obaji's packet as well, presentation packet, include that part of the background.
Yeah, I meant to actually file that for this item.
Yeah,
too.
so I'm going to include that part of the motion, amend my motion to include those items.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Todd?
I think it was Todd. Okay.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Well, Mike Webb, City Attorney.
Can I ask the clerk to read back the motion that was made?
Okay.
Amended, so we can be clear what you're voting on, and then I have comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't remember what was to remove Chris Boise. That's all I remember.
Okay, he just made an amendment of the motion, which I didn't quite understand why he was amending to add a bunch of stuff. So,
the other thing was Councilman Obaji sent me something that he wanted a blue folder.
I get that. I don't.
That was it.
And I don't. So, Councilman Nierenheim, can I ask your understanding of the motion that's on the floor?
My motion on the floor is to remove Chris Boise from the GPAC and to include the following items as backup material: the statement of decision, deposition, my letter that I had presented earlier from the city clerk's office, the January 22nd council meeting regarding this item, as well as Councilmember Obaji's presentation material.
Can I make a suggestion? It'd be maybe better to, when you receive and file stuff, you tend to do that separately. And you may want to specify the ground because there were a lot of things, and so it could be unclear and could be challenged if you're removing him just for being, and I'm quoting, he's a bad guy, or some people think he's committed perjury. Well, you're shaking your head, Todd, but the motion doesn't specify. And as you recall, you don't have the ability to remove a committee member at will the way you can remove a commission member. So I would suggest to Councilman Nierenheim, it might be better to make a separate motion to receive and file all those things, especially Councilman Obaji's thing, and then separately make a motion that specifies the ground by which you're removing, you're suggesting that this committee member be removed.
Based on the unpaid fee order.
I was not shaking my head because I was disagreeing with it. I was shaking my head because it was not about a personal grievance.
But what I'm saying, it wasn't specified, and I was just quoting from a lot of discussion, and I don't. It could be subject to challenge if it's for a ground that's improper, and none of you had actually specified the ground other than Councilman Obaji mentioned in his report. So I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying, if you want to do this, which a majority of you clearly want to, it'd be good to do it for a ground that you actually have the power to do it.
So Councilmember Obaji, did you have a suggested amendment to the motion?
Yes, my amendment is to, find out where this is in the thing, is to file and receive the documents to support our rationale for removing GPAC member Voisey, and to remove him based on his unpaid fee order exceeding whatever in the resolution. So what item is this? P1. I gotta find the bookmark for P1. Here we go. There's nothing in there. So to mirror removing him off the GPAC for the grounds stated in the resolution related to a fee order, unpaid fee order.
So that's like, City Attorney Webb is suggesting you do two motions, so that sounds like one motion. And then a separate motion.
Receive and file the documentation.
Well, which
I'm suggesting you
break it up,
separate them, because a lot of them have nothing to do with the ground for removing him. Their information, their context, and I don't want it to be reviewed and have someone think, oh, this was just a pretext for why you're removing him. So, receive and file the documents, and then you do the motion as Councilman Obaji did, that you're doing him in violation of your resolution regarding unpaid fee awards.
So you should receive and file certainly the PO board.
Because usually when we receive and file, the matter is closed down. We move on to the next agenda item.
No, you can do multiple motions in a given item.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want it to be unclear as to the ground that you're removing him for.
Why don't you do the first motion? I'll do
Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll just do a motion to receive and file the unpaid judgment that was brought in, and also the statement of, not the statement, what was it? What'd you say? The witness statement, not witness statement.
Statement of decision.
Statement of decision.
Deposition.
Deposition, as well as the
transcripts.
Transcripts and
slideshow.
The slideshow, as well as the letter that was sent out by the city clerk's office, and the
declaratory statements.
Declaratory statements filed after a lawsuit showing, those items.
All right, second that.
Okay. Vote.
Okay, I only see you guys' hands up. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, before you make the next motion, let me just clarify a couple of things, folks. This lawsuit's a lot of things. It's personal, but it's also very public. And what this really was a strategic lawsuit against public participation. And that's very, very dangerous, because what that does is exactly what it says. It's a lawsuit against public participation. They strike fear in the residents to stay out of this really a battle for what people perceive as their best interest and their quality of life for their town, right? And so agencies, developers, power plant companies, often when they see people doing things that oppose them, they'll file a lawsuit to scare them away. And unfortunately, it happens a lot. And so that's why California has a statute called an anti-SLAPP suit statute, so that organizations and agencies are dissuaded from doing that. Sometimes they do it anyway. In this case, they knew this would be an anti-SLAPP suit, so they recruited Mr. Voisey and Ms. Travis to be their fronts and file what was known as a private enforcement action. So they filed a private enforcement action lawsuit for violations of the Political Reform Act, which is perfectly legit. Except that what this really was a vendetta and a move to really try to dissuade public participation. But they knew they couldn't just outright do it. So they recruited 2 residents so that it wouldn't be clear that this could have been an anti-SLAPP suit. So, and yeah, of course it's personal. I mean, the developers and Mr. Voisey and Ms. Travis were obviously upset with the fact that we'd been successful. People often ask me, why'd you get sued, Bill? I say, well, because I won, right? Because if I hadn't won and Measure C hadn't won, we wouldn't have been sued. But that's not what was going on here, folks. What was going on here was a very deliberate motion, really, to dissuade public participation. I mean, that's not another way to put it. Why else would you not put your name on the lawsuit? Why else would Redondo Beach Waterfront not put their name on the lawsuit if they're paying for the whole thing? So this is very, very important. I mean, and I really got to thank the attorneys who defended us, because they really stepped up, and they were Redondo residents, and they saw what was going on, and they're the real public heroes here, as far as I'm concerned, because they're the ones that put in all the hours and all the hard work. So we just showed up and told the truth and kept moving. So this is very public. It's very private. It's everything. And we absolutely have a duty as a council not to allow these sorts of things to happen. This is a big deal. This isn't because we disagree with Mr. Voisey about something. No, this is extremely important. This is at a whole nother level than all our disagreements. Really is. And they shouldn't be just sitting around, running around telling everybody he's on committees and we think it's okay. We got to send a message to the rest of people, the rest of Redondo Beach, that, you can't do this. This isn't right. Certainly, I mean, it's not like we're really doing anything. We're just removing him from this committee. And we should. I think it's a mistake not to. Anyway.
All right.
And all the stuff is on the record. For those of you who said, oh, well, I don't know what this is about, it's all on the record now. You can go read about it. We told you about it. It's all right there. If you think it's okay, well, I guess you think it's okay, but that's the way it goes.
We need okay.
Right, second motion, move to remove Chris Voisey from the GPAC on the basis that he has an outstanding fee order from Travis versus Brand, LASC case number BC 665330, dated August 7, 2019, for the amount of $896,896.60 for unpaid attorney's fees owed to various defendants. And Eleanor, in case you missed that, it's all on the second to last page of the PDF blue folder. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, motion and second. You guys still have your hand up?
Sorry, it's down.
Councilmember MD.
Didn't you say this was still on appeal? It hasn't
been. What's on appeal are the fees. So what is on appeal is, first, it went to appeal, of course. And And the original statement ruled in our favor, of course, and a fee was awarded of $898,000. But the judge also made Redondo Beach waterfront, which is Center Cal and Westport Capital, debtors of the fees due. And so it went to appeals court, and the appeals court ruled in our favor on all the merits of the case. And
just eliminated the corporate defendant.
But they removed Redondo Beach waterfront from being liable for the fees. And so, but they left so then it all falls on Mr. Boise and Ms. Travis to pay the $898,000 plus whatever the fee award coming for the appeals would be. So the original plaintiffs, which would be Mr. Boise and Mr. Travis, filed an appeal with the state Supreme Court claiming we shouldn't have to pay the fees because this was enforcement of a private enforcement action of the Political Reform Act. And so the plaintiffs should not be liable for the fees if they lose. And well, of course, the appeals court had said, yes, they are. And they're appealing to the state Supreme Court saying that the appeals court erred and that they shouldn't be liable. And so the state Supreme Court took it up because there is a conflicting decision in the appeals court that it's really not the same thing. But the state Supreme Court is going to hear whether the plaintiffs, that would be Mr. Boise and Mr. Travis, are responsible for the fees. So
that's what you're removing him for, because he owes that much of a judgment.
But there is still an order that is valid and standing in the Superior Court. And unless they post a bond, they cannot stop enforcement of it. And it's a legitimate order. It has not been vacated.
But if the Supreme Court says they don't owe it, then they don't.
If the Supreme Court vacates that, sure, the Supreme Court can do anything. But
and that's still pending.
It's valid.
And that's still pending.
Yes, an appeal is pending.
Okay, I want to make sure I understood that right. Okay, so you're removing him for something that's still pending.
No,
who's paying for the state Supreme Court case?
That's a good spin attempt for a final trial court order saying he owes $896,000.
It's going to be well more than that because that does not include the appeal fees and the interest, and we can go on.
Yep.
Okay, let's wrap this up, you guys. It's 12:20, but the other twist of this is that the case was ruled frivolous by the lower court and the appeals court. So if the case is frivolous, then even if they win at the state Supreme Court, it falls back and it's been declared frivolous. So they're still going to owe the fees.
Yep.
Councilmember Emdy, you got to get better friends. Leo, Boise, the cannabis guys.
Okay. All right. So this is 12:20 and we're going to keep moving.
You know what? It's just like comments like that. Just because someone disagrees, ask a question, let's just go and put them down. And that's what you guys tend to do. So go ahead. Let's call for a vote.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
With pleasure. Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Strong aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm going to be consistent, and I don't agree with this path we've taken with all commissioners and whatnot, so no.
Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Emdy.
No.
Okay, there you go. It passes 3-2. All right. Next up is, I believe, any directions to staff from the City Council. Councilmember Narenheim.
I do not have any. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
That's all right. Thank you.
And Councilmember Emdy.
Thank you.
Okay, so no referrals to staff. All right, well, that's it, folks. We don't have to go back to closed session. I will entertain a motion to adjourn to the next meeting, which will be 1 week from tonight on February 8th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So motion to adjourn to next week.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Obaji. Is there any objection? Okay, we're adjourned.